Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a lot to get into because we're going to, go back over this whole MAGA civil war, because now it's MAGA versus America first. We're going to go ahead and get into this news about Trump pretty much about to withdraw out of NATO. And then, of course, some updates on the ceasefire that we hope gets solidified, right? But all right, let's get right into it with CNN, and let's make sure we're double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Let's get right into it.
As for the ceasefire, the president is accusing Iran of doing dishonorable things and by holding up a big part of their apparent agreement, which would be opening the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway remains effectively closed, with only a handful of ships being able to get through since the pause was announced. And back here at home, Trump is unloading on Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, all of whom have criticized him and the war, calling them low IQ and stupid nut jobs and troublemakers. Trump is claiming that their views are the opposite.
I ain't gonna lie, it was a very unhinged True Social post, and I'm just like, hold on now. I'm sorry, but like, these are like the biggest names that got you elected. I'm sorry, but it wasn't Mark Levin that got you elected. It really wasn't Ben Shapiro. I mean, it was Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. I mean, these guys, like, bro, Candace Owens alone got a bigger platform than all of those other guys combined. So it's kind of crazy how he's going off on them for, honestly, standing up for what they believe in, which was the America first or make America great again, which I guess we got to separate and create two different groups now, because MAGA got it effed up. Apparently they stand more for Trump than for their values
of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide.
I don't know about you, but I am sick of this. I'm sick of it.
I feel you, sis.
Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Shut up about that. Damn. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization.
It is vile on every level. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are?
How do we 25th Amendment his ass? And if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Owens called Trump a genocidal lunatic, and she called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked. She responded to Trump's post tonight by saying it may be time to put up in a home. So President Trump is really struggling right now, trying pretty aggressively to shape the narrative. He appears to be talking to Iran through Truth Social. Not sure why that conversation can't happen in private. And then he is knocking down his one-time.
Because, I mean, this whole Iran thing is not going his way. I mean, think about it. Pete Hegseth, Caroline Levitt, they sold this whole dream that, oh, Iran came groveling before us, begging for a ceasefire. Then Israel shatters that illusion by attacking Lebanon. And then Iran just closes the strait right back up. Right when we just got that ceasefire to get it open, thanks to Israel, it gets closed right back down. And it proves that Iran wasn't groveling, or else, well, they wouldn't have closed the strait again. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Allies, and trying to pretend as if he didn't talk to Tucker Carlson maybe about 6 weeks ago, if the New York Times is to be believed.
Well, listen, I think that montage was extremely fair. The president,
Thank you, Noah.
the president and the people around him have a tendency to, not.
Oh God, do me a favor, double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing the like button, depending on how you're watching. Oh, and any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and post it to the screen. All right.
Apply a lot of discretion to the president's allies, regardless of who they are, what they say. And in this case, it has come back to bite them. That said, I don't know who their constituencies are. We know who the president's constituencies are when it comes to this war. 80-90% of Republican voters, to say nothing of MAGA voters, self-described MAGA voters, support the war, whereas they do not. Who are they siding with? They're siding with the president. I think this ceasefire actually had some legitimacy to it. There was a value to seeing, well, Iran's position had softened. They were coming closer to us. Our position did not. We were conducting restrikes on targets we had already hit. It was time to get a breather and see if the diplomatic process could work. It hasn't worked. Over the course of the last 48 hours, this has become a unilateral ceasefire. If the president
now, the reason why the ceasefire fell apart is because, well, yeah, according to the Pakistani prime minister, the prime minister of Pakistan and Iran, that Lebanon was on the table when during that 10-point peace plan, or the 10-point their 10-point demands. They said, yeah, gotta include Lebanon as part of this ceasefire. So, AKA, you can't attack Lebanon, you can't attack Yemen, you can't attack us. That's literally what is said in the proposal for the ceasefire. And for some reason, like, and us in America, we're just playing stupid as if they didn't say that. And remember, there's like 3 parties. Remember, there's us, Iran, Pakistan. 2 parties out of 1 is pretty much saying Lebanon was included. So I'll just leave that to your own discretion at that point. All right.
allows that to stand. It is a huge embarrassment for him, for the nation, and a sacrifice of American hegemony. That'll frustrate the podcasters. I don't think he cares.
But I mean, you seem to be kind of actually making a bit of their point, which is that where we are right now is not great. I mean, we have a ceasefire that only one party is adhering to, which is us, the United States. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Meanwhile, Israel is continuing strikes in Lebanon. Yep. Meanwhile, Arab allies are also experiencing strikes. So where does that really leave us in terms of real progress? And by the way, we have no idea what the points are. Okay, they're 10 points. Maybe they exist. Maybe
since Israel broke the ceasefire, yes, the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed. There's been attacks on some of the Gulf states. So yeah, how did these guys come groveling again if they're still doing the same stuff that's pissing us off on the daily? Like, please explain that without trying to call me un-American or you just have TDS, because I promise I don't. I promise. Like I said, I was campaigning for this man, Trump. So I'm just being real with you guys. What they're saying don't match up to reality.
They don't. We don't know what they are, but they do seem pretty far apart in terms of what the United States wants and what Iran is willing to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it doesn't take an expert in contract law to know that both sides of an agreement need to have the same understanding of what the agreement is. And it doesn't seem like that's the case here, nor does the public. And so we're in this really interesting position where the win is some agreement with Iran that gives them way more leverage than they had at the beginning in terms of controlling the strait. And I think what the administration is learning now is that firepower doesn't always win.
Now, they're jumping a bit. I ain't gonna lie, they're jumping the gun a bit. But the problem is that Iran, and here's the problem. In Iran's proposal, they pretty much said that they want to be able to charge $2 million per ship to go through the strait. And yeah, that's pretty much them regulating the Strait, and they want to use that for reparations to, you know, for them and Oman. And that's the problem. And the problem with that is like, hold on. So everybody's gonna be paying a fee, and it wasn't like this before the strikes. And now, AKA, you're telling me because we attack Iran, now they got control of the Strait, and now they're making more money than ever? Like, how did this work out for us again? How is this a W? Like, can you please explain this? Nobody really can.
When you're fighting a war that is based and turns on geography of a region and diplomacy and things that get solved without bombs, but actually with nuance and agreements and international relations, he's gutted a State Department that could help him with that. And I think he's just sort of disabled himself from being able to deal with it properly.
What is, I mean, do either of you think that there is a constituency or an explanation for why the Megyn Kellys and the Tucker Carlsons are willing to?
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet for starting us off. He says, Trump just got heated over them goddamn Lego videos, LOL, and Democrats talk reckless about panicking. Yeah, low key, the panicking. But yeah, panicking Iran in the past too. It is what it is on that part. Now, honestly, though, I mean, bro, Hillary Clinton's on camera talking about, yeah, I'm going to bomb Iran. I want to go to war with Iran. Honestly, bro, the Biden and Kamala Harris, like these guys are talking about getting into it with Russia. I mean, bro, they wanted to jump Russia with NATO. So to be quite honest with you, we voted for Trump because he promised no new wars. Kamala, the Dems in our face was pretty much telling us that, look, Putin is this big bad guy that we got to go all in on. We seen where that was going. So Dems, don't act like y'all wasn't pulling that on us. So we went with the supposed no war candidate, sadly, just to end up in war with Iran. The only good thing about this choice is that they're not a nuclear power. Yet, God forbid, of course. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right.
To, if Noah is correct, sacrifice a portion of their audience with a message that maybe they don't want to hear.
I mean, maybe they took the president at his word when he campaigned against doing wars in the Middle East. I mean, his entire criticism of George Bush was a failed war in the Middle East, and that was a waste.
I mean, destroyed Jeb Bush over it. Like, got on Obama's ass, pretty much saying, well, look, if you get into war with Iran, you're the worst president ever. That means you can't negotiate. You know what? I ain't gonna lie. Trump might have been the real reason why Obama got Iran into the JCPOA. Obama going like, oh, you want to talk about me? All right, bet. I won't go to war with Iran. I'm going to get him in this deal. You know, for all we know, Trump might be the cause of JCPOA with all that ish talking he be doing. But you got to love it. But the main point is that throughout the years, Trump has had an anti-war stance all the way up to him getting elected for his first term and second term. He had that anti-war stance. You can go ahead and bring up an interview in the 80s. That's great. But guess what? That's before our tragic operations in the Middle East, which is the reason why we don't want to be into this with Iran. Because every time we get into the Middle East, we never really get any good results, but we sure do lose a lot, though. I'll tell you that.
Of American prestige and how it was essentially, we sacrificed our soldiers for nothing, and we ended up losing American dignity and respect in the global order. That was, it's not what I said. It's what Donald Trump said to gain power in the Republican Party. And, I am not a fan of any of the people who are criticizing him, but I think maybe what united Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones, people I vehemently disagree with, is that they actually took the president at his word. And they're just another group of people who've been suckered by this guy who lied to them to their face.
I don't think they've been suckered. I mean, my thing is that
and here's the problem with it, though. It's just like, she's being a bit reasonable. This girl is not going to be reasonable at all. But let's be quite honest here. Yeah, he's had an anti-war stance, and it's kind of crazy how a good part of MAGA is playing in our face right now, trying to gaslight us, trying to act like he never had that stance. Talking about like, oh, well, which means he always wanted to go to war with Iran. Y'all want to bring up an interview in the 80s, but I can bring you up an interview from like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this man pretty much saying the opposite. So what we going to go with? What he said in the 80s or what he said 10 years ago in 2016? All right, then.
Megan's saying, I'm sick of this. Why can't he just act like a normal human? And I'm like, he can't act like a normal human. That's why so many of us worked against him being elected, because we knew that he would have an itchy trigger finger if you gave him a big red button to push. We knew that he was erratic. We knew that he would be not right for this role, which is why so many of us worked to not have him elected. So these people either didn't realize that he was crazy and dangerous, which most of us did, or they didn't care. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, hold on. If he actually nukes 90 million people, there's going to be blowback on us. And this is crazy and he can't do it. But we've been saying this for forever.
I know, but I think everybody who took him at his word made a mistake. I agree.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to do it. I'm like, he's most likely trying to get them to come to the table, or he's going to back off. Like, something in me, I'm like, he won. The way he said it was crazy. Like, the language that he used was outrageous. But in all honesty, I didn't see Trump actually going out there and nuking Iran. And if anything, I thought he was just about to start like hitting these guys with hella missiles. If anything, I didn't think he was actually going to nuke them. But when he said the end to a civilization, I'm like, well, damn, how do you achieve that but with a nuke? Like, that's the only way I can see to end a civilization, with nukes.
I thought he was,
or biological weapons, but you know, there's that. Biological weapons work.
Would do terrible things like this. But I'm just saying, when you're asking, why would they possibly, take him on because it could hurt them? It's like let's imagine that they actually think he was like not lying to his face through everybody.
I can't get into their heads, but I do want to play this Tucker Carlson bite from 2024 December.
I mean, shoot, it's easy. Look, when the Biden administration was sitting there and telling you guys, yes, you Dems right there, that the economy was the best it's ever been, even though it was at 9% inflation. And I mean, bro, in 2022, and the stock market took one of the biggest dips ever, and y'all just sat there in our face and told us that this was the best economy ever, and y'all believed it. And then when it all came crashing down on you, we had the same reaction. We was like, yo, I mean, Dems, you didn't see this? What was going on? Like, oh, we were just believing in Biden. Yeah, well, now you know how we feel a little bit. Yeah, I know. Now you know how we feel. Did Biden run on open borders? No, he didn't, did he? But he sure did open up them borders now. I mean, did he run on high spending and causing inflation? No, he didn't, but it happened. And when we try to call it out, y'all wanted to BS us. Y'all wanted to be in disbelief about it. So spare me. I mean, come on now.
2024, because it's about who he thinks Trump is. And I'm sure plenty of people at this table might disagree with his read on it.
I would say Trump voters, like Trump himself, are really forgiving people. They don't seek revenge. They seek some measure of justice because the human heart longs for justice, but they don't seek to grind their enemies under their feet. That's what the left does.
You know, it's crazy. I'll let them have the I told you so, but I'm always going to say this. Look, what did you want me to do? So what, you rather me shill? You rather me go against my beliefs and just shill for Trump? Is that what you rather me, bro? I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather a Dem tell me I told you so than me to go along with something I don't believe for money or for likes. I'd rather take the I told you so from the Dems and to go against my values. So I'll take it. If you want to hit me with the I told you so, sure. But I ain't shilling for shit. I'll tell you that right now. And shout out to my man Jet. He says, Dems, quit acting like y'all shit don't stink because of this. Literally, though. It's like, come on now. Come on. Biden was selling y'all sweet nothings too, bro. Y'all wasn't even willing to believe that the man was in mental decline when he was literally forgetting shit right in front of y'all face. Please. Don't hit us with this whole, oh, well, you should have listened to us. Bro, you should have listened to us when we told you this man was in mental decline. But then you called us ages. So please, like I said, cut the BS.
A fair amount of projection.
But we'll let you have y'all moment, though.
In there. Tucker Carlson has done this game for years now, right? I mean, not only is this, I think, the fourth or fifth time he's proclaimed World War III was about to break out, but he tries to maintain this dialogue with the president, thinking he can have influence. And I actually think it's pretty admirable that the president is like, I have pretty hardcore beliefs on this. You talk about Iran. Donald Trump's been saying the same thing since the early 1980s.
No, he hasn't.
He is a broken record when it comes to the threat that...
All right, well, why are you lying? Why are you lying? And all right, guys, that's it. I'm about to play this. Do I still have... Yeah, I still got the video. All right, I'm about to play this. And this is a quick little clip. It's like little 4 minutes. We're going to take a quick little break. Go ahead and take a little bathroom break and watch the little clip. But yeah, I'm about to show you this clip of pretty much what Trump told us and what he did. because it's kind of crazy how people, when, like I said, bring up an interview from the 80s, but we're just supposed to forget what he said current day. Like, you understand how stupid of an argument that is? But okay.
Hey, President Trump, how are those mass deportations going?
They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people and they're working now on farms.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Oh. Well, surely no new wars in the Middle East like you've campaigned on for years, right?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or America will attack their power plants.
Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape.
Oh. So why are we going to war with Iran again?
You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our Commander-in-Chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make.
Miriam gave my campaign, indirectly and directly, $250 million. She was number one. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights.
Oh. Well, I'm sure there will be zero repercussions for this war, and it's probably only going to go on for like a week, right?
As we head into week 4 of this war.
As gas prices climb across the country, President Trump pressured allies to help secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
A major shipping route for oil has effectively been shut down amid this war, sending shockwaves through the markets, with gas jumping nationwide from an average of $2.92 in Kansas to more than $5 a gallon in California.
Look, gas prices are up. And we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it.
Well, at least we as the MAGA movement still collectively agree that child transitioning is wrong, right? Okay. How about those Epstein files?
So this is a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party had. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump? To flag any records which included his name?
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this.
Oh. Well, it kind of seems to me like the Republican president has slowly transitioned into a Democrat president. Hey, MAGA, why are we voting for these people again? One thing is certain. We didn't leave MAGA. MAGA left us. But the question is, are we going to allow that? Or are we going to take the reins from the man who started it all, but has sadly become the opposition to everything that we stand for? Or are we going to continue to lick the boot and bend the knee to people who don't give a shit about us? They use us for our vote. They lie directly to our faces. They protect child predators. They want to grant mass amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. And now they're totally fine with children being mutilated and indoctrinated by their crazy-ass liberal parents. Fuck Trump, fuck Vance, fuck Rubio, fuck the Republican Party as a whole, fuck the Democrats, fuck them all. This is not the shit that we signed up for. Wake the fuck up.
And shout out to my man Shattering Illusions. You know, I had to play that video again because he was cooking. Like, come on now. Like, all the promises, all of them, he's walking back now. And I've been a patient guy. I waited for a while to speak out, but there's only so much I can see before I'm just like, all right, guys, come on now. He's bullshitting us. He's bullshitting us right now. And for some reason, people are refusing to see it. So guess what? We're about to go through it. But let's get back to our guys at CNN.
Iran posed. And I guess I'm just the panel's Pangloss here because I think that things will work out fine.
Oh man, shout out to my man Jet. He's like, no, I want to take the moment away. Still up 8-1. I'm done. I'm gonna say he's like, no, I want to take a moment away. Still up 8-1. No wars. I mean, yeah, stop 8 wars, start 1 war. Even though some of those conflicts pop back off.
I trust the plan.
It's possible we could get out of this, but it's hard to see from here because the ceasefire that we have is actually, we see that they have continual control. He's yelling, he's upset about it, but we are not bombing and they still have control.
They didn't gain that power. They've had that power. We're just seeing them willing to exercise it. And at any point,
they
and
were
this is the
never
point,
willing to exercise it before the war.
In 1988, they shut down the strait. And
yeah, but let's be real though. The strait was open for a while now. I mean, a long time. And then one day it became closed. And you want to know why it became closed? Because we attacked Iran. Like, bruh. Preemptive strike, by the way. AKA, we are the aggressors in this war. So, yeah. It's kind of because of Trump's actions, through the army's actions, that the strait is closed. That's just what it is. Stop acting like they were just going to do it any day, just one day randomly, just like y'all say with the whole 2 weeks away from a bomb. Y'all been saying that for years. And now what? Is this the new 2 weeks away? I mean, what? They're just one day away from closing back the strait, guys. Really now? Okay. Yeah, okay.
It up by force.
So when I was in 7th grade,
This is a great decision. Right now, what is happening?
Right now,
what is happening?
we have the dominant military in the region. We are able to call the shots on this, not on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We could do it if we so wanted to. It would take more blood and more treasure. But there is, yes, the ceasefire is fragile. It's a concept of a ceasefire. But the number one point is, okay, you got 10 points, you got 15 points. The gaslighting is the fact that the U.S. is losing, that we're somehow defeated.
We are losing. You can't say this is a
We have not achieved our strategic objective.
I'm gonna wait to I'm gonna wait till see what happens here. Let's see what happens with this ceasefire, if there is a ceasefire, and let's see where things go before we say that we're losing. All I'm gonna say is that Israel just pretty much embarrassed us, completely embarrassed us. That's all I gotta say. And that's apparently our greatest ally. So I want y'all to take that into mind. Greatest ally embarrassed us on the world stage.
$1 billion billions.
The counterpoint to what you're saying from the Wall Street Journal op-ed is that declaring victory is premature. They say Trump has achieved some of his war aims, but the Iranian regime remains a threat in the Strait of Hormuz, and the job is far from finished, despite what he promised last week. The unfortunate truth is that Trump put himself in this position. His inconsistent rhetoric on the war, claims of victory.
Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
Amid threats of unleashing hell and its end to Iran's civilization raised global fears and undermined support at home and abroad. And Trump hated this op-ed so much that he sent out a Truth Social post saying the journal is the worst and inaccurate. He said there's nothing premature about this victory. One of the reasons I think people believe that they're declaring victory is because literally they were declaring victory yesterday. And then the president late last night, he says, in the meantime, while they're waiting for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened, our great military is loading up and resting and looking forward actually to its next conquest. Is he just moving on?
This is just
to the next thing.
This is totally mad. These are like the rantings of a mentally ill person.
Open.
And so, the idea that you have soldiers and American troops who are just sort of waiting for him to make a decision on his whim. If you had like an elderly neighbor that was posting those things, you would probably do a welfare check on them and say, I hope you don't have access to weapons because you seem very unwell.
All right, lady.
And this is
all right. Yeah, TDS it up. It's okay. Go ahead, Dems. Have y'all day. All right, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. But I do want to go ahead and play this one clip real quick because shout out to Both Side News, because he did a pretty great clip or a pretty great video on pretty much how Trump got pretty much persuaded into this war.
So I'm gonna go ahead and play it right now, guys. Make sure you double tap the screen and like the video.
All right, BB, what do you got for me? Mr. President, the time is now. The Iranians are weak, and a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. Our intelligence says Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. We can kill their leaders, and they'd be so weak and they could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. And the likelihood of them landing blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries is low. How would we effectuate the regime change? Street protests inside Iran would begin, and with the help of Mossad, we would foment riots and rebellion. Iranian Kurds could also assist. Mr. President, this is the time. Thanks, BB, for your presentation. My team and I will discuss. Can we get our intelligence people to look into this? We have broken down Mr. Netanyahu's presentation into 4 parts. 1, decapitation, which is killing the Iranian supreme leader. 2, crippling Iranian capacity to project power. 3, a popular uprising in Iran. And 4, regime change. It is our assessment the first 2 objectives are achievable with American might, while the 3rd and 4th parts are detached from reality. Just to summarize, Mr. President, regime change is farcical. In other words, Mr. President, it's bullshit. I would say regime change could happen, but it shouldn't be considered an objective. Yeah, I would advise against all this greatly. General Kane, what do you think? Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. Okay, got it. Regime change would be their problem, but if we do this, it would be to kill their leaders and decapitate their military. Mr. President, any major campaign against Iran would drastically deplete our stockpiles with no clear path to replenishing. The Strait of Hormuz is also a real risk. Really? I think the regime would capitulate before it came to the Strait. I'm thinking this could be a very quick war, just like the 12-day war in Venezuela. Mr. President, I think we should do it. I'm more ambivalent. I don't think the Iranians will agree to a negotiated deal, but I prefer a campaign of maximum pressure rather than a full-scale war. I have concerns, but I defer to others on this topic. I think this is the worst idea ever, and I prefer no strike, but if we're gonna do it, it should be limited. I think we're gonna do it. If that's so, use overwhelming force so our objectives are achieved quickly. Yeah, I hear you. Hold on, Tucker Carlson's calling. Hello? Mr. President, don't start a war with Iran. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay. How do you know? Because it always is. All right, team, we got a new piece of intelligence that the Iranian supreme leader will be at an above-ground meeting with other top officials wide open for an air attack. I think we have to do this. Thoughts? Well, Mr. President, here's what the attack will look like from a military perspective. You know I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you. If you feel this is needed for America's national security, go ahead. It is pretty rare to have the Iranian supreme leader and other top leaders in a gathering spot we can strike, so if you define regime change as just killing the supreme leader, we can probably do that. The plan put forward is legally permissible. But what's your personal opinion? I'm a Marine veteran, sir, who knows people killed by the Iranians, so if Israel intends to proceed regardless, we should go ahead. Mr. President, this would be a public relations nightmare. The American people voted for you partly for no new wars. It's your decision, Mr. President, and the press team will manage it as best as we can. We have to take care of the Iranians eventually, might as well now. There's many risks, but if you order the operation, we will execute. If our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it, but if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve. All right, we're doing it.
And yeah, that's pretty much how it went according to the article. And somebody was in that room and heard the entire debate. And that's how the debate went, pretty much. There were guys who were all for it. There was guys who was on the edge. There was guys like Trump, we'll do it if you want, but I'm be real with you, this ain't gonna be easy. So, and I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be easy. And Trump's like, come on, we got the best army in the world. And I'm like, I don't know, bro. Look, we do, but this is Iran we're talking about. If you think this is going to be an easy win, I mean, it may, but it most likely won't. And so I hear you, but man, set it off anyway. And you know, here we are today. Ta-da. But all right, though, shout out to my man Jet. He says, when this is all said and done, everybody needs to check from Israel to pull out of NATO and tell everybody to F off. It's been fun, but y'all on y'all own. And I feel you on that one. Yeah, definitely need to cut off NATO, definitely need to cut off Israel and just tell them, look, man, we'll deal with you guys on the business side, but all this alliance stuff with military alliance, yeah, this ain't it. It ain't working out for us, especially with you, Israel, especially with you. You tripping. You really get us into the most bullshit. NATO, I mean, y'all don't pay y'all bills, but at least you don't get us into nothing.
My God, Donald Trump could not hate anybody more than the guy who forced the release of the Big E files, huh? Says, bombing a country on the other side of the globe won't make the files go away. No, they won't. And I promise you, as soon as this war is over, Donald Trump's nightmare will happen, and we will be right back to discussing the Epstein files. Then we'll need another distraction. Maybe we'll invade Greenland next.
All right. Let's get into this. This was a fun video.
Wake of this absolute political nightmare of a disaster that the Iran war is for Donald Trump, we are seeing conservatives flee, racing for the door, rats off of the ship in a hurry to distance themselves from MAGA and Donald Trump specifically. And you might not realize just how many prominent conservatives have completely abandoned MAGA and President Trump. So in this video, I'm going to show you all the prominent conservatives that have completely disowned Donald Trump. It's going to be a fun one. And then what I'm also going to do is show you all the MAGA simps who are still hanging on for dear life. And the funnest part about their posts is going to their own comment section. So stick around for some laughs.
No,
Don't
it
forget to
really
like,
is.
comment, subscribe. Helps the
Now,
channel.
I ain't gonna lie, though, I was on X and I was looking at, all my favorite MAGA influencers and what they were saying, like Benny Johnson and the others, well, Officer Tatum and all them, like, bro, oh my God, the cope was crazy. And the grilling in the comments that Benny Johnson, Officer Tatum was receiving was just relentless. Like, nobody's buying it. Like, you really got to be brainwashed to buy this at a certain point. This whole thing with Iran, you got to be brainwashed and you got to be upset that not really too much of America first has happened. It seems more like it's Israel's first, or help Israel to stabilize the Middle East first.
Follow us on Patreon, grab some America First, America
Stabilize the
Only
economy.
merch. It's going to be a fun episode. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. All right. We are going to go down the line of all of the big name conservatives who have officially declared Trump. And I know a lot of Republicans just can't wrap their heads around what is going on. Why is such a massive portion of the conservative movement leaving MAGA? Well, let's start with this. All right, so this list is just objectively true. There's no ability to argue this, and that is that, yes, what Donald Trump campaigned on and what old MAGA used to be, which is no wars, no new foreign entanglements, drain the swamp, affordable housing, invest in infrastructure, reduce healthcare costs, lower inflation, national debt, close the border, release the Epstein files, a good economy, low gas prices, the list goes on and on.
And I'm just saying, I don't feel like we was asking for too much. I feel like we was asking for the bare minimum. America first. This is like the bare minimum to us. Like, this is what the government should have been doing. But apparently we got to vote people in to do the right thing. And but yeah, this is what it was on. No new wars. Well, we got a war. Drain the swamp. There has been no deep state arrest. Affordable housing, not good enough. There's been efforts made, but it's not good enough. And invest in infrastructure. Well, and be real with you, it's on the way. It's on the way. I'll give Trump that. All the manufacturing that's still coming here, all those plans are still set. So the manufacturing boom is and the factory boom is still going to happen. So I'll give him that one. Reduce healthcare costs, not done. Lower inflation and national debt, close to the board. Oh yeah, lower inflation. He did lower inflation. It's still at 2.4. So I'll give him that. And national debt. No, actually, he raised it about $2 billion at this point. So we're kind of cooked on that one. And close the border. And he did that. So shout out. And of course, new MAGA, endless wars in the Middle East, because Israel wanted to stabilize the Middle East so they can go ahead and, get greater Israel. That's why they attacked southern Lebanon. And that's why they're cutting off southern Lebanon by blowing up the bridge that crossed the Latanji River so they can literally take southern Lebanon. And trust me, they're like the only country in the Middle East that's literally expanded their borders. So they're about it. And then, of course, America's Die for Greater Israel project. Yeah, like I said, we fight all the big enemies, and they get all the benefits by having these destabilized countries around them that they could easily take over. Bankrupt America, yeah, through these endless wars. And powerful APAC lobby that most of our politicians simp out to. Yeah, and I mean, that's America right now. I mean, and that's MAGA, and they like it for some reason. I don't get it, but that's why I'm America first. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. We've got about 300 y'all in here, man. Let's get to 100 likes. Help me out by double tapping that screen.
What you actually got. Endless wars in the Middle East, a new war with Iran, economy in the toilet, America is now officially bankrupt and insolvent.
Oh, Chance, bro, thank you. Yeah. Invest in fixing bridges, highways, but not data centers. Because them data centers, they make people's phone bills go up. They have a terrible sound. And apparently there's a lot of waste to it. So I'm just like, who's really benefiting? And it don't even give out that much jobs. So, yeah, I mean, that's also pissing me off. This whole push for data centers all over. And I know we want to be top notch in AI, but at the cost of the comfort of the American people? Like, that's wild. You should have told us that one.
Close to $40 trillion in debt, no mass deportations, high gas prices, and the country being embarrassed on the world stage, and all our allies hate us. So again, it's really not complicated to figure out why there's been this mass abandonment of MAGA, but we wanted to start with this to just make sure we understood up front. All right, let's start right up front with one of the biggest, and that is Joe Rogan. Yes, Joe Rogan has come out calling MAGA a bunch of dorks. Gonna be honest, he stole that from me. As we all know, Nate coined the theater kid dorks phrase for MAGA, but that's okay. I'm fine with it. All right. And that's Joe Rogan. We all know he endorsed Donald Trump. He was a huge supporter of Trump leading into the election. Let's see where he's at now.
Make America great again. I don't care. Then but if that phrase sucks, here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something they cling to. And there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots. And they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too.
And before we get too far, let me say this, though. I am not criticizing any of these people for changing their minds and having a change of heart. I think we should all encourage this. The worst thing you can possibly do is be the arrogant dickhead that's like, well, you should have known about this beforehand. We told you. No, we don't do that here, okay? The more people we can get to leave the insanity and come back to being actually America first and caring about this country and putting this country first, the better. Okay. So of course, Joe Rogan
is like, yeah. And now that I'm saying too, is like, and I always wanted to tell them, so what did you want me to do? Like shill for something I didn't believe in? You wanted me pro-war, even though I wasn't war, just because what you wanted me to stick it out with Trump? Like, come on now. It's like, look, if at this point, I'm gonna be real with you. If you're not criticizing Trump at this point, is either your pride is too much in it, you don't like to be wrong, or I'm be real with you, you don't want to deal with the reality that, yeah, we kind of have been lied to about this agenda. And it's not the end of the world. I mean, let's be real. I mean, trust me, the Dems can sit there and poke fun at you all they want, but I mean, they have no room to talk. So it is what it is. I'm just going to tell y'all the truth straight out. And I think this should let you know that I really don't have no bias here. I'm going to let you know who's tripping and who's not. And then right now, yo, MAGA, you're tripping. Just like the Dems were tripping with Biden, you guys are tripping with Trump right now.
What's another big one? One of Donald Trump's closest allies, Tucker Carlson.
Voted for Trump. Yeah, I campaigned for Trump. It was a lot. When I look back on it, I was sold a straight lie. You think? Yeah. And I want no wars. I believe in Christ teaching peace and love and loving your neighbor. And in one breath on Easter Sunday, we have pastors claiming similarity from Trump to Christ in regards to the beatings and the lies. And then the next day, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges, hurting civilians, like literally the most disgusting evil in a tweet I've ever read. I totally agree. From a president. And I'm like, wait, but our Christian leaders are still going to try to protect that and justify that. How dare they?
Now, Tucker was sitting the fence for a long time here, criticizing sort of MAGA and the Republican Party, but he has pretty much gone full Donald Trump. And most of that stems from this. In the most pot calling the kettle black shit you've ever seen in your entire life, Donald Trump has the audacity to say Tucker is a low IQ person that has absolutely no idea what's going on. A lot of projection there from old Dementia Don on that one. All right, let's keep it in the manosphere for a while, because pretty much the entire manosphere has abandoned Trump and MAGA as well. Next up, Andrew Schultz. Yes, Andrew Schultz, comedian, was another one who was a staunch supporter of Donald Trump leading into the election. Let's see where he's at now.
I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single
know what he's done. Yeah, exactly to your point. If you tell me,
no, it was the craziest fake out. Like, think about it. Trump started off in the right direction and just completely just went astray. And the thing is, it started getting like, as it got closer and closer to the Iran war, is when he did start getting like more and more, I ain't gonna lie, like warmongering. And I started hearing that, like, it does seem like we might be going to war with Iran. And I was damn near calling this out like months in advance. Like, guys, I ain't gonna lie. It looks like we might be going to war with Iran because we just can't get this deal together. And I was calling it out. I'm like, if we go to war with Iran, this is going to set Trump back. I'm going to be against it. And sadly, this war happened. And I pretty much stood on what I said, but for some reason, I don't get it. Because MAGA, when I said this, y'all guys was with me. Y'all was like, yeah, you're right, Seth. We do got to hold Trump accountable. Now that this happened, y'all going like, well, war is good. War crimes are okay. As long as the soldier walks over the bridge. And, in AIPAC, cool now. I'm like, okay. All right, that's where y'all at. All right. Y'all got it.
It's easier for me to believe You wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they
to
would.
that point, like there'll be people that like they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that.
We all know that. He's done the absolute opposite of literally everything he campaigned on. The only people who still support Trump are people whose pride and ego is just too big for them to just admit they were fooled and that they were wrong. That's it. Or people with a room temperature IQ. There's no in between. There's no way you can look at this and what is going on policy-wise and go, this is what I voted for. Well, if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, no, it's not. Nope. You didn't vote for any of those things because none of those things were campaign promises. All right, Theo Vaughn, one of my favorite comedians personally, has been very outspoken recently. And again, getting even some criticism and being in trouble for saying things that literally everyone is.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Thinking recently on Joe Rogan.
Oh, and any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and send in a super chat. I'll be happy to, read it out loud and post it on the screen. But let's get into it.
Personally has been very outspoken recently. And again, getting even some criticism and being in trouble for saying things that literally everyone is thinking recently on Joe Rogan's podcast. Let's see where he's at.
Sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit.
Oh, if I was muted, guys, I said make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super. My bad, guys. My mic keep muting every time I pause the video. Hopefully it stops.
Like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro. Our government is not here to help the people.
You know what? I low-key feel. Wow, what the hell? You know what? I low-key feel him when he said that. Because I'm just like, bro, you know what? What happened? I like the old days. Like, I don't know, back in the olden days where the king had to ride up on a horse and damn near be on the front line with the soldiers. Because I'm gonna be real with you, if we still had, I don't know, leaders that actually had to fight in these wars, we'd be in a lot less wars. If Trump actually had to go pick up a gun, hop in that helicopter, or not the helicopter, but the B-2 and drop that bomb, he probably wouldn't be one to race into this war. Or maybe if, his sons were going to be the ones going to war, he probably wouldn't want to jump into this. It's kind of funny because all the people are pushing for this war. Most of them have no skin in the game. That's what kills me. Like Lindsey Graham, no skin in the game. Mark Levin, no skin in the game. Laura Loomer, no skin in the game. But these are the people that were allowing us to talk us into war with no skin in the game whatsoever. Crazy. But make sure you double tap that screen and like the video.
People, obviously, they've been compromised.
That's true.
All right, let's keep it in the manosphere still. Shane Gillis, another one of my favorite comedians. Let's see what he had to say. Probably the same thing that everybody's thinking.
You'd think they would have responded nicely after we blew up their leader with a missile. You think they would have been like, all right, never mind. We don't want to f you guys. You blew up an 86-year-old with a Tomahawk missile. It's so funny. We killed a fucking 90-year-old man with a missile, dude.
Yeah, to Shane's point, it turns out killing the Islamic Shia Pope basically didn't work out for the best for us. It's a little strategic misstep on that one, huh? All right, let's get to some conservative talking heads. Next one, Uncle Alex, who used to be massively pro-Trump.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
Damn.
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate. So what do we do? Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
Again, Alex Jones, one of the most pro-Trump talking heads out there, is now calling for the 25th Amendment to have Donald Trump forcefully removed from the presidency. This is how wild this has gotten. And then next one, another really big name, prior huge Trump supporter, MAGA, Sean Ryan. Yes, Sean Ryan has gone full based America first, pissing off his own MAGA base, but he doesn't really care because Sean actually has integrity. Here's one just recently as of a couple days ago. All right, Sean says, ceasefire is barely 24 hours old, and our greatest ally is already blowing it up, literally. Largest coordinated strike on Lebanon since the war began. But sure, another masterclass in negotiation from the guy who threatened to wipe out an entire civilization the day before. Stable genius stuff. And then look at the anger, look at the rage from Sean's base. Sean Ryan definitely has been infected with the derangement syndrome. No, sorry, homie. It's just that everybody who's not a complete fucking moron has now.
I'm sorry, but you can't gaslight us when Marco Rubio literally came in front of the world and said, yeah, we got into this war because Israel pretty much said that they were going to attack Iran and we just followed them up. Oh, and then also now that this article came out and pretty much said that Israel's prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, pretty much convinced Trump to get into this war. So I'm sorry, but miss me with the whole Israel derangement syndrome. Their name's all over it.
Woken up and doesn't believe any of this bullshit anymore. Now let's look at some politicians even. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has got to be one of, if not Trump's biggest supporters over the last 10 years. And look at where we've gotten to now.
We have to be realistic about the Republican Party. The Republican Party needs burned to the ground. It's completely controlled. As a matter of fact, much of Congress is controlled by AIPAC and by Zionists, and that is a serious problem. I fear that we will see a nuclear bomb used on Iran, and I think that'd probably be the worst thing we could see in our lifetimes. Is a nuclear bomb used on anyone. You save American troops' lives by get the hell out of the Middle East. We had no business there to begin with.
Yikes. I mean, losing your staunch America First loyalists. Yeah, rough times. All right, who else? Well, Candace Owens, biggest podcast in the world. And isn't it interesting how all the biggest podcasts in the world have all turned against Trump? Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Sean Ryan, Joe Rogan. Interesting, huh? But Candace, of course, was a huge Trump supporter and MAGA loyalist, and let's see where she's at now. Now, Candace obviously left the pro-Trump, pro-MAGA scene a long time ago, way before most of these people, but here's her recent statement. The 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene.
My bad, guys. What I was pretty much saying was, yeah, I'm not really into the whole, he was going to go nuke them. Oh, my God, he was going to exterminate them. No, I didn't believe that. Not that. I wasn't going that far with it. But shout out to Candace Owens, though, because I'll be real with you. I mean, biggest podcast in the world? Okay, shout out to her.
We are beyond madness. Yes, more people calling for the 25th Amendment, which, yes, needs to happen yesterday. All right, let's rapid fire some previous hardcore MAGA Twitter accounts. All right, Evan Kilgore, prominent conservative account, says MAGA is dying. The energy is gone. Trump turned out to be just like the rest of them. I say this as a 3-time Trump voter. It sucks, but once you wake up, you can't unsee it. Nobody's coming to save us. All right, Arnold, who's actually way ahead of the curve for years, he's been calling out Trump, says, you're a failed leader. History will record that you are the worst president in the history of America. I actually agree with this. I think it will, historically. But the good thing is that you will soon be forgotten like an old tweet. Thomas Massey, who, my God, Donald Trump could not hate anybody more than the guy who forced the release of the Big E files, says, bombing a country on the other side of the globe won't make the Epstein files go away. No, they won't. And I promise you, as soon as this war is over, Donald Trump's nightmare will happen, and we will be right back to discussing the Epstein files. Then we'll need another distraction. Maybe we'll invade Greenland next. And oh my God, even Matt Walsh is waking up. Matt says Americans are suffering. It is way too expensive just to live for most families. Our cities aren't safe. Our country is being transformed every day by foreign migration. Our elections aren't secure. The SAVE Act was not passed, won't be passed. It's time to end this war in Iran and focus on our country, our people, our future. Far too much of Trump's second term has been spent on foreign adventures. Has to end. Turn the attention back home.
You know, it's crazy. Like, I remember I agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she said, like, yo, you need to start focusing on domestic policies instead of foreign policy all the time. Like, you literally spend basically an entire first year focusing on everything outside of the United States. Let's get some domestic policy done first, and then we can focus on outside. I mean, bro, didn't your mom always tell you to clean your room before you go outside? All right, then. Can we get a little bit of that, a little bit of common sense? But apparently that was too much to ask for, and we was told to shut the F up, you Islamists. Crazy.
You know, Ben Shapiro is not going to be happy with you on that one, Matt. So as you can see, it's pretty much everybody that anybody in the conservative space actually likes. And what's the remnants? Who's left over? Who's still supporting Trump? What is MAGA? But of course, this is all that's left of the dying movement that is MAGA. Ben Shapiro's, the Lindsey Grahams, Ted Cruz, Randy Fines, Mark Levine's, Officer Tatum's. Yes, everybody that nobody respects and everybody hates are the only ones left supporting Trump. And let's go and take a look at some of their posts, because the best part is just going straight to their own comment section. Oh, but real quick, we got somebody right in the middle, the biggest fence sitter, not super anti-Trump, but also not pro-Trump. It depends on how the wind's blowing, and that is Megan. At least she wasn't 8 Kelly. Let's see what she said in a 24-hour span.
You could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
Okay, well, maybe it's time to get off the fence then, Megan, because, saying within the same 24-hour window that you would still vote for Donald Trump.
Megan's off the fence, man. You ain't see that Piers Morgan interview? Bro, she went all. Megan chose her side. She's on America First. And that's what I want you guys to do. Join America First. No, I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Are we now America First or are we still MAGA? Because apparently, according to Trump, MAGA is Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Are you them or with you with us? Like, come on now. Are we about the America First agenda or are you about Israel First disguised as America First?
If he nuked someone and then also being completely anti-Trump, yeah, figure yourself out. All right, let's move to the fun stuff. All of the people whose channels are dying and burning in and nobody's watching and listening to anymore. We're going to the comment section, but let's look at the posts first. We got to start with old Benny Boy Johnson, huh? He says, the past 4 weeks were an IQ test for your favorite podcasters and pundits. Did they throw a temper tantrum? Did they say MAGA is dead? It is, and we're going to look at your comment section here, Ben. Did they tell you to vote Democrat? Did they actively root against the United States? Did they call for Trump's impeachment? Did they act like they were elected president? That's literally all the people we just talked about, by the way. So many humiliating crash outs. Our movement needs strength and clarity, not...
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video or smashing the like button, depending if you're watching horizontally.
Unhinged emotional hysteria. And Benny, let's see what your own community thinks. All right, here we go. Top comment. How much did AIPAC wire transfer you for this post? Next comment. I guess I'm a moron for wanting politicians to do what they say on the campaign trail. My bad. Third highest comment. Literally. MAGA is gay now. Lots of broken promises from Trump. You're
Nah, I felt that though. When people say you're being un-American, it's like, so I'm un-American for expecting to get my campaign promises. Like, you know, the reason why I voted for the man is because he said this, that, and the third, and he's not doing it, and I'm calling it out. And now I'm the un-American one. I'm the moron. Okay. But like I said, bro, I literally kiss my ass.
Tool. I didn't vote for April 1st. When Trump called Lindsey Graham MAGA and Thomas Massie a rhino, I knew it was dead. So isn't that interesting? Yeah. Their own audiences, the second they post this dumb shit, absolutely eviscerate them and obliterate them. And it makes you wonder, how are these channels like Benny Johnson and Ben Shapiro and Officer Tatum managing any views still? Well, I have to guess. I would imagine there's a little bit of help financially to, pay for views and make the channels look like they're actually getting traction, when we've shown with channels like Ben Shapiro's that they're all fucking dead. Now look at this one. Old Brinley Hollyhan looks like he was made out of a Goy laboratory. Says Iran has caved and agreed to a ceasefire and to open the Strait of Hormuz. Is every panikin who called for the 25th Amendment to be used going to apologize now? Brinley, I'm not sure if you really understood what happened. Well, what happened was the ceasefire, America agreed to a 10-point surrender plan, giving Iran every demand they could ever want. That ceasefire was then broken, and the Strait of Hormuz was closed 13 hours later.
Whoa. Hold on. They didn't agree to the whole 10-point plan, but they did agree to a ceasefire and a stopping a fire on all ends. Israel broke that ceasefire by attacking Lebanon, which was included in the ceasefire. But Israel said, F that. America wanted to lie to the public about that. But in actuality, yes. And according to Iran and the Pakistani prime minister, Lebanon was included as a part of that ceasefire deal.
Man, And of course, I'm sure his comment section is super supportive. Let's take a look. All right, here we go. Let's see. Wait, let me understand this. The regime is still in place. The uranium hasn't been touched. Neither the missile program nor the support for the armed militias, et cetera, et cetera. As a Christian, how on earth can you possibly support the complete wipeout of an entire civilization? That's asinine. Caved and agreed. They're getting the upsides of the deal. They didn't start the bombing. They wouldn't have shut the Strait down if we haven't attacked. Trump surrendered, LOL. Again, whoa, shocker. Not a single positive comment from their own community in comment section. Yikes. Let's keep moving. All right, next, Dinesh D'Souza. Talk about a guy who's completely burned in. I don't think anybody listens to what he has to say anymore. It says, once again, Trump outsmarts the critics. Once again, he exposes their inner derangement. Once again, he proves he is the adult in the room. Once again, the guy crashing out on Easter, dropping F-bombs, saying praise be to Allah while he threatens the genocide of an entire civilization. That's an adult in the room? Well, I'm sure
crashing out on every podcaster that pretty much says something bad about him. I don't know about that one, dog.
His audience will have some positive things to say. All right, from his own comments. Trump starts a war, then kills people, and then stops bombing and says, look, everybody, I just ended another war. Laughing emoji. He lost. Laughing emoji. Iranian regime is mocking him. So we lost American lives, billions of dollars, and millions of dollars of equipment. All for there now to be a toll paid to Iran to use the Strait. How? Please explain this. Operation Epic Fury is now officially Operation Epic Failure. Oh, no, again, your own audience hates your guts. Whoa, crazy. Isn't this becoming a pattern? Ouch. Officer Tatum says, Trump talks different because he gets results. The kind of language isn't for headlines. It's for pressure. Say what you want, but that's how real leverage works. And of course, 13 hours later, you look like a fucking fool again as the ceasefire breaks and the Strait of Hormuz is reclosed. What a dipshit. Let's see what his own comment section has to say. Geez, dude, are you forbidden from showing any criticism to Trump? Is that part of your deal? How much are they paying you? Geez, all of this means nothing if the Islamic regime is still in power. Iran is still firing missiles and won't stop because Trump got punked. Oh, but wait, we do have one positive comment. Trump wins again with a massive 6 likes. All right, but let's take a look at some news platforms. The New York Post, which is hardcore pro-Republican. The New York Post says, Pete Hegseth says, Iran big.
But all right, let's go on the more pro-Trump platforms here. You know, like our guys over here at Fox News, Jesse Waters. Let's get into it, see what they're talking about. I'm interested.
I
feel like Jesse, I ain't gonna lie.
Fox News alert, the president says if we don't make a deal, it's going to be very painful for Iran. Their negotiation tactic right now, stall.
They'll try to delay and drag this out because
I mean, I'm sorry, but for stalling, guess what? They are remaking missiles. They're making money off their oil and the transit fees. So trust me, I mean, this stall is working out for both sides. I mean, we're transferring more troops over there for I don't know what reason. We're supposed to be discussing peace, but wow, transferring more troops over to the Middle East, that's a bit wild, but whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. This stall, the ceasefire works out for both sides. Iran could build more missiles and drones, and we could stock up on more troops and put more assets out there in the Middle East, which I don't like that we're doing, but this is what we're actually doing right now.
everybody masters at this.
Yep.
I mean, they've been at this for years, and they're excellent at it. And they'll drag it out because they want more pressure on the president not to start again.
Yep.
Because oil prices are down, markets up, people are feeling better, political pressure's off him, and the idea of going back in, you know, would be a very unpopular start for sure.
Bro, gas national average hit like $4, bro. What are you talking about? But anyway, though, shout out to my man Jet. He says Trump can still right this ship because Dems still crazy. Yes, yeah. Trump can still right the ship because Dems are still crazy. You know what? He can still honestly correct his ways, end this war today, start focusing on domestic policies, do something to fix affordability across the board, and he may still have a chance for midterms if he just correct course right now. And for the next 6 to 7 months, just focus on nothing but affordability, because that's going to be the only thing to save him.
Sure.
No, but if he just continues down this path, then I mean, him and the Republicans are cooked. He's going to spend the next couple years of his presidency fighting impeachment, and I'm gonna be real with you, probably crimes, probably legal charges as well. You never know with the Dems; they like to get creative.
He has to do exactly that, but hold to the 2-week deadline.
Iran can't outgun us, so they're trying to outlast us. America's patience is running thin. And so is Iran's grace period.
Yeah, because they've been trying to outlast us. Remember, Iran wins this war not by taking out our military, which is they would never do, never do. But they win this by surviving the onslaught of our militaries. Their regime still staying in place, them still having control of the Strait of Hormuz. If they can sit there and survive our onslaught, and we just say, all right, whatever, and everything's still in place for them, then yeah, they win. Even if we do decimate their military, and if we do not decimate their military, but even if we do decimate their Navy, their Air Force, none of that matters. As long as the regime still stands, as long as they're still got their enrichment, as long as they still got their missiles, they win.
They promised to completely open up the strait, and all we're getting is a trickle.
It's really the unfair side of being on the other end of an asymmetric warfare. It sucks to be us right now, because they got to do so little and the bar is so low for them just to win.
8 hours, only 10 ships have crossed, only 2 of them oil tankers. Before the war, hundreds sailed through every day. And now they want to set up a little toll booth. At first, Trump wanted a cut, but now he's soured on the concept. He said, quote, they better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. Bridge and Power Plant Day made the gay Ayatollah wake up from his coma, and he told his ministers to get a deal done and open the strait. So why isn't the strait open? That's what the president wants to know. Quote, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. The Iranian ministers who cut a deal with Trump, how do they even tell the toll booth operators on Karg Island there's a truce? No one has cell phones. They're hiding in caves. There's no internet.
Actually, there is internet. Yeah, Iran is actually, the internet's on Iran. They've just blocked access to all sites, all websites outside of Iran, because us in Israel were using these websites to track down people and, conduct our strikes, which is within our capability. But yes, so yeah, the internet's not shut down. They can still call people inside of Iran, but calling people outside of Iran that ain't it. It ain't happening. And of course, they can operate websites that are Iranian websites, but they're not allowed to go outside of that. But they're on X, though. Some of them are still able to get on X and all that good stuff.
It's like 10 years after World War II was over. We were still finding Japanese soldiers armed to the teeth on a jungle island. The Ayatollah is just a cardboard puppet. The Guard runs the country. The mullahs are canceled. It's a military dictatorship now. And in order for the generals to survive, they need currency. And they found a way to make money off the strait: oil kickbacks and toll fees. We knocked out their factories, steel and chemical plants. There's mass unemployment. No one's getting paid, and inflation's 10 times worse than Biden's. They lost the war, so manipulating Hormuz is their last resort. It makes America mad, and it makes them money. The gay Ayatollah and his ministers aren't in charge, and they don't have the clout to negotiate with Vance. The IRGC wants
the clout is crazy. They like, man, all right, you know what? Bro, wrong, but I just love the American pride sometimes. He's like, man, they're not even worthy of talking to our vice president. I'm like, you know what? I love the American spirit, but I'm gonna be real with you. Our vice president needs to step in that negotiation room, because I do not trust Witkoff or Kushner for nothing at all. Especially their relationship with the Israelis is quite wild, especially Kushner being a family friend of the Netanyahus. Yeah, don't like that whatsoever. So they shouldn't even be included in these negotiations. So go ahead and throw J.D. Vance in there, please. It's pretty much one of the only guys who was vehemently disagreeing with this war.
The death. They didn't even want a ceasefire. They want to rule from a bunker, meet their 72 virgins. They've been trying to derail talks. They even launched drones at the Saudis. Former CIA Director General David Petraeus says it's going to take some savvy negotiating to get their finger off the trigger and crack open that strait.
It's going to take some real diplomacy.
Oh, yeah, we got about 700 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just go ahead and send in a super chat. I'll be happy to post it at the top of the screen. All right, let's get to it.
Skill to get it back to what it was, which is an international waterway, not controlled by any country and open to all without tariffs and tolls. Iran clearly is able right now, because of its ability to disrupt freedom of navigation, It has some real strategic power out of this, and it's using that, of course, to influence developments in Lebanon and try to protect its proxy there, Hezbollah, to the extent that it can.
The Iranians claim they closed the strait because Israel kept going ham on Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Trump got Netanyahu to lay off the proxy.
I mean, bro, yeah, went ham. I ain't gonna lie, that's the accurate term. I mean, bro, they viciously attacked Lebanon, striking them 100 times in 10 minutes and pretty much causing, well, be real with you, like mass destruction all throughout Lebanon, hundreds killed, thousands injured, all within 10 minutes. That's Israel for you. Oh, and they're doing this because they're trying to, bro, it's not even about Hezbollah. They just want to take southern Lebanon. And Hezbollah is in the way of taking them southern Lebanon. The whole reason why Hezbollah was created was to stop Israel from taking southern Lebanon that they've been trying to do since the 70s. So there's a little bit of history for you. But all right, though, let's go into some of these strikes that are happening in Lebanon. All right, let's get right to it.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلع
يا ماما
All over. 100 strikes, by the way, like I said. Bro, here's the craziest thing. The savage thing about Israel, bro, is that, bro, like I said, when Israel wants you, they'll take out your entire neighborhood. And I mean, bro, they'll take out your neighbor's house if they know that you go to your neighbor's house and you're that target. I mean, I guess you should have never made friends with Jim. Because now Jim and his whole family's dying with yours. And that's just how they operate, bro. I'm pretty sure there was Hezbollah in that area. 1 or 2 operatives of Hezbollah and, 50 innocent civilians got to die. That's just how it works. I mean, that's what they was doing with Hamas. Like, what? About 10 Hamas guys walk into a hospital and they blow up the entire hospital with doctors and patients in it. I mean, it's just how they, sell you war crimes.
He's for now, so we're about to see if the regime's playing games. The president says he's very optimistic that a peace deal will happen and that Iran's leaders talk much differently when they're at a meeting than they do to the press. They're much more reasonable, he says. And the Europeans better man up. The head of NATO is in D.C. He met with the president last night, and Daddy told him he's disappointed. And within days, expects the Europeans to fire up a Hormuz coalition. NATO says they're working on it.
Each country is now looking for what they can do to contribute to this, to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, and for those of you who don't understand, because I know I thought I seen somebody in the chat pretty much say, well, the terrorists like to hide amongst them. And I'm like, yeah, but here's a problem with that. Like I said, this will constitute a war crime. If this strike proportionally affects civilians more than, militants. So let's be real. If you conduct a strike and you kill like 10 Hezbollah, but you killed 100 citizens, that's a war crime. Sorry to tell you that.
Brits, begrudgingly, are saying they'll take the lead.
This war wasn't our war, but my job is to protect the UK. It's already had an impact on the UK, and it's very important we get the Strait of Hormuz open. There's a lot of work to do there.
The British have 2 carriers sitting on the side of the seashore in South England. One's in for repairs. The other's just docked. It's like owning a Lamborghini, but you're afraid to drive it. Same thing with the French. They have a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle. It's just hanging around the Mediterranean. It could be in the Gulf in just a few days. We saved the French twice from the Germans. They can't do mop-up duty in the Strait with Iran's entire navy at the bottom of the sea.
Bro, you tripping. Come on now. And first off, I don't even like how we're doing them right now. We're trying to literally drag them into a war that we didn't even tell them about. And then, like I said, the whole NATO alliance wasn't to drag each other into wars. It was a deterrent from having any other country just attack you. Like, yeah, Russia's less likely to attack you as a NATO country if they know that America's gonna back that country up. That's what it was all about. Not that we can drag these guys into a conflict and they can drag us into a conflict. That's never what this agreement was about. I get leaving NATO because they barely pay their fair share and all this good stuff, and we could save a lot more money just getting out of it. I get that argument, but trying to drag these guys into a conflict is insane. And think about it, a conflict that, well, we started with Israel. We created the mess of the Hormuz, of the Strait being closed, and now we're asking NATO to clean it up. I mean, that's kind of a dickhead move, guys. Let me be real with you. Like, come on now. That's distasteful.
And Italy might be game too. They say, we'll see. Daddy's got to get the kids to move out. They can't live in the basement forever. But if they do, they got to pay rent.
Do you still consider him daddy after yesterday?
Well, on the daddy thing, this is a language problem. In Dutch, you would say, hey, the translation of your father is daddy. And I said, hey, yeah, sometimes daddy has to be angry. So I was not calling him my daddy, but but of course, daddy has also a special connotation. And I now have to live as this the rest of my life.
Europe gets most of its oil from the Strait. So if it doesn't open soon, they might have to ration fuel. Same thing with the Asians. I love our allies, but they're on welfare. And it's ruined their work ethic.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of fucked up to sit there and make these guys go through these, power cutbacks, power outages, all this crazy stuff these countries got to do to save energy, and we're putting them through it. And these countries are our allies, by the way. So, I mean, like I said, it's a bit of a dickhead move to sit there and tell them to clean it up when they're low-key suffering from our actions that we imposed upon them. And if you don't feel bad, watch this.
The world was warned this could happen, and now it actually is. The Philippines just became the first country in the entire world to declare a state of emergency because of fuel shortages linked to the war in the Middle East. This is because a staggering 98% of the fuel that the Philippines imports needs to pass through the Gulf region. And it's not just them. The whole world is now facing its biggest restrictions on fuel since COVID. Slovenia just became the first EU state to begin fuel rationing, so you can now only buy 50 liters max of fuel per day. Meanwhile, the IEA has now advised their 32 member countries, which include the likes of Australia, Germany, Japan, France, and the UK, to implement various fuel-saving measures, including even lowering their highway speeds by 10 kilometers an hour. China have temporarily banned fuel exports to protect their domestic supplies. Australia are facing what's described as a national crisis, where hundreds of their petrol stations are running dry from panic buying and shortages. South Korea have begun considering work-from-home policies and have also introduced price limits for fuel for the first time in decades, along with other countries like Croatia, Hungary, Brazil, and Thailand. Cuba are really struggling this week with numerous countrywide power cuts, only made worse by the fuel shortages. Japan will begin their biggest ever release of oil from their strategic reserves this week. And as for the United States, well, Trump was asked about the Strait of Hormuz, and he said this.
We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2.
I mean, God bless America, but let's not forget, bro, we're fucking a lot of people up with this. And they're our allies, by the way. So let's not forget that as well. Let's not forget our privilege now. And once again, God bless America.
NATO admits we won the war, but they won't help win the peace.
Is the world safer today than it was before the war was started?
Absolutely. Because, and this is thanks to President Trump's leadership, degrading these capabilities is really very important for your and my safety here in the US, in Europe, in the Middle East.
Trump's going to China in a month. If the strait's closed when he lands in Beijing, that's no bueno.
Yeah.
China's going to use that leverage against us.
Yep.
If the strait can't be opened diplomatically, then it's time.
I mean, that's why Trump pushed the meeting all the way out till what? The end of, I thought it was like the beginning of May. It was either the beginning of May or the end of April. But he was supposed to meet him in February. And then, well, after this war popped off, he's like, yeah, I'm going to push that all the way out. I'm like, yeah, I know, because now Iran got leverage. Iran got leverage on us. And I mean, if Iran got leverage on us through the strait, then China does too. And Russia.
Bridge and power plant day. The regime's completely defenseless. In less than 40 days, we used just 10% of our combat power to dismantle one of the largest militaries in the world. In 2 weeks, we'll be rested, replenished, and rearmed. When the ceasefire is over in 12 days, the USS Ford, USS Boxer, and USS Bush will be in theater. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper couldn't be more proud of what these men have accomplished.
Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 40 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. So to all—
And this is what a lot of people don't understand about Iran. Bro, most of Iran's missile capability is underground. So the problem is getting all these destroying all these missile launchers on the surface isn't really doing much. And yeah, according to USA, our own intelligence, US intelligence, they're saying only 33% of their missiles have been destroyed or used. So yeah, I mean, they've been over here preaching 90% since like week 2 of the war. And now all of a sudden in US intelligence come out talking about, yeah, that's not true. We're only at like 33. So yeah, a third of the missiles are gone, not 90.
our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known.
When the Trump team meets with the Iranian delegation in Pakistan on Saturday, they should listen to the Iranian BS, then just walk out of the meeting. And the president should say, Iran still hasn't opened the strait. They're screwing around. Ceasefire's off. Market panics, oil jumps, and the whole world is see the Iranians as unreasonable and causing an economic crisis.
I mean, we wouldn't be here if we never attacked them. I just want to let everybody know this. We wouldn't be here if we didn't preemptively attack them. And I know what you're going to say. So say you're just saying that they're okay with getting a nuke. I'm going to say this slowly for you. Our own intelligence told us that they had no nuclear weapons program. They weren't progressing towards a nuke. We have no proof that they've been enriching their uranium past that 60% to get to 90 to progress to a nuke. And even if they did, we would catch them, just like we caught North Korea in action. But the problem is, when you catch them, you got 2 choices to make. Either try to isolate them or sanction them to stop, or you got to put boots on the ground and take their shit. And I mean, with North Korea, I mean, you can leave that up to your decision. Did we make the right choice or not with them? Well, guess what? We got to retry with Iran. Do we stop them? I mean, do we put boots on the ground over it? Or do we just I don't know, try to sanction them to death? But here's the thing, though. Iran's a little different. One, Iran has a religious law. Well, with their old Ayatollah that says they won't create nukes. And Iran has had enriched uranium since 2021. So if they wanted to build a nuke, I'm gonna be real with you, like before Trump got in office, they had like good 5 years to do so, and they haven't. So, there goes the whole imminent threat of a nuke, because they had all the time in the world and they haven't popped off a nuke. And they had all the time in the world, and they got all the underground bases to somewhat kind of hide it. And even if we'd have caught them, we'd have still been caught up on a decision of going in or not. So trust me, Iran could have had a nuke, honestly, years ago and has not made one. I mean, trust me, bro, if they really wanted a nuke, they could have made that under Biden.
The whole world will turn against them, and they'll be in a worse position than before. And they'll be under so much pressure, they'll have to open up the strait. Be sure to like and subscribe.
All right, guys, let's get a little let's get one more Fox video, man. Gotta give a little Trump glaze here. I know some of my guys in the chat's getting tired of it, but bear with me, man. Bear with me. We spent the first hour getting on Trump's ass. Now we need to go ahead and do a little bit of Trump glazing. I'm just playing. Let's get right into it.
Here we go. 9 o'clock in New York City. The fragile peace, the U.S. and Iran ceasefire holding for now, but the pressure is coming from all sides. This before the vice president, J.D. Vance, leads high-stakes talk over the weekend. Good morning, everybody. We've got a ton to get through.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. Great way to help us reach our goals so we can open up the StreamYard link and have some of you guys come up here and get into Conspiracy Hour, which should be pretty fun. I got a good one. All right, let's get into it.
I'm Bill Hemmer. Buckle up. Here we go today.
Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. I'm surprised it is only Thursday, because it feels like it could be next Thursday. There's been a lot of news, but we are here on America's Newsroom. We're going to take you through it. So these negotiations we mentioned, they're going to take place in Pakistan, and the goal is a diplomatic path forward. Their success or failure could hinge on the Strait of Hormuz. That's the key waterway.
Here's the thing, though. I really don't trust Witkoff and Kushner no more. I just don't trust them. ever since like the last negotiations fell apart and we walked away and both parties walked away telling two conflicting stories. Now we got Steve Witkoff and Kushner going back and telling Trump and Fox News that, oh, they were bragging about their enrichment. They were telling us that they could make 11 bombs tomorrow. Come test our gangsta. I'm like, okay. I mean, that's what Witkoff and Kushner was saying. Paraphrasing, by the way. But what the Omanian foreign minister said, who was there during the negotiations, pretty much said that no, they were pretty much saying that they were willing to give up their nukes. They were willing to, like, not nukes. Sorry, guys, misspoke. They were willing to give up their enriched uranium, give it over, and get it watered down and have no enrichment. They were willing to give up their enrichment to get a peace deal with us so we wouldn't strike them. And apparently we wanted to move the goalposts again to their ballistic missiles, because it's the problem. Whenever Israel tries to, work with us on their nuclear program, we move the goalposts. We move it to their missiles and their proxies. And the problem about moving it to their missiles and proxies is basically, well, I'm gonna be real with you, with the enrichment, we've been saying F your sovereignty. But with the ballistic missiles, that's basically saying F your sovereignty even further, because we're pretty much saying, I mean, you can't really defend yourself. So sorry. And then, stopping their proxies. Well, problem with, them stop paying their proxies is that's not going to stop the proxies. And then also, well, Iran truly believe in the cause of these proxies like Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. Well, yeah, Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. It's funny how they all start with an H.
Path forward. Their success or failure could hinge on the Strait of Hormuz. That's the key waterway that's still closed. Meanwhile, President Trump warning that U.S. forces are ready to resume their devastating strikes unless the regime complies with the deal.
So here was the post from late last night. Here we go. It's a long one. All U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before.
So let's get to it. Trey Ying standing by in Tel Aviv. Let's check in at the White House first. That's Peter Ducey's spot. Hi, Peter.
Dana, good morning. One of the first things that made officials here suspicious.
Hold on, guys. Well, you saying somebody guys say restart your all right, because somebody said the screen was going black. So refresh your refresh YouTube, guys. Because on my side it looks cool, but let me check. Let me double check. Oh God, make sure double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Of that first Iranian peace proposal was that to folks in the West Wing, it looked like something churned out by AI.
The first 10-point proposal was something that was submitted, and we think, frankly, was probably written by ChatGPT that was submitted to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That immediately went in the garbage and was rejected. There was a second 10-point proposal that was much more reasonable.
AKA, I mean, I guess y'all was never taking it serious. And then here's the thing, though. Sadly, Vance, he's kind of lying to us. Either he's lying or maybe he didn't get the memo, but I'm giving grace, and I'm going to say he didn't get the memo. But Iran and the Pakistani foreign minister, who was both involved in this, in this ceasefire proposal, yeah, they both said that Lebanon was included in the deal. So that's two parties out of the three pretty much saying Lebanon was included. One adversary or one enemy and one ally. And I'm sorry, but I mean, at least one of our allies is saying it. So I'm going to go ahead and go with what Pakistan's saying.
That's where we're at. Vance is now on deck for his biggest assignment as vice president so far, leading these peace talks in Pakistan Saturday. President Trump will be watching from the U.S., where he is still stewing about military allies who left us hanging during epic fury. The president writes, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. The man NATO sent to try to keep the U.S. invested in the alliance, Mark Rutte, now talking about his private chat with the president yesterday.
He is clearly disappointed with many NATO allies, and I can see his point. But at the same time, I was also able to point to the fact that the large majority of European nations has been helpful with basing, with logistics, with overflights.
some of the words that
Jason, put
officials
some
here are
respect on
using
my
to
name.
describe epic fury are in the past tense, like an operation that has already met its military objectives. But President Trump still is not going to pull any manpower out of the Middle East until a peace deal is reached or not. Dana?
Okay, Peter, lots still up in the air. Thank you so much. And now let's go to Trey Yingst. He has the latest from Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We just got a new statement from CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, who said Iran suffered a generational defeat, adding the U.S. military achieved all of its objectives. Here's what Cooper had to say.
U.S. forces have paused offensive operations in accordance with the ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present. We remain vigilant, and we remain ready if called.
We remain vigilant, the words there from the CENTCOM commander, as we do have a new statement from Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who said the repeated aggression by the Zionist entity against Lebanon is a flagrant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement and a dangerous indicator of deceit and lack of commitment to potential accords. The coordination of these aggressions.
And like I said, the reason why it caused further distrust with the Iranians, because it's like, bro, we said it to y'all face. We was all right there when the ceasefire proposal happened. We included Lebanon. And for some reason, Israel was getting mad. They were like, oh, we were kept out of it. We're their allies. You know, we started the war. We're beside y'all. Well, why weren't we included? Because, bro, we can't trust y'all for no damn peace deal. Every time we try to get a peace deal, you try to kill the peacemakers. You literally bombed Doha, Qatar, so you can kill the peace negotiator or the negotiator for Hamas. Y'all cannot be trusted. I'm sorry. Well, of course, we're going to leave y'all asses out of it. But then, even if we leave their ass out of it, what they do? Drag us pretty much right back in and embarrass us on the world stage by doing 100 strikes in Lebanon. Why?
Will render negotiations meaningless. Our hands will remain on the trigger, and Iran will never abandon its Lebanese brothers and sisters. Now, the Israelis yesterday conducted dozens of airstrikes against Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah. You can see some of these strikes here in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, specifically the Dakhia neighborhood. The IDF says they took out a top Hezbollah official identified as the personal secretary to Hezbollah's Secretary General, Naim Qassem. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying this yesterday about the operation's goals.
We have more goals to complete, and we will achieve them either by agreement or by renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
Yeah, and you know what? Let me show you what's actually going down on the ground there. Go ahead, man. Who else going to show you what's actually going down on the ground when it comes to this stuff from different angles? Make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video. Here, this is one strike. Next one.
هيا ضربة عنا يا برحصة هيا ضربة عنا يا برحصة.
Jesus. This is all in Lebanon, by the way. All in Lebanon. So yeah. Whole whole neighborhoods, whole apartment complexes, parts of the city decimated. All because of this guy right here. All because of him.
Israel preparing for a variety of contingencies in the days ahead as international attention remains on the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, 4 different vessels were able to pass through this area. According to initial reports, these were not oil tankers, but container ships. Today, there are questions about how many vessels will be able to get through, as Vice President J.D. Vance issued a new warning last night to the Iranian regime.
I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
The vice president speaking very clearly there about the negotiations that are set to take place this weekend in Islamabad, Pakistan. He'll be joined by special envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Bill, Dana.
Trey Yingst, thank you. And now let's get to Bill over at the board.
Okay, we're going to explain a few things, Dana. I want our audience to think about 4 or 5 things on this first map here. Number 1, the country of Oman, and then UAE, and then Iran over here. And in between this area is the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so that's the balance that we look at right now. This is what we believed happened in the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours. April 7th to April 8th. Today's the 9th of April. I count 10, maybe 11 cargo ships and tankers that have gone through the Strait of Hormuz. And what you see in green are those entering the Strait of Hormuz. What you see in yellow is those exiting. On a normal day, before this war started, some 40 days ago, you would have 100 ocean liners going through the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, 24-hour period, it's 9, maybe 10 over that 2-day period, April 7 and April 8, all right? Here is the old track, all right?
I mean, yeah, the only people that's getting through the Strait of Hormuz is the people that's, well, one, paying that fee to Iran, and that is cool with Iran. I mean, the only people that aren't allowed through the Strait of Hormuz is, well, us and our allies.
From the Gulf of Oman, right? Off the coast of Oman, Iran is over here, and then in turn, the tankers would come this way as well. What Iran is doing right now is they're diverting these ships to come closer to its shoreline. We talk a lot about these islands that Iran has, that owns right now. That's like Larak Island. This is Kamesh over here, a larger island. So what the Iranians are doing is they're diverting traffic this way so they can hopefully, they believe, at least they said it publicly, collect that toll in either cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan. That's the strategy on behalf of the Iranians today. We're going to watch that throughout the day and see whether or not that traffic picks up April 9th, April 10th, into the weekend when J.D. Vance and others are in Islamabad. This is what the Israelis did in the meantime, and this is a really good question as to what the Israelis thought this ceasefire was all about, what the Iranians thought it was about, and what the U.S. thought it was about. Everything you see in blue is a strike that the Israelis hit with his Hezbollah targets on the ground in Lebanon. By some reporting now, they went after 100 targets in a 24-hour period. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah. Wild to do that while we're, trying to get a ceasefire. You guys want to go ahead and carry off one of the biggest strikes ever on Lebanon, like one of the biggest strikes in history. Like they broke a record with those strikes, by the way. That's what makes it even more crazy. And we're just kind of looking at Israel sideways right now. Like, are you serious? Like, oh, look, bro, I understand maybe like one strike, but you did 100? I mean, bro, that was unnecessary as hell. Like, why? The only reason I can think of is because you just don't want this ceasefire to happen. You want us to keep going to war with Iran. All right, got it. That's why I think we should back out and let Israel fight them at this point, because they don't want this to stop. So go ahead, like let's let us stop and let's let Israel continue. I think that's fair. It's like it sounds like that's what they want, to be quite honest with you. And I think we should give them it. Let's not be stingy with the action here. Let's pass it a little bit out. Let's give some to Israel. I mean, they should be all right. But all right, though, let's get over to our guy here, Alex Jones. Pretty much responding to Trump's tweet, going off on his ass, on everybody, really. Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all big podcasters, all biggest platforms in the conservative movement. And yeah, all of them are anti-Trump now, or pretty much America first. Because we ain't going to say anti-Trump. We're just going to say America first. Because we still hold the values that MAGA have. But the problem is MAGA's, sadly, willing to sell out if it's Trump. Like I said, no new wars unless Trump does it. Like, oh, immigration's bad until Trump says let it go. So, like I said, what do y'all stand for at this point?
But as bad as he is, as corrupt as he's gotten, the insider trading, all of it, I'm really glad he's differentiating and saying, you're not with me, because I'm not with you. I don't want to be at your cool, corrupt kid, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein class table. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. The left attacks me and says, oh, you admit he was bad the whole time. You made a mistake. No, we got a lot of good done with him. I'm proud of the fact I went through hell to support Trump. But I have integrity, and I will now stand against this new Trump, who by the day becomes more demonic, more twisted, and more sick. Let's go over this crazy Truth Social post. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me.
All right, bro. Disclaimer. I forgot. This is about to be funny as hell, okay? It's either that or the next video I'm going to show you. But this man, Alex Jones, you already know him. He does the most. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get those likes up. And let's go ahead and get the support up, guys. If you've got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to go ahead and send in a super chat. Or you can go ahead and hit me up with a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get into it.
For years. Really, you just had Tucker months ago at the White House saying how great he was, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. I don't support Iran. I don't support the mullahs. The Pentagon on assessment said 92% chance it would fail would be regime change. They closed Strait of Hormuz. You look like a fool, which happened because they have one thing in common: low IQs. He thinks you protest too much, Trump. They're stupid people. Yeah, stupid enough to have your enemies all around you, like Mark Levin, never Trumper. Yep. They know it. Their families know it, and
that did always piss me off, because it's just like, bro, you pretty much threw out the day one loyalists for the people who are literally never Trumpers, like for the people who literally just converted over to you because you just start supporting Israel oh so hard, and you let Israel fill your pockets up. All of a sudden, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and what's that other lady that gave him like 250? Marion Adelson. Yeah, Marion Adelson. You let her fill your pockets up with 200 million. Now all of a sudden they're MAGA? Really? People who are more loyal to Israel than America are now MAGA. Please make that make sense. And then you kicked out all the America First guys: Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. You kicked out all of them. You brought in all the Israel First guys. And they're the stupid people? All right.
Everyone else knows it. He then quotes a fake CNN poll that 100% of Trump supporters support the war. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. You know, when I read this, the crew had a consensus. I talked to them separately. I think Mark Levin and Todd Blanche, the Democrat Party lawyer, wrote this. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television. Oh, the old 79-year-old boomer thinks it's big. Tucker's 10 times bigger. So are we.
We're on television.
They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows. Yeah, Tucker with the highest ratings at the time it was, and aren't even.
Nah, Candace is kind of part of that podcast generation. She was never on. Was Candace ever on television? No, I don't think so. I know Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson for sure, and Alex Jones. I don't think he was ever on CNN, Fox News, or anything like that. He's always been independent media, like the OG of independent media.
Invited on TV because nobody cares about them. That's why you're writing about us. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcast, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. So you have a 70-year-old man living in the 19th century. He's like the 1920s saying, oh, that Henry Ford, he doesn't know anything about it. These cars are going nowhere. Or Krugman at the New York Times, saying, oh, the internet will be like a fax machine, nothing. I mean, this is so boomer. Or I would have won the presidential election in a landslide. Again, because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. All the studies show it was the podcasting bros made you win. MAGA agrees with me. Oh, your fake CNN poll. And just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Oh, yeah, 100%.
I mean, that is hilarious. The fact that Trump believed that 100% approval rating. I mean, let me tell you a rule of statistics. There's no such thing as 100%. I mean, bro, even your hand sanitizer is 99.99%. And I mean, trust me, guys, there's no such thing as 100%. So the fact that he saw 100% and believed it, I was like, bro, you can't be that gullible. Come on, bro. You can't have your head that far up your ass to where you honestly think you got 100% approval rating. Like, all right, maybe if you believe, maybe if you've seen 80, you'd be like, all right, I could see him believing that, but 100? Like, dog, that doesn't make sense. Like I said, even like 95, okay. And apparently, guys, I don't exist no more. So, I mean, there goes me, and there goes the rest of y'all too, who are MAGA, and apparently Trump got 100% approval rating. You're sitting here over here on the side like, well, damn, where was my poll? Like, shit, where was my questionnaire at?
Trump supporters support the war. All the other polls say 85% are against it. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, top ratings when he did, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who's nastily asked me that now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and when hopefully wins lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful than Candace. In fact,
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. All right, bro. Look, Trump. I can't even let you come on now. Like, really? So, do I really got to do this? Do I really got to do this to, like, come on now? I will sit here and show Brigitte Macron, and I will go ahead and hurt all of your eyes. All of you will be devastated after I show Brigitte. So, do I really need to sit here and show that lady? I hope not, because I ain't gonna lie, that is one unfortunate looking woman. There you go. Unfortunate. That's a nice way of putting it.
it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attacks on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims. Todd Blanchard was for sure. Ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers. Hey, Trump, the Paul Weiss law firm, the main one that sued you and came after you, is the one that had the show trials and claimed I did these things I didn't do.
I'm like, it's so funny because he's like, I think Brigitte is way more beautiful than Candace Owens. That line, I mean, like, bro, like, really? Trump, that's your type? Like, come on, Trump. You know that ain't even your type. Like, you know what? I can see why people think she's a man. I mean, I don't know. The hair. It's the hair. It's like, I don't know. A woman never really wears the same hairstyle all the time like that. Like, it could possibly be a wig. You know what? Candace might be right. It's the same damn wig every single time. Like, oh, shit. All right. I'm playing too much into it. All right, let's get back to Alex Jones.
To end the First Amendment. It was to take me out because I was supporting you. So I'm still on air, bigger than ever. All the stuff's being overturned. It came out the CIA and FBI, declassified, ran those operations against me in show trials with HBO. And here you are quoting the Paul Weiss law firm that ran the main lawsuits against you that Todd Blanchard is protecting. But you don't even know that. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN. He just quoted CNN saying he has a 100% approval rating.
Yeah.
The failing New York Times and all these other radical.
Nah, not Alex Jones is breaking it down bit by bit, calling out every contradiction. All right, he's on savage time. He's like, yeah, so you just called it fake news, but you want to go ahead and take their 100% approval rating? Like, make up your mind, dog. Make up your mind.
The left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. Trump. CNN has like 70,000 viewers an hour. I have that on individual radio stations, 400 plus of them. I have tens of millions of viewers, listeners today. I don't care that CNN has jumped on board and has amplified what we're saying. They do that because they know we have credibility with the general public because they're against you. I was not against you until you became a tool of Israel and started promoting nuclear war and total insanity. So you quote CNN saying you have 100% approval rating for the war, then you say they're totally discredited. Again, that's incongruent in your own post. This is idiocy. The failing New York Times and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers.
Shout out to my man Drum King. Sorry, bro. I almost missed it. He said, two wings of the same bird from what I see. I mean, at this point, man, exactly. You know what? I used to sit there and say, I'm like, oh, those are for the doomers who just don't want to participate. And now I'm just like, all right, bro, you got it. You're right. You got it. Yep. You can't trust not one of them. Both ways we were going to get war. The Democrats were talking about war with Russia. We was like, hell no, we don't want that. And now Trump was saying no new wars, no wars at all. And look where we're at. So AKA both sides was going to give us war no matter what we wanted. They was just going to go to war. And apparently they want to feed the war machine more than they want to feed their own damn people. Crazy.
This shows how Trump wants positive press for the corporate media. I don't. They're not MAGA. They're losers trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I couldn't get them on my side anytime I want to. But When they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on the world and country affairs. I've not been calling you. I don't want to meet with you. Trump invited me like 8 months ago to the White House. I didn't go. After a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Taylor Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength, and it's not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world, President Donald John Trump. Down to the left, America was sold out. You were doing a good job on that.
Yeah.
Now your recovery is in great danger with the Strait of Hormuz closed.
No, he ain't lying. I mean, he was doing a great job until the Strait of Hormuz closed down. He kind of effed that up, and now gas prices and energy prices are going up across the board, by the way. So, and let's be real, if we don't end this soon, then we're going to have something, well, called wartime inflation, where these high prices in energy is going to get passed down to our food and other products.
Which you said you didn't care about, but you're like, open the fucking strait. And now you're a laughing stock with what you've done with Iran literally outflanking you and manipulating you. So Trump doesn't want to fight the Democrats. He don't want to speak out against them. He wants to attack his most loyal supporters who want the old Trump and not this new horrible Trump. And that's what this comes down to. So Trump, you've got Lindsey Graham and his bubble wand when he's not stalking kids at Disney World. You've got Laura Loomer, the ultra creep that eats dog food on TV for money.
Damn.
You've got the Israeli operative Jonathan Pollard 2.0 and his sidekick Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I knew things were going left when they gave Laura Loomer a press position at the Pentagon. I was like, hold on. You're giving this insane, bigot-ass racist a position at the Pentagon? Like, I'm sorry, but Laura Loomer is deranged. She cannot help herself. I'm sorry, but if you're like, bro, if you're a Muslim or if you're Indian, honestly, I think she's just an outright bigot and she kind of just wears a mask. I think she's just truly a hateful person. And whoever the base is cool with, she'll play cool. I mean, look what she did with India. Bro, she was going in on India, disrespecting their gods, disrespecting their culture, saying their country smells like crap, which I've heard it does, but we won't get into that right now. Going off on them, going off. And then when India, like that, what was it? The president goes over, shake hands with Israel. They're trying to create a new relationship with India. Oh, now all of a sudden she loves India. Now all of a sudden she's having a speaking engagement in India. And it was funny because Indian people was reading out her old tweets of how, bigoted they were. And it's like I said, Laura Loomer, she's just a hateful ass bitch. And I don't even know why anybody even listened to her, but people are stupid enough to do so. And yes, if you do listen to Laura Loomer, you are stupid. I'm sorry. You just are. It's not my fault. It's yours.
Mark Levin. And so that's good. We rode you as a horse as long as you did good. Now that you're done, we're putting your ass out to pasture. You're done.
I'd rather you listen to Mark Levin than Laura Loomer. I ain't even gonna lie.
You destroyed your legacy.
Crazy.
Massive insider trading on the war, all the rest of it. And I will continue to expose whoever's corrupt, whether it's you or whether it's the Democrats. But in closing, I legitimately think Trump approved of this post, but I think reading it, Todd Blanche and Mark Levin wrote it, because this is exactly everything they stand for, and they are so pissed off, and they are mad that the majority of Americans agree with us that we shouldn't destroy a whole civilization and commit genocide. So that's what this comes down to. And so Trump has finally imploded because of the stress. I believe he has early onset of dementia.
Oh, God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it at the top of the screen or at the bottom of the screen if you're watching horizontal, like my man Drum King. So, yeah, just go ahead and super chat it in, and I'll go ahead and read it out loud for you. All right, let's keep it going.
And so now, more than ever, he should take off some time, but we should pray for him. And if he doesn't get his mind right, we have to support impeachment on the 25th Amendment. It's just that simple. Damn. Trump is now a clear and present danger to this country and the world. He has gone completely insane, and a huge weight is off of me because, I got nothing but lawsuits and hate and hell and attacks supporting Trump. But overall, he was challenging the globalists, so I supported him. President Trump, we've seen so many insane statements from you. You came out last week and said, we don't worry about daycare and Medicare and Medicaid. We don't have money for that. We're a war economy.
Yeah.
The opposite of what you ran on the last 10 years.
Because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars.
Bruh, that's what we put you in there. The no new war president, so we have more money because we're not fighting wars. So we could put it into childcare. And I mean, bro, quit the bullshit. Yes, you can do something about it, but you want to be at war for some reason. Apparently, you're putting this war over childcare. I mean, come on now. Are we going to play stupid and pretty much say that he's not? But said, I mean, like, no childcare good now. No childcare over war, said. Childcare over war. Like, are you know what? You got it.
Emotional damage.
You got it.
We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal.
And it goes on and on and on from there. I'm sorry. I have integrity. I do not support the new Donald Trump, the El Diablo. I support the old Donald Trump. I'm an incredibly loyal person, but he wasn't loyal to his original mission. He wasn't loyal to America, and he became a creature of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and all of his never Trumper enemies are now the courtiers with the madness of King Lear, telling him the lies and worshiping him the way he wants to hear it, and I am not one of those people. God is in control of this planet and the universe, not Donald Trump, not the Democrats, not the Rothschilds, not the Rockefellers, not the deep state. So Trump, you got bigger problems to deal with. Your own wife just came out to distance herself from Epstein because she knows there's blackmail going on.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors.
W First Lady?
Give these victims their opportunity.
I mean, this is the one cared. I mean, shout out. First off, shout out. Shout out to our First Lady. I mean, only if your husband could be on the same type of time. But shout out to the First Lady. And this isn't the first time she spoke out for children. She's the one who sent the note to Putin to release the children that he captured during the Ukrainian war. And he did release those children into custody of, well, the United States and orphan services. Orphanages and all that good stuff. So trust me, she's always been about the children and for the children, and she's proved that through various projects she's been involved in. So W Melania Trump.
To testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Which is crazy.
And it's all coming out. So you can rant and rave at those of us that are loyal Americans and try to blame us for what's happening, but everything happening is to blame on you working with the system. I would never have imagined you'd join with the neocons that were your biggest enemies, like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin. I would never have imagined you bring a Democrat Party.
Yo, shout out to my man Eric. He says, "Is it okay to invest in drone tech?" Yes, it is. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, it is. And we're starting to actually build drone factories as well. So, I mean, if you are investing in drone tech now, it's going to see a boom eventually because drone factories are being built. I mean, there's one being built here in Ohio, where I'm from. Hey, shout out if you're from Ohio as well, or even on the east side. Well, let's see here. Should I invest in drone tech, implement domestic-only policies, and then start an endless war? We all invested in UMAC in 2024, right? I doubt that, but is it okay to invest in drone tech, implement domestic policies only, and then start an endless? Well, you know what, bro? I like where your head is going. That's why I have to read it over, because I'm just like, you know what? A lot of people wouldn't have been that mad if, you know, maybe he'd have worked more on domestic policies, fixed the economy, you know, cleaned up the border pretty well, you know, I would say get the jobs back and all that good stuff. I don't think a lot of people would be too mad if he was at war with Iran. Oh, and if he'd have brought down the debt as well, like let's say, I don't know, like magically he brought down the debt like by like $10 trillion or something crazy like that. I was an American, I would sit there and be like, you want to have this war, man? Go ahead, bro. You earned it. Yo, effing earned it, man. Look, everybody's up. Everybody's doing well. People can afford houses again. Go ahead and have your damn war. I don't care. Like, if that was the case, I might be along with it. Most likely not. But if that was the case and we had all that progress, I would have given it a thought at least. I would still be against it, but I would at least give it consideration.
Lawyer like Todd Blanche to help the DOJ. I would never have imagined you talk about destroying whole civilizations. I would never have imagined you would have done any of this, but you're a new person. And so I am so thankful for you to be very clear that you have nothing to do with us, because I have nothing to do with you. And I will continue, whether it's Republican,
shout out AJ,
or Democrat or anybody else, to oppose their corrupt agenda. The World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, King Charles, Bill Gates, the UN, all of it. I will continue, as I've done for 32 years, to stand against the globalists and be part of this global awakening, this populist movement against the New World Order. And it's so sad to watch yourself in the last mile of this marathon destroy yourself, but that's your choice. And I thank you for making it so incredibly clear that you're in league with Todd Blanche, Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham, Benjamin Netanyahu, and others. And now we'll work to stop a new nuclear war.
Appreciate honesty.
And now we will work hard to stop a new world war that could lead to a nuclear war. And we'll continue to promote the values of 1776 worldwide, because that's been my pledge for 32 years. And that's
all right. But let's get into some more Alex Jones. All right. This was the video where this guy, I'm gonna be real with you. I was laughing. I was crying laughing, guys, because this man, he did too much, but it was too funny.
What an incredible time to be alive. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. I am.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're liking the video as well, guys. So let's make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can pull up here and get those notifications every day. All right, let's get right back into it.
Your host, Alex Jones, coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. All right, there is a lot of confusion going on about what exactly is happening with this 2-week ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Israel said last night that, they're going to keep bombing Lebanon and Iran. And so Iran started shooting missiles back at Israel. And then Fox News spun it that Iran had broken the ceasefire deal. I'm not siding with Iran. I'm watching this happen in live time. It's not debated. But Fox News and others that are pro-war are targeting people that are low information viewers. And it's so ridiculous when you're just dealing with facts and people, not just Fox News, but influencers and people, they want just to believe whatever delusional crap they want. Last night, this morning, oh, look, Jones, you said Trump was about to commit war crimes, and now they made a deal. This is a great victory. Is that why Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin are freaking out? No, this is a terrible repudiation of Israel and the war. Iran has basically gotten everything it wants in the agreement because Trump was desperate to open the Strait of Hormuz. This is a huge black eye to the United States. I'm glad that Trump didn't engage in increased war crimes or, quote, destroy entire civilization.
I didn't think he was going to.
But this thing, 39 days in, is a total and complete disaster, and we have been right about it. But you've got one group of pro-war people saying this is a great victory and everything's fine, even though the ceasefire is already falling apart. You got other people, the Israel First warmonger, Greater Israel lobby, saying that this is a total disaster, which it is, but it's a lesser disaster than Levin last weekend calling for Trump. Well, the Pentagon says it might kill 100,000 U.S. troops to take Iran. Let's just use nukes. And then Trump says, I'll obliterate your whole country, your whole civilization.
Oh, and shout out to my man DVJ. He sent a high five for 100 joules. I appreciate the support, guys. Oh, yeah, and for every 100 joules, I believe that's like $1. So shout out to that one, man. Appreciate it.
It'll never come back. The definition of genocide, experts go, that sounds like nukes. They go, oh, you're crazy. Nobody wants to use nukes. No, you just have part of the Pentagon pushing nukes. You've got Israel pushing nukes. You got Israel top Knesset members and the top deputy of Netanyahu on TV saying days ago, we want to use nukes. When you say we'll destroy your whole civilization in one day and you'll never come back from it, what is that?
I mean, yeah, low key.
And the Pentagon's like, oh, we got things worse than blowing up your bridges and your power plants. Well, what is it? Well, we're not going to tell you. But believe me, you don't want to know. And J.D. Vance saying the same thing. So I shot a video this morning at 7:30 and posted to X and said the ceasefire is not holding. This is a major strategic defeat for the United States. We were induced into this by Israel, but it was the lesser of evil decisions that could be made.
Wait, what?
And then the average American can't even figure out what's real because Trump's all over the map.
Yeah.
And we also have...
I mean, shoot, bro, people like last night, everybody thought the strait was open. People didn't even get the news that Israel broke the ceasefire. Like, y'all didn't understand that probably until today. There's probably people who still think that the Strait of Hormuz is open, but no, it is now being restricted by Iran. Actually, it's always been restricted by Iran since the beginning of this conflict. Since the beginning, guys. And a lot of people a lot of people don't even know the history behind this war and how this goes all the way back to the 50s. And it's usually due to the fact that, once again, because of our interference in the Middle East. I promise you, we'd have just kept our hands out of the Middle East. We wouldn't even be dealing with the Ayatollah right now, believe it or not.
Of Trump now saying, oh, the deal that Iran put out that we say we agreed to, we didn't really agree to that, but we've got another deal, but we can't let you see it. I mean, what? This is disastrous mismanagement. But there's still time to correct. We'll be right back. Stay with us. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. I am your host, Alex Jones, coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. Now, on this transmission, you are going to get the facts. This morning at about 7:30, I posted to X what I believe was going to happen. I said the ceasefire is going to probably fall through. Trump will start saying that the agreement he made with the Iranians isn't the real agreement, because that's what he's done in the past. Israel's not going to stop. They already said that last night.
Yep.
And then when Iran strikes back, the media will say that Iran's broken the ceasefire. And because the general public is so low information and so politically, militarily illiterate, everyone will just run around and argue about what's happening when we know what's going on. So here's the facts. And I don't say this with pleasure or enjoyment, because this is the tree I was born in. This is the tree I live in. The rest of the world's got major problems too. I am all in on America and want us to succeed. And having Israel tail wag the dog and get us into this 38 days ago, 39 now. We predicted everything would happen. It had been war game by all the major war colleges, by the think tanks. We knew a spectrum of bad things that were going to happen that go from bad to worse. And a 1 being, bad but not too bad, and 100 being the end of the world nuclear war, this has escalated up to about a 50 right now, okay? And when Trump came out and said we have a deal and oil prices dropped the most ever, 24% in just a few hours, the temperature went down from 50 to about 30. But as soon as the ceasefire falls through, it's already happening, and the strait gets closed again, which Iran just did minutes ago, confidence is lost and oil will go up even higher.
I mean, it's on the rise right now.
And again, that is the basis of all inflation, and we are already in an inflationary crisis globally, and Trump's recovery plan is based on that. So here's the summation. I'll go unpack all the facts and show you all the clips. This makes America look extremely weak. This endangers the dollar. It empowers our enemies. And so people say, well, then why did Trump capitulate? Which he did. I'll go through it. Because the other alternative of keeping the strait closed is even worse. We were put into a war designed as Great Reset 2.0, as COVID 2.0, to wreck the recovery, discredit MAGA, discredit populism, discredit nationalism operating on its own, to put the globalist New World Order back in charge. That's at the top 100,000-foot view. And then it goes down from there. Israel has its interests, wants a greater Israel, wants to knock out its enemies, but up higher with the Rothschilds and the central banks and BlackRock, they were the final reason the U.S. went forward with this, and the Saudis wanted it as well. And so now we are in a disaster. Now, Nick Fuentes says, and I'll play a clip coming up, that we've lost the war. Well, if we can pull out of this, we got a bloody nose, but we haven't lost the war.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just go ahead and super chat it in. Appreciate the support, and let's keep it going. Because he's cooking. He's cooking right now.
But the longer we stay in, and the longer Iran holds on, and the longer Iran wins a war of attrition and keeps the Strait of Hormuz closed, with riots already starting in Ireland and Southeast Asia and everywhere, with oil running out, Australia, and all that comes with that, Trump either totally escalates with giant ground invasions and nukes, because that's the only way to escalate past this, as Mark Levin and others in Israeli TV are calling for. That's how this works, in escalation. That top general's on to explain it to you. And as this escalates, you either escalate into full, absolute, total war, and the Pentagon says it'll kill at least 100,000 U.S. troops to take the country. And so Mark Levin says last weekend, we have the clip, well, let's just nuke them. You see, and that's Trump's brain on this. But Trump over a week ago began to wake up to the fact that this was a trap, and even made fun of Levin publicly and said, well, you're bad, you're an evil person, you give me bad advice, but you're nice to me, so I listened to you, even though I probably shouldn't have. Remember that clip I played about 10 times? And I'm talking people that are talking to Trump, that are in the cabinet meeting. Susie Wiles is freaking out. Vance is freaking out. Trump's screaming at him, saying, no. He told Tucker Carlson 2 weeks ago, Tucker said, this is going to be a disaster. You're being set up. You got to get out of this. He said, it's going to be okay. And he said, how do you know that? Tucker told the New York Times this. And he said, well, everything always goes good for me.
Which is wild to say.
That's not really the case. But Trump perseveres, has good backers. So God has pulled us through on these things. But you can't always.
And if you're new to the stream, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. And let me describe the video. Guys, this is pretty much a reenactment. Because like I said, the article that was released pretty much wrote a script on all the arguments that was laid out by every person in Trump's circle when it came to the Iran war. So enjoy the clip. Quick little 2 minutes.
All right, BB, what do you got for me? Mr. President, the time is now. The Iranians are weak, and a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. Our intelligence says Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. We can kill their leaders, and they'd be so weak and they could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. And the likelihood of them landing blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries is low. How would we effectuate the regime change? Street protests inside Iran would begin, and with the help of Mossad, we would foment riots and rebellion. Iranian Kurds could also assist. Mr. President, this is the time. Thanks, BB, for your presentation. My team and I will discuss. Can we get our intelligence people to look into this? We have broken down Mr. Netanyahu's presentation into 4 parts. 1, decapitation, which is killing the Iranian supreme leader. 2, crippling Iranian capacity to project power. 3, a popular uprising in Iran. And 4, regime change. It is our assessment the first 2 objectives are achievable with American might, while the 3rd and 4th parts are detached from reality. Just to summarize, Mr. President, regime change is farcical. In other words, Mr. President, it's bullshit. I would say regime change could happen, but it shouldn't be considered an objective. Yeah, I would advise against all this greatly. General Kane, what do you think? Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. Okay, got it. Regime change would be their problem, but if we do this, it would be to kill their leaders and decapitate their military. Mr. President, any major campaign against Iran would drastically deplete our stockpiles with no clear path to replenishing. The Strait of Hormuz is also a real risk. Really? I think the regime would capitulate before it came to the Strait. I'm thinking this could be a very quick war, just like the 12-day war in Venezuela. Mr. President, I think we should do it. I'm more ambivalent. I don't think the Iranians will agree to a negotiated deal, but I prefer a campaign of maximum pressure pressure rather than a full-scale war. I have concerns, but I defer to others on this topic. I think this is the worst idea ever, and I prefer no strike, but if we're going to do it, it should be limited. I think we're going to do it. If that's so, use overwhelming force so our objectives are achieved quickly. Yeah, I hear you. Hold on, Tucker Carlson's calling. Hello? Mr. President, don't start a war with Iran. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay. How do you know? Because it always is. All right, team, we got a new piece of intelligence that the Iranian Supreme Leader will be at an above-ground meeting with other top officials wide open for an air attack. I think we have to do this. Thoughts? Well, Mr. President, here's what the attack will look like from a military perspective. You know I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you. If you feel this is needed for America's national security, go ahead. It is pretty rare to have the Iranian Supreme Leader and other top leaders in a gathering spot we can strike, so if you define regime change as just killing the Supreme Leader, we can probably do that. The plan put forward is legally permissible. But what's your personal opinion? I'm a Marine veteran, sir, who knows people killed by the Iranians, so if Israel intends to proceed regardless, we should go ahead. Mr. President, this would be a public relations nightmare. The American people voted for you partly for no new wars. It's your decision, Mr. President, and the press team will manage it as best as we can. We have to take care of the Iranians eventually, might as well now. There's many risks, but if you order the operation, we will execute. If our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it, but if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve. All right, we're doing it.
I mean, the funniest part about that is the whole redefining of regime change. That's hilarious. And somebody wrote, Iran broke the ceasefire. No, Israel broke the ceasefire. It was Israel. All right.
Just expect it. Just because you've had success most of the time, you're always going to have it in the future. So that's where we are. And Vance was over in Hungary. He was the one getting this deal done. Trump saw the $150 oil. All his economists said, sir, if this even continues a week, the global economy is going down. And so Trump said, fine, make a deal. And I was told last night by people involved in it, I'll just leave it at that. I got a call before it even got announced by an insider with Vance that, hey, we got the deal. It's about to be announced. If you want to get ahead of it, and I was driving, and by the time I got home, it boom, popped up. I got it like 10 minutes before. And they said, look, Trump has agreed to this, and he has.
Hey, man, and shout out to Dr. Luke the GOAT, man. Oh, and shout out to all the supporters and the members, man. Appreciate you guys. Mod, you guys too. Y'all been doing y'all job. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's get right into it.
Hasn't even seen it.
Remember for a month.
And I'm sitting there about 8 o'clock at night or whatever, thinking, I shoot a video on this. And I'm gonna wait. But the point is, here's Trump now today, just an hour ago, saying he hadn't even seen what they're claiming he agreed to, and that he has his own agreement. So that's how crazy this is.
No communication, really.
That's why there's a constant flip-flopping and all this going on.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get to 300 likes so we can do that by double tapping that screen and liking the video.
So the deeper we get in, the worse. As I said at 7:30 this morning in my first report on this, I think that this is going to degenerate. The ceasefire will fall through, and then the war will then get worse, and I think Trump will then double down, and Israel will double down if we don't put massive political pressure on them. And the White House is admitting, Tucker Carlson, myself, and a bunch of other prominent people going after Trump had a huge effect with the base. Most of the military is telling Trump it's a bad idea. It gave them a lot of support. Susie Wiles, I told you 2 weeks ago, was asking members of the cabinet to push back on Trump. Then she leaked it to the news last week. So there's a lot of people trying to get Trump's brain out from under the control.
And the funny thing is, like, the one time Susie Wiles come clutch. Other times she's just pretty much making Trump work for the corporations. But the reason why she's trying to push Trump out of, war, because war is bad for business, it's bad for these corporations. The corporations are on Susie Wiles' ass, like, yo, what the hell's going on? We about to lose money through these increased energy prices. Get this man to stop. And Susie's like, okay, I'll see what I could do. And she can't do much, sadly.
Benjamin Netanyahu and his little wizard over there, Mark Levin, that literally was controlling Trump's brain. And Trump said so in repeated posts. This is what I think. Listen to him. That was 2 weeks ago. Last week, oh, you're a really bad person, really evil. I shouldn't have listened to you, but you tell me I'm great, so I did. I mean, it's like stream of consciousness craziness. So that is the facts. I got a bunch of clips I want to go to right now. But Israel announced last night, Netanyahu, there's video. He said, we're not stopping. We're going to keep hitting Iran. We're keep hitting Lebanon, and just some of the biggest bombings yet. Iran fires missiles back all over Fox News, Hannity, Why are they shooting missiles? They broke the deal, even though Israel had just announced they were going to intensify attacks. And again, Fox just can't help but manipulate its viewers. Just can't help but think we've got stupid viewers.
Like, no, they can't help it. It's like, it's kind of wild. It's like, I'm sorry, but are you not going to sit there and admit that, yo, the Pakistani prime minister said that, yes, Lebanon was a part of that ceasefire deal. And the fact that Israel attacked Lebanon was one of the biggest strikes ever, pretty much shown the disrespect that they have towards us and the ceasefire deal and all of our efforts to get towards it. So, yeah, when are we going to put a leash on Israel? Because, bro, the reason why the ceasefire didn't happen is because of Israel, and they're the ones who broke the ceasefire. Not Iran, not the U.S., but Israel.
We've got idiots watching. Let's lie to them. Now, Iran came out about 2 hours ago and said, yeah, the ceasefire wasn't abided by. And Vance had said Israel was going to stand down. They didn't. So we're reclosing the strait. And we're going to continue attacking. So basically, there is no peace deal. Trump just agreed to something he hadn't even read so that it would make oil drop, which it did, from $150 a barrel to $98 a barrel. A $52 drop overnight. Now, what's going to happen when it becomes clear to everybody and the dust settles that the war is still going? Will Trump stop his, we'll destroy your civilization, you'll never come back, we'll blow up your water plants, genocide talk? War crimes talk? Because that's what caused the backlash. And a bunch of Republican senators saying, hey, buddy, when you do stuff, you can't call it a war crime, you got to call it something else. We're all for blowing them up, and you don't give the definition of it and say I'm going to commit a crime. I'm going to rob a bank, and I'm going to shoot the tellers when I go in. I mean, it's bad guy stuff. It's super villain Marvel comic. Give it to my demands or I'll destroy your planet. I am from the Bagugian Empire. I am from Cyclonia. I am from Mars. I am here. You take me to your leader. You have 1 hour to capitulate till we destroy the planet.
Done.
Tell me where the rebel base is or I'll destroy your home world of Alderaan.
Compare him to Darth Vader is crazy.
And here's Trump. Numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the US-Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, like the official Iranian government. And then Vance puts it out and says, yeah, this is the agreement. Charlatans and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group, meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. We were told the agreement was done. We were told they agreed to open the strait, which they did. We were told all this. We were told it was done. Now it's a negotiation. Go back to it. They will be rapidly exposed. How about CNN? After our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. These are the points that are the basis of which we agreed to a ceasefire. It is something that is reasonable and can easily be dispensed with. It is very much like fake news CNN last night, headline of source that had no authority to write a letter claiming great authority, President Donald John Trump. This was given to CNN. They report by Vance's delegation. The Iranians put out the same thing. We heard it was a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire didn't hold. Now what are oil prices going to do? Yeah, people are going to wait and see. They'll probably stay where they are. And now, when this falls through, and I think it will, wars are like black holes. They suck everything into them. It's very hard to stop them once they're started. I hope I'm wrong. But I think there's a 98% chance that within 2 weeks, it's even worse than it was yesterday. And a very good chance Trump's going to double down back to his old Tyrannosaurus Rex, terrible tyrannical lizard behavior. That's what it means in Latin. And we're going to be there. Unless the public puts pressure and sane minds reach out to Trump, which did get him to listen. That's being admitted to. So don't think your voice doesn't count. when the neocon bots call you a traitor and an Iranian agent or whatever, because you're like, no, you can't destroy world civilization. No, you can't make sure they never come back. Remember, we're trying to liberate these people. No, Israel drug you into this and told you to be over in 4 days. They lied. And then you have the other people that again, are running around celebrating. The classic little talk radio hosts and, influencers that just regurgitate pure bull. And they're just like devastating 25 trillion, quadrillion, zillion, bagillion chess beyond God's mind. Trump got them to agree to everything by threatening to kill them all. Great genocide threat. Jones, you're an idiot. See, we were proven right. Incredible.
Thanks, guys. What I meant to say was that actually, no, Israel did break that ceasefire, as you see. They're pretty much saying, insist that Iran ceasefire doesn't apply in Lebanon. But according to Iran and Pakistan, yes, Lebanon did apply in those in the ceasefire. Actually, Yemen, Lebanon, and Gaza applied in those ceasefires because those are where, well, the proxies of Iran live at.
Everything by threatening to kill them all. Great genocide threat. Jones, you're an idiot. See, we were proven right. Incredible. Midnight Hammer, it's over. No war with Iran ever. You were wrong when you said last summer that this would just lead to an expanded war very soon. No, you're wrong. We're right.
And if you actually read the proposal, Iran did say that, yeah, you're going to stop attacking us and our allies in the area. Like, that includes their allies like the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Like, come on now. Let's not play stupid.
Incredible. The war is over and Iran gave us everything.
Smarter than that.
Meanwhile, Iran, if you see the agreement that Trump nebulously says is inaccurate, got everything it wants. And yep, it just came out. Iran state media says Strait of Hormuz is closed again. Iran has suspended the passage. Put it back on screen, please. This is the government of Iran has suspended the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israel strikes in Lebanon. The IRGC's Fars News reported earlier today 2 oil tankers were able to transit the strait with permission from Iran.
Hey, it's right here. Shout out. Yeah, breaking. Iran has suspended passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. The IRGC's Fars News reports earlier today 2 oil tankers were able to transit the strait with permission from Iran. So, I mean, this kind of proves that Iran didn't just capitulate and just run for a ceasefire. They were just being reasonable with us. And then also, like I said, here's the problem. We knew that Lebanon wasn't, like, Israel knew that Lebanon was involved, okay? They knew that. And if you don't know, do you even know why Israel is attacking southern Lebanon? Because you know that they're breaking a ceasefire. They're not supposed to be attacking Lebanon. They were under a ceasefire with Lebanon, specifically with the Houthis. So not the Houthis, but Hezbollah. So the fact that they're even attacking is a violation of the ceasefire that they signed. But I mean, we all know Israel don't care about ceasefires. Shoot, sometimes they break them before they even start.
Iran, far stated. And Trump will call that a gift. They're probably Chinese. We're doing a deal. They gave us 10 tankers. They gave us 2. We got the oil. Big victory, big prize, fruit basket, some nice summer sausage in there, some chocolate candies, and some coffee, and some spiced tea.
I'm crying.
Nice basket. Gonna give them another 2 weeks. Okay. So that's where we are. I'm going to go over the plan that the New York Times got from the delegation and from the Iranians, from the U.S. and from the Iranians. Oh, Mark Levin's saying more things about me. Yeah, Mark Levin was calling for these Blaze reporters that are warning about the war to all be fired. And I said, yes, fire and bomb anyone you don't agree with. When you die, you're going to share a jail cell in hell with Hitler. And then says Goebbels, that's the Nazi propaganda minister, I could see you as a camp guard, you disgusting slob. Have you paid your bills yet, deadbeat? You mean the fake CIA, FBI-run show trials that'll be overturned by the Texas Court of Appeals? There he is defending the left's war on free speech and calling me a deadbeat and a slob. Hey, buddy, I did hundreds of sit-ups.
Yeah, and here's the crazy thing. Like, you know, there's anti-Semitism laws in Florida, right? Like, there's literally violations of, they're like, what was it? It's a whole violation of our freedom of speech, pretty much saying that, what, if you protest Israel, if you speak bad about Israel or Jewish people, you can get hit with a punishment for that. So, MAGA, where are you guys speaking out against that? Like, it's a whole violation of our First Amendment, and I have not heard one MAGA influencer speak out against it. Now, I spoke out against it multiple times. Actually, I damn near gave a round of applause to Zoran Mandani when he struck down the anti-Semitism speech laws in New York City. I had to clap it up for him because he's standing up for the First Amendment. Unlike our so-called pro-Americans, pro-American MAGA won't stand up for the First Amendment when it comes to Israel for some reason.
And push-ups today and lifted a bunch of weights. And I hiked 5 miles yesterday, and I am not a fat slob. I mean, what is this thing? I am a fat slob? I've been overweight and kind of slobbish before. You look like dandruff on the ass of a possum or something that crawled out of Satan's butt. I mean, I love, like, can you argue with something I said? I responded to him saying, fire this Blaze reporter that criticized the war. Fire this piece of crap, this slob, this garbage, get rid of him. And meanwhile, he's like, blow up and kill everybody we disagree with in the Middle East. I respond with real facts. You want to fire people and bomb people you disagree with, and you're going to share a jail cell in hell with Hitler. And his response is, you're a fat slob, deadbeat that won't pay the Democrat Party their $1.5 billion fake judgment.
So,
oh, yeah, he was an ever-Trumper back when Trump was getting sued by the same people, the same law firms. He supports the same law firms. I bet that slob can't even wipe his ass. I mean, look at him. It's like a raccoon or something.
I'm done.
It's just, but he's so pissed. I got clips of him coming up. Oh, he's so mad. He was calling for Trump. Well, if the military says we'll lose hundreds of thousands of troops invading, they'll die, then use a nuclear weapon. Yeah. So I love having Mark Levin because he attacks me a bunch. I can't keep track of it. I'll just be going around through X reading news articles, and it's just like Mark Levin attacking me, Mark Levin attacking me, Ben Shapiro attacking me. I love it because you're Jonathan Pollard. You're an Israeli intelligence asset, in my view. You certainly operate just like one. You're a propagandist. You're the guy that writes the propaganda for Sean Hannity. So you're the mouth of Sean Hannity. You're the voice of Sean Hannity, or he's your mouth.
Oh.
So,
bro,
you're the propagandist, pal.
Hey, no, I see getting personal.
Who's the point man on negotiations? Who cut out our ally? Who has fought by our side? Unlike most NATO countries.
Who drug us into the Iraq war with lies? You. I mean, who said if we took out Saddam, there'd be positive reverberation throughout the Middle East? You. Who said we also need to take down Gaddafi in Libya? Yeah, Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and also you as well, Mark Levin. So please, shut your dumb ass up, because Israel dragged us into wars but don't want to fight them. And like just like they did with Iran. Israel, what was Israel trying to put boots on the ground with Iran? No, they told us that they couldn't do it. But for some reason, we were ready to.
So last night and today, he's like, oh.
I'm weak. The petty in the internet streets is getting wild. It really is, though. It's like, bro, what did Megyn Kelly call Mark Levin? Micro Levin or something. And then Mark Levin came, micro penis Levin or something, though. Something like that. And then he came back called her Deep Throat Kelly. I was like, oh, I ain't gonna lie, he kind of cooked her on that one. I was like, he's like, the things that I've heard. I was like, oh, you saying this on X in the public? Okay.
Oh my God, I've got the plan. He got it from Israel too. It's the real plan. That is a major defeat from what Trump wanted. Unconditional surrender. Okay, you can have your uranium if it's not enriched this level. We have inspectors. Okay. Reparations. Okay, you can control the strait and charge $2 million per ship. You get $1 million, another country gets another $1 million. That is a major defeat. But it's okay, because continuing deeper into it will be a bigger defeat. You got to know when you've been hoodwinked, Trump. You got to know when you've been scammed by the Israel lobby and the weird Christian Zionist fruitcakes, Pastor Hagee. Yeah, there it is. There will be no deal. Let me say it in the great and powerful laws. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies, Israel, and partners, will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future.
Bro, this man. I'm sorry, bro. This is crazy. I was like, hold on, bro. Why did he turn up to read this tweet, man? That's wild. But shout out to Alex Jones. He made it entertaining. Oh, guys, he made it to 300, so appreciate you guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, guys, and also make sure to double tap that screen if you're feeling the stream. Appreciate it.
Make Iran great again. MAGA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
Nah, not the hey, yeah.
That was back on March 6th, a month and 2 days ago. Aged very well. Then we got this. Let's do this in Darth Vader's voice. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change.
Hey, yo. Okay, hold on. So let's take that back. This man read it in the Darth Vader voice. Hold up. And I ain't gonna lie, his Darth Vader impersonation is like low-key on point. Shout out Alex Jones. He made this too funny. Oh, God. I can barely give a
That was back on March 6th, a month and 2 days ago. Aged very well. Then we got this. Let's do this in Darth Vader's voice. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the people of Iran! And then he basically gives them everything they want. And then that's embarrassing, so he pulls back from that. Oh, I got the stock market back up.
I'm sorry, that was a little too extra, but it was so extra, it was funny. It was like, bro, you didn't have to do all that, but that was freaking hilarious. Shout out Alex Jones, because it's funny how he gave it such a more serious tone when he read it in the Darth Vader voice. It's like, damn, that do sound hella menacing when you put it in that voice. I mean, am I wrong?
Got the oil down. Okay, now the war's not over, and now there's no peace deal, and now Mark Levin is back in charge. The midget riding master blaster. Remember, I use the analogy months ago. Everybody uses it. It's a popular meme. Type into X. Trump and Israel Master Blaster meme. That's beyond Thunderdome. It's a little engineer midget, or dwarf actually, that sits on like this 7-foot tall, giant, mentally retarded man. And so they decide who runs Bartertown, but who can win the gladiatorial games. Well, he's got the Master Blaster is the two together. Who runs Bartertown? Master Blaster runs Bartertown. And here's Trump, and walking over, a little elf outfit, little demonic flying monkey outfit. I want Trump.
Nah, shout out to my man Jet. He says, first the Bane voice, now Darth Vader. Chill, Alex. No, literally, bro. It's like this man's about to start with the Joker laugh next. Like, God damn, Alex. Okay, I get it. I get it. The tweet was menacing. Okay, we get it.
Trump is the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz with the neocons as flying monkeys. Give it to me. But there's Levin. He's right now climbing back up the back of Trump. He had to stop and have a few dingleberries first, but a little snack, little sustenance, little kosher sustenance. But now he's climbing. He also did a little moil service on Trump. You need to update on your circumstances. See a little moil work on Trump. Then he climbed up, had a few dingleberries, and now he's climbing back up to his perch atop Trump. I know you're the big health guy. You're way better shape than I am. I asked. I've seen you working out with the Liver King. You say you've taken everything before. I want you to take our.
All right. Let's go ahead and go over to our guys over here at PBD. Oh God, don't worry. I know. He like, but said PBD, they're just gonna glaze Trump. I know, but I like to listen to both sides. What can I say? Hey, man, it's a real freedom of speech platform. I don't care what side you on, left, right, in the middle, up in the air, down below. I don't really care where you're at with it. Hey, you can say what you want here, and we listen to whoever. But all right, let's get right into it with our guys over there at PBD. This is gonna be frustrating, but all right though, let's get into it. Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send in a super chat or a gift, or if you know, like I said, if you just want to support the show, which would be much appreciated. But all right, let's get right into it.
I think the first story we're up to get into is the ceasefire. So last night, 2 days ago, matter of fact, let's go with the 2-day sequencing. First, the president tweets on Easter the following thing. Rob, go to the Easter one, because the Easter one is what pissed off a lot of different people. So this is Easter's tweet that the president puts up. He gets out there and says, Tuesday will be power plant day, bridge day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise to Allah. At least he's giving credit to their, praise be to Allah. Donald J. Trump. Tucker Carlson reacts to this with a video that went viral. Everybody reacted to it. What is this all about? Tucker's right. Tucker's not right. Why would he say such a thing like this? Here's Tucker. Go for it, bro.
You think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself, and we should never mock that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm with Tucker though. I don't like the mocking of Christians. I don't like the mocking of Muslims. I don't like the mocking of like Jews. I really don't. Now we can have we could poke fun, but if you legitly hate Christians, if you legitly hate Muslims, if you legitly hate Jews, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't rock with you on that note. I'm like, hold on there, but we can make jokes about them. But you legit hate them? Yeah, I can't rock with that. So yeah, ain't no hate this way. But apparently, sometimes to be in MAGA, you got to hate Muslims too. If you don't hate Muslims, you ain't MAGA. Am I wrong? That's why I chose America first.
Because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith.
Okay,
the biggest
so you can posit that. And obviously, the folks on X went to town. Tucker's right, Tucker's wrong. Then they played the greatest hits in the past of Tucker criticizing Islam and saying, hey, what happened to you? Did you switch? Did you not? So the president, here's the message coming from the market. And you would think the next day the president would get a little bit more softer. And then this is what he says the following day with his tweets. And everyone's like, Pat, how come you don't react to this? This is not how a president speaks. Rob, if you want to pull up the wild one, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail.
Which is wild to sit there and say that. I mean, first off, no, we don't got regime change. Total regime change would mean that we're dealing, I don't know, basically we got the Shah in there. We got that guy, Revlahi, or whatever the hell his name is. What was it, the son of the Shah? Yeah, we'd have him in there if we had total regime change. But because we got more radical, like, mullahs, more radical hardliners, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, that's not regime change. Actually, we might have strengthened the regime, if anything. Think about it. We killed all the moderates, and now we got nothing but hardliners. That sounds like we strengthened the regime. Like, oops.
Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So then that phrase got people reacting, saying, who in the history of mankind has ever said a whole civilization will end tonight? Which civilization? And people started speculating. Is it Iran? Is it this? Who's he talking about? Anyway, so that happens. And then it leads to the ceasefire, which the call happened yesterday based on a conversation with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Federal Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives.
And here's the problem. He's like halfway telling the truth, because he's right. It's supposed to be a double-sided ceasefire. But here's the thing, though. That includes Israel, because Israel jumped into this war with us. So, yeah, it's called the U.S.-Israeli-Iran war. Why? Because apparently Israel dragged us into this. So when they said both sides, yeah, on our side is U.S. and Israel, and on their side is Iran. So the fact that Israel popped off and attacked Lebanon, yeah, that broke the ceasefire. And it shows that we can't control our junior partner, which is wild.
Objectives, and we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated on behalf of the United States of America. As president, also represented countries in the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. And then, of course, thank you for your attention to this matter. While this happens, minutes after this tweet happens, there's attacks. Iran attacks, I believe, bombs Israel. Israel attacks them. Jesse Waters retweeted a clip saying minutes after this was tweeted, and everybody reacted. Is the ceasefire going to happen? Is it not going to happen? I have my own strong thoughts on this. Is this it, Rob, that was shown?
Yes, sir.
Go for it. This is minutes after the president tweets that. Go ahead.
Well, Jesse, as anticipated, the sirens are now wailing over Tel Aviv, indicating that another missile is inbound. And it looks like those bright lights in the sky are the missiles. And it looks like you can see an interceptor that is in hot pursuit of the missiles. And it's always quite dramatic when you see those interceptors going after it. And these ones might disappear behind our building here, and we're going to lose sight of them. But they're still quite lethal and coming into Tel Aviv. And I didn't see an interception in this case. Should be able to hear it in a second or so.
You can pause it right here. Okay, so that's that. That's happening. So people are getting keep the ceasefire, all this other stuff. I'll pause here because we got a lot of other things that we'll get into with this here. Tom, your thoughts from the comments, first comments, his second comments, Tucker's comments, and then obviously the ceasefire today. And then Colin, I'm going to come to you next.
Well, I think basically what happened over Easter weekend is President Kaiser Sose, Trump, really played a Kaiser Sose moment. And he's been negotiating this. He's had Witkoff negotiating this. Vance was in Budapest talking to Viktor Orban, which I think is very interesting because I think that's like a center point there between Putin, Ukraine, and this on both sides of it. And Orban can also talk to the Iranians. So what do I think happened? I think that perhaps Iran blinked. All of a sudden, we heard that they made a comment in a positive direction on nukes after he's saying, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this. And the Kaiser Sose principle says the other side has to think that you're 1% crazier than they are so that they become nervous. And there's a lot of commentary that went around when Reagan was elected that there were people inside the Iranian government at that time, and it was an early government. It hadn't been around for 50 years. It was the now volatile government, but they actually thought Reagan was bonkers. They thought he was insane and willing to use, nukes and things, and that got the hostage crisis moving. So I think what happened is,
yeah, but why did that even happen? Like, can we bring it back to the beginning, to the 50s, where all the Iranians were trying to do was to make their resources work for themselves. They democratically elected a president to go in there and get them a better deal on their oil. Us and the Brits told them, hell nah. They voted the guy in. He starts giving them a good deal on their oil. And then we come in, overthrow that guy, put in the Shah. He's an authoritarian. He got a secret police, and he's selling out their resources to us and the Brits. And that's what we did to them, right? So they eventually start a revolution, get the Shah out. We bring in Khomeini. We actually greenlit Khomeini. Like, well, the Brits were suggesting him, like, look, we got the Ayatollah out here in France. We can go ahead and bring him in. He'll do a good job. And we didn't really know him too much. We just said, whatever, bro. We're just going to go with what you're doing. And yeah, we greenlight Khomeini. He came in. He led the revolution. And now we're here today with the Ayatollah in command. It is what it is. I mean, it's a problem that we started. This is why I always do say people like to leave out the history of these conflicts, because when you really go back to it, you're like, damn, we started this. Yeah, we did. And this is why we should just end it.
He went in with a hard negotiating position. I think Iran blinked a little bit and said, okay, let's discuss this. And I think there were other people working on it. I think China was working on it, because now we know China is in a crude oil deficit right now. They're in a shortage right now, and they're feeling true economic pinch. So I think then he comes out with this and finishing.
Look up Operation Ajax. All right, guys. And I'll tell you everything you need to know. That's pretty much a CIA operation that we did to overthrow their government, to go ahead and place a guy that will pretty much sell out their resources and put them under oppression for us. So, yeah, I mean, come on, guys. It's like, it's kind of known at this point. Operation Ajax. Here it is. Let's see here. Yep, Operation Ajax, 1953, Iranian coup d'etat. It's kind of wild. But yeah, Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, was overthrown in a coup d'etat that strengthened the rule of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran. It was instigated by the United Kingdom under the name Operation Boots, and the United States CIA under the name Projects Ajax. Operation Ajax. A key motive was to project British oil interests in Iran after Mossadegh naturalized the country's oil industry. There you go. The facts right there. You can read about it. Declassified. So, I mean, you have no reason to be ignorant at this point. It's all right there in front of you. It is no longer hidden like back in the day, like some of you boomers when this first popped off. So, yeah, there's no reason for ignorance. No more. The facts are here. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to that video real quick. I know the MI6, man. MI6, CIA, Mossad, bro, they be on some BS. But shout out to my man Jet. He says all roads lead back to Britain since 1948 with Israel. Facts, since they want to go ahead and start selling land to the Rothschilds. Crazy.
it up, showing that he can say F you on one hand, but then at the other side, he's saying, God bless the people of Iran. He wants them to see that as well, Pat. He wants the citizens to see that last line.
Colin, where are you at with this?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the tariff playbook, because he did a similar sort of negotiating tactic back last April, where he makes these very extreme, almost like seemingly very irrational positions. He goes really far to one side, probably doesn't really mean that, and it forces the other side to come to the middle a little bit. And this seems to be part of the Trump negotiating playbook, you know? So he's doing the same thing here. Is it the most diplomatic way to do all of this? I don't know. Probably not. But at the same time, I mean, this is probably, I mean, considering we're only about 6 weeks in, this is starting to look like about as good of an outcome as we could probably
Why
expect.
do you say that? Why do you say that?
2 days ago, it seemed like, you know, maybe something really bad was going to happen, that this was going to escalate, that we were going to have boots on the ground. And so now you're getting into a position where it looks like this is really coming to a close. Everybody, I think, wanted an off-ramp for this thing, and here we are. So I think that, you know, that he did the same thing with if you remember the tariffs, he said 6 weeks. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. And he did that for months and months and months. And it was slowly an off-ramp for everybody getting off of the tariffs there. And the same thing's sort of happening here where, you know, he says 2 weeks. I think, you know, frankly, I think this thing really, the market's probably bottomed a week ago. Oil probably peaked a week ago. So I think we were starting to find a bottom in a lot of this stuff. And that's going to play out. I mean, Trump is a master of building a wall of worry for the market. And so, you know, all of this stuff is a persistent worry, but really markets.
See, I'm sorry, but it's dumb people like you, bro, that don't understand. So do you want now? But here's the thing. Now that I explained Operation Ajax and how we pretty much undermined the Iranian people since the 50s, do you understand now why they say death to America? They don't say it for no reason. They don't say it because we're a Christian country. They don't say it because we're free in our freedoms. No, they say it because we've effed with them multiple times and we've denied them their sovereignty as a people from getting in on their own oil profits. That's why they yell death to America and death to Israel. That's why they say it. It's not because they hate American people and they want to kill all of us. They hate our government. And Iranian people's actually said that out loud multiple times, where they said, yo, when we say death to America, it's not to the American people, but y'all government is on bullshit. And guess what? We even agree our government be on bullshit. So what are you even talking about?
Look ahead of that. The economy looks ahead of that.
Yeah, it's true. And Rob, if you want to pull up the market watch numbers, crude oil is down $20, okay, from 112 to 92, down 18%. Dow Jones futures up 2.7, S&P futures up 2.67, NASDAQ futures up 3.5. Gold is up 3%, up to $4,800. Silver's up 7.73%. And then you have Bitcoin is up to $71,000. And, you know, some of the stuff is happening. But, Brandon, do you have a opposing opinion on? Okay, I want to hear that. Go for it.
I sure do.
Go ahead.
So, listen, I'm supporting Trump. I hope like everything he does is the best thing for the country. You know, I support him this whole time and everything. But I think he stumbled upon the fact here that we've put ourselves in the terrible position of not being equipped to deal with a situation like this. You know, Ukraine went through, I believe, 10 years of weapons that were built in the first 5 weeks of the Ukraine war. So we've been seeing in the headlines for the last 4 years, there's huge shortages of these defense missiles we've been using. And I don't think we have the capacity to keep this up for much longer. You know, the oil is the one thing, but yeah, sure, we're the best military in the world. We have the most advanced technology, but we've had our manufacturing hollowed out over the last.
And it's so crazy now. So now you guys want to admit that we don't have any missiles for real, that we're running low on our stockpile. After the article came out with our general, the general pretty much saying that, yeah, Trump, our main concern here is our weapon stockpile that we have kind of no way of replenishing. So there's that. And now you guys want to sit there and finally admit to your audience that, yeah, we're running out of missiles. And I've been yelling that from the rooftop since, well, sadly, week 1 of the war.
Several decades. So that's the most unsettling thing to me. I think that's what we need to be putting our effort in behind the scenes, is to ramp that back up, because we're not in a position to carry this out if we wanted to. So yes, I agree that the Kaiser Soze thing, where I don't think Trump's crazy or unhinged or rag. I think he was acting that way to try to scare them into something that was palatable. But I don't think this is an optimal outcome at all. I think we're in a worse situation than we were before he started this thing, because now Iran has realized, oh, okay, we could flip this switch of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which they didn't even blockade.
And I guess I might as well give somebody asks, like, why do you have two lives going? Oh, I got a vertical and a horizontal live going to give you guys different viewer experience. So if you want a better viewing experience, you can go over to my horizontal live, and you'll be able to see the screen better and all that good stuff. Some people like it like that, or some people prefer the vertical. So depending on how you like to view the show, I got both options open.
They just have the mere threat of a drone hitting a ship that's going through. So it's not like they're moving ships out of the way when you say they're clearing the strait. They're just promising not to drone strike any boats that go through. So I don't even know if boats are going to have the courage to go through it, even though they're saying, yeah, there's a ceasefire. Yeah, we're not going to do anything to you.
So who wins from this? Because for me, Trump's negotiation, when people are like, I can't believe he said this, I can't believe he said, stop being surprised with what he says. I mean, he made that, you should have already been baptized to that in 2015 when he started campaigning on this stuff. They're rapists, they're sending their wars, they're this. He's been doing a shock job, to get people to react to it for a long time. So I do think you have to act crazier. I do think you have to act like you have nothing to lose. I do think you have to kind of come from that strength position, and especially when you're dealing with people from Iran. That part I agree with. But I just sent a poll to Rob, and I want to see what our audience is going to say, because our audience is fairly reasonable. Who do you think won in this ceasefire? Iran, U.S., or too early to tell?
Iran's in a better position than they were before because they have more leverage over the U.S. and the rest of the world now.
Do you agree, Tom?
No.
Tell me why.
Now, I think Iran agreeing to a ceasefire, I don't know to see how you say they win, because basically we're about to escalate from military targets, and we hit another military target on Karg Island 2 days ago. So they know what's coming, and they know what's next. And you're talking about power plants. You're talking about that. You're talking about the pumping station on Karg Island.
All right, let's see what y'all mind that.
They're one step from that. And so do they win technically? Yeah, they win not being more fully destroyed, but I don't think they win anything in a ceasefire, because we're not saying I've had enough, let's have a ceasefire. We're saying to them, have you had enough? Do you want a ceasefire? Have you had enough?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But think about it like this, like, how frequently do we disagree with Iran in terms of they want something, we want something different? Pretty frequently, right? So they've now realized that they could simply put out the threat.
God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, and make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, guys. Appreciate it. Let's keep it going.
Of, hey, anything that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to knock it out. We're going to hit it with a drone and shut down global traffic there. Like, they didn't have that before, and we wanted them to stop doing that and couldn't make them stop by brute force. That's an objective fact. I don't think we were able to do that. I think we would have done that if we were able to do it.
So you're saying, okay, so let me give some stats here. 92% of Iran's largest vessels destroyed. That's 140 plus. Iran's missile drone attack rate down 90% from week one. The death rate for Iran.
Bro, they hit most of their targets. That's why, I mean, it's kind of wild to sit here and say, well, they're firing less rockets. Well, like I said, one, they hit most of their targets. And two, well, according to U.S. intelligence, only a third of their stockpile has been diminished, AKA only 33%. I mean, they still got a lot more to go, and most of it's underground that we can't reach.
Is that, I don't know, 10,000 killed, nearly 1,000 civilians, 7,000 military personnel. That's for the first 34 days. We're at what days right now? We're at
39, I believe.
39 days. Okay, so 4 million people have displaced, 3.2 million in Iran, 1.2 million in Lebanon. So when you look at that, and then the argument, Tom, is made by some people saying, I do think you just gave Iran a 2-week timeout. And that 2-week timeout is for them to go out there and figure out other ways on what to do with Russia and China, because this negotiation was involving who? Pakistan.
I mean, give them 2 weeks. I mean, you know what? That 2 weeks movie might actually have some relevance to it. That man, it actually might, try to get, I don't know, Pakistan, Russia, China. Maybe they can help them, make a nuke real quick within the 2 weeks. Since everybody like to say they're 2 weeks away. And here's the thing, like the religious fatwa back in, what was it, 2004, I believe, that Khomeini put in. Yeah, we don't know if that still stands since we blew him up. And we don't know if his son still holds those ideas of that, having a nuke is a crime against humanity. We don't know if those ideas still stand. So it's kind of to be continued. And we really don't. Look, before this war, We knew if they were going towards a bomb or not. Now, after this war, well, we don't know. And here's the thing, most likely because, well, the whole reason why they didn't make a weapon or a nuclear weapon is because we didn't attack them. And their whole thing was, look, we'll just keep this 60% as a deterrent so you don't attack us. And if you do, then we might go ahead and make that bomb. And, well, look where we're at. So let's see what happens.
Is the one that brokered it. They said China made a phone call to get Iran to kind of be like, hey, listen, this is a good thing for you to do. So China was involved in helping with this. But what do you think Iran's going to be doing next 2 weeks?
I think China's the winner, actually. It's funny you mentioned them because, I mean, you look at everybody in the room here, China all of a sudden looks like the adult in the room. And I think their negotiating position in terms of everything involving Taiwan, I mean, that's my big worry. I typically look at big geopolitical risks like this, the tariffs last year, even this thing I said, this can't last. This won't last more than a few weeks. It's just politically it can't. You can't go into the midterms with $4 gasoline
bro, that's
and 6.5%.
That's the most backward statement ever. Is like, you know what? You're right on a lot of things, but you're deceitful and dishonest and a little treasonous. What? I'm treasonous because I'm telling you the truth. And that's the problem with some of you soft ass guys. Some of y'all softies get mad when somebody tell y'all the truth. And now you're like, and now you don't got that, oh, America's in the right every time we do something. Yeah, you lost that argument. And now you want to call somebody treasonous and un-American because you lost your whole, oh, America, I'm the American hero bit. Like, sorry, bro, but not everything's a fucking comic book like you fantasize it to be. You're not Captain America. We're not Captain America every time we swing our dick in the Middle East. Get over it. Because I gave you the background about what's going on. Don't get mad. Don't make me un-American. It just means that you're lacking knowledge and you're willfully ignorant. And you want to be willfully ignorant because you want to believe the bullshit. Because it makes you feel good at night. I bet it does.
Say mortgage rates. It's impossible. It's a narrative killer. And so, but the geopolitical risk that is extremely worrisome in the long run is China going into Taiwan because it disrupts so many things. That has the potential to turn into such a big flare-up. China's position, I think, across the board has strengthened sequentially across time as we get closer and closer to that potential inevitability.
Yeah, and by the way, while this is happening, Israel's like, look, Netanyahu says he backs Trump's ceasefire with Iran, but he says the deal excludes Lebanon. Why would he say that, Tom?
Because he's working on creating a buffer zone in Lebanon similar to what they created in Gaza. Really? I mean, let's just objectively look at the attacks. Let's look at where it is. And that's what's going on. And what did he have in the hills of Lebanon up there on the northern border? He had problems. He had a combination of independent and Hezbollah had strike areas up there. You can check me on that. But I think what he's looking at is saying, listen, you know, Iran was funding and arming Hezbollah. They were here in my backyard on the northern border. I'm going to go.
Yeah, but what you're forgetting, Tom, is that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah that Israel broke now 3 times. 3 times now. So what are you talking about? And here's the problem. Israel pretty much did preemptive strikes on Iran and did a preemptive strike in southern Lebanon, aka breaking their ceasefire again. So I'm sorry, but there really is no way to excuse this.
Take care of this as part of taking care of Iran. Now, you don't have to agree or disagree with Israel, Pat, but that's what they said. And so they're saying, I'm not done with these guys over here, Hezbollah. I regard them as my problem across from my border. They're in Lebanon, tough. I'm going to finish this. And I think that's what Israel is saying, whether you agree or disagree.
Then you know what? I'd have been like this. All right, we know I'm about to do. How about this? I'm about to back out of this war. And you can go ahead and fight Iran and Hezbollah by your damn self. It's either that or you'll calm your happy ass down. Pick which one. It'd have been as easy as that. And I'm pretty sure Israel would have settled their ass down because they don't want to get fired on by Iran, Hezbollah, and the Houthis all at once. Because actually too late. It's already happening. So I'm sorry, but please, Israel, sit your ass down. Like, we could have had a nice little ceasefire for a good 2 weeks, but you just had to attack Lebanon. And the thing is, they knew that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire. They knew that. And the wild thing is, the only reason why Hezbollah even exists is because you guys keep trying to take southern Lebanon. Like, Hezbollah was born out of the fact that you guys occupied southern Lebanon. You created these terrorists. And they also funded Hamas as well, but we'll get into that later.
they're creating a buffer.
You know, it's kind of annoying.
What's that?
I mean, wasn't this something that they care deeply about, what was happening with Iran? Israel.
You talking about Israel?
Yeah, and something they were kind of invested in terms of like
Sure.
care about the outcome.
You think Israel is happy about the ceasefire?
I don't, but
No.
I'm not happy about the fact that they had any attention at all on a whole different country, different conflict, when we were doing something that was helpful for them. Like, shouldn't they be allocating the resources to do everything they could to help us? I know they were taking out some leaders with precision airstrikes and everything, but I mean, you shouldn't be sending out your resources to something completely different, unrelated, if you have this big thing that you're supposedly invested in.
Tom, what do you think?
So what do I think? I think that two things about Israel in this. I thought they should have been participating, and I thought they were selective about, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put boots in the ground over here, but I'm going to do this over here. Wait a minute. You were lobbying for this. You had intelligence. You had your own Mossad. This is not a dispute, what I'm about to say. You had multiple Mossad mini camps and infiltrators all through the arid regions of Iran that were snooping out where you had, training facilities, small drone airstrips, all these things. And you had buckets of this intelligence, and you're out there and you've openly said, I want this Iran to be put down because they were funding Hezbollah and Hamas that were causing problems for me right here. Regardless of whether you agree or disagree with their intelligence reports, they were already there. So why don't you step up and be part of the solution that is actually benefiting you? And I thought they should have. I think it's kind of selective, Pat, in my opinion, to say, well, I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to do this. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to do that. Oh, you cease fire over there. Thanks for your help. Wait a minute. Israel complicated the first 2 weeks of the war when they killed more people than they had told us that they were aiming at. That's a fact. And even Trump said, well, there was a couple guys we kind of like.
They keep killing them.
And they keep killing them.
Yeah.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Trump was saying that. He said, well, there was one guy here's
the problem, though. Israel's been known for, trying to take out negotiators. Like I said, the reason why they bombed Doha, Qatar was to take out a Hamas negotiator. Like, only reason they did it. And that's all they try to do is try to take out negotiators so you can get no negotiating, so the conflict keeps going. Because Israel didn't really want to cease fire with Hamas. No, they wanted to keep it going and completely destroy Gaza. Well, I'll be real with you. They kind of already did. Like 70% of Gaza has been leveled. I mean, buildings, trees, farms, all reduced to dirt.
We liked. Like, even he wasn't sure, but he said, but they killed him.
Yeah.
So,
so you can't.
Sorry to rant, Pat.
No, I'm with you. But you think in a situation like this, Israel's sitting around saying, I'm glad the ceasefire happened?
No.
Or you think they're sitting around saying, let's finish this because we could have just emboldened Iran to give a timeout for them to go back and re-strategize?
They'd like to see a lot of these neighbors gone.
Israel.
I think they would have liked to. I mean, frankly,
specifically
I think they've
Iran,
been jerking us around. I mean, I think they roped us into this whole thing, and they would have loved to see this go on for a much longer time period than it has here. So I don't know. I look at it and I keep coming back to, why are we fighting their fight in a lot of ways here? I mean, they're big boys. They've got big guns. They've got big missiles.
And here's the thing, though. Destabilizing Iran, which damn near will be regime change, is not going to help us. That helps Israel. That helps Israel expands their borders, because now they're the most dominant. They're literally the most dominant country in the Middle East. The only thing that keeps Israel in check is Iran. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Period, point blank. The only thing that keeps Israel from expanding into other countries is Iran. So Iran is like literally the necessary evil in the Middle East. And trust me, I don't like their government. I don't like the mullahs, the ayatollahs. I don't like them. But when it comes to kind of keeping Israel in check and not just destroying or throwing the Middle East into, mayhem, I mean, Iran's kind of helping us out with that. Or honestly, they're helping keep the Middle East in balance. And if you take out Iran, as much as it's going to feel good inside, 5-10 years down the line, the blowback is going to be insane. And the entire Middle East is just going to be, it's going to be done for. It's literally going to be done for. Like, how done for? Yeah.
Too. So I don't know why they needed us to come in and start fighting their fight, because they're perfectly capable of fighting this
How many
fight on their
military
own.
bases do we have around the Gulf? How many military bases do we have around the Gulf, Rob? What's the number?
At least a few dozen, probably.
Yeah, that's the problem is the number used to be we had 780 military bases around the world. Okay. I don't know what the numbers around Gulf. I want to know exactly how many military bases does the U.S. have in the Gulf? And the only reason I'm saying this, I'm looking at this because to answer your question, for U.S. to be involved, if you wonder if Israel attacks Iran and the war is one-on-one, what is Iran going to do?
Win.
Well, not Iran's going to win. How would Iran retaliate if it's 1v1?
Against Israel? They're going to
win. If it's a 1v1 war, okay, it says 8 to 10 major U.S. military bases in the Gulf region.
I'm sorry.
Is what we have 2 in Qatar.
Yeah, if Israel and Iran was to go one-on-one, I'm going to be real with you. If Israel don't use a nuke, then Iran's going to win.
1 in Bahrain. Rob, go a little bit lower to see how many in Kuwait. 3 in Kuwait, 1 in UAE, 1 in Saudi. So you wonder, like, because what has Iran done so far with the war? You attack them. What do they attack? Gulf states.
Mm-hmm.
And then they want the Gulf states to call and say, hey, man, now we're being impacted by, can you guys?
No, that is hilarious. Iran never started a war. Like, that is absolutely, that is true. Iran never started anything. You know who started a lot of problems in the Middle East, though? Israel. I mean, they started it with Egypt. I mean, they started it with Jordan. They started it with Lebanon. They started it with Syria. I mean, who haven't they got into it with in the Middle East at this point?
Stop.
Mm-hmm.
So
dude, they coming for Turkey now.
They're like, hey, you're hitting me. Those are your best friends. I'm hitting them because they're weaker than you. And I'm saying, hey, hit those guys. And then they're calling him and they're saying, hey, Tom, this is getting a little bit out of control, man. I just got hit by this. How long do you think you're going to do this, Tom? How long are you going to go about this? So they know he's not going to listen.
They were putting pressure on MBS. They were all calling MBS.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to me, I think this is a part where Iran figured out what buttons to press to get the call back. And yeah, look, here's the reality of with the president. Vinny showed me something very important this morning. He says, look, and, we've been kind of talking about this, but he says, if Trump brokers a peace deal, Trump's a taco. Okay?
Which is wild.
If he brokers a peace deal. What a sissy. Cannot believe this. Iran won. If he drops a bomb.
I'm be real with you, look, I'll sit there and congratulate him, but, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, and Laura Loomer are going to say, oh, he's an idiot. He capitulated to the terrorists. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Want, cry more. And that's exactly what they're going to do. On this side, we're going to be like, hey, man, conflict over, man. Let's get to domestic issues, please.
On him, he's a what? War criminal. If he, didn't get involved, he's weak. So the reality of it is anybody who is critical of Trump, those that no matter what he does, he's never going to be getting the victory, period. But he knows in this situation, what his outcome is and what he wants to do. Nobody really knows how this is going to go. I will tell you, if it goes ceasefire, and right now the 10 points that they're talking about, who knows if these 10 points are right or not. I'm just saying these are the 10 points that are spreading. Number 1 is no further U.S. attacks on Iran.
Yep.
Number 2, Iran keeps control of Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, that is a lot of power to give to lots of power.
That's why I'm saying they win.
I know.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power to Strait of Hormuz. Recognition of Iran's nuclear enrichment rights.
They're right there.
Lift all sanctions. End UN and IAEA resolutions against Iran. Release frozen Iranian assets. U.S. withdrawal forces from the region. Compensation for Iran's war damages. Formal non-aggression guarantees. Binding UN Security Council agreement. People are saying this is not true, but this is what's spreading. So what I'm reading to you is what a lot of people are saying, that this is what's on the line.
Right.
But we're going to see what's going to be negotiated. If it comes out and they get anywhere close to this, Iran won.
Yeah, 100%.
Iran won in a big way. And then guess what happens?
I mean, yeah, bro. If we get to a peace deal and Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that's how they're getting the reparations. I mean, and they get the sanctions lifted, bro. I mean, at that point, we might as well have put them back under the JCPOA or a stricter version of it. If this was going to be the turnout of going to war with them, like, we might as well have did things the diplomatic way. We'd have got a lot better deal. But I mean, hopefully that's not the turnout, because that's just going to be terrible for Trump.
You think they're going to sit on the sidelines and not do anything the next 2-3 decades?
No.
I don't think so. I think they just got bolder. I think they just got tougher. I think they just got stronger. And they're going to come out and timing, just, especially if this kind of income is not going to be coming in every year, what types of weapons do you think they're going to have in their arsenal?
Oh, yeah.
What type of investments do you think they're going to be making? What do you think they're going to go back to doing? You think they're just going to sit and not?
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. And I believe we're like, what? Oh, yeah, we're inching towards the goal. Like I said, if we hit goal, I'll go ahead and I'll open up the StreamYard so we can have some of you guys come up here and either tell me why I'm wrong or tell me why I'm right. Hey, I'm happy to have anybody on. And shout out to my man Noah Joyner helping us to get ever so closer. He says Israel won't use nukes on Iran. They want the land way too much to wait for nuclear radiation. I mean, I ain't like you cooking with that one. Yeah, that's why I kind of said if they was to take them up top and like not use a nuke, then yeah, they're gonna get cooked. They're gonna get cooked by Iran. I mean, ground invasion on Iran, they're gonna get cooked. I mean, sure they'll have air superiority, but Iran got those hypersonic missiles, and that's gonna cook them. So yeah, one-on-one, Iran would pretty much crush Israel, sadly. Like any other Middle Eastern country, Israel would wipe the floor with them, but not Iran. And that's why they want Iran out the way, because Iran's really the only guys that could check them.
Do anything about it? You know how they said the money that was sent to him to Iran, that, hey, he was going to build bridges, he was going to do this to Iran, all those monies went to what? Weapons. They were waiting. Some of it went to them, some of it went to. So I don't know. I think it's too early to tell. I'm not a fan of the ceasefire. Right now, I'm not. I just think ceasefires are not going to be kept by anybody. I think we claim we agreed to a ceasefire, and what do? We attacked. Iran claimed that, and boom, same thing happened with Ukraine and Russia. Remember how many times I said, oh, we agreed to a ceasefire, instantly, hours later, there was an attack. So I don't know how much. Historically, ceasefires have never worked. Okay. Historically.
Can I recommend an idea to the president?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
So, one of the most controversial things of all time, I think would work perfectly here, the Iran-Contra affair, where we built an arms manufacturing base secretly in a place close to to Nicaragua to send arms to the rebels to help them overtake the communist regime. So, need to build an arms manufacturing facility in something like Saudi Arabia, somewhere close by, and just get as many guns as possible into Iran, into the hands of.
We already tried that. Well, you know what? I'm not sure if we tried that. Maybe not that large of a number, but we basically already tried that with the CIA and Mossad. Yeah, with the protests. Yeah, we brought weapons into those protests, and that's why those protesters were shooting back at police. Because in Iran, citizens aren't allowed to have guns. But what the Mossad and CIA did was run guns into Iran and start handing them out start giving them out to protesters. And then, yeah, that's why there were, the bodies of the protesters that was killed, God rest their souls. Yeah, some of them, you could actually see bullet wounds that came from the back of them. AKA, while the IRC was shooting from in front of them, they had protesters shooting at the IRGC and the Iranian police from the back of them. And they was pretty much getting sandwiched in between bullets. I mean, gruesome, but that's pretty much what was happening.
Citizens there, because it's not going to be like, when you say, what does like finishing the thing look like? How do you finish them? You can take out as many leaders as you want, but there's still 25% of the population that supports the IRCG. So there's always going to be somebody that pops up and will take the leadership. So it needs to be a civil war type of situation. Right now, the population that's against the regime isn't equipped for a civil war. So if we could equip them for a civil war, it's not something that happens overnight.
How you do it, though? Go ahead and do it.
Put an arms manufacturing facility as close as possible to Iran and smuggle it in. It's a long-term thing, not something that's going to happen overnight. But aside from that, yeah, the two options are either let them win or just nuke the country. So because you can kill as many leaders.
No, literally, bro. Trump I couldn't believe Trump admitted that about the Kurds, though. How we were thinking about bringing the Kurds in and all this crazy stuff. And then all of a sudden, like, we didn't bring the Kurds in, but we did give them guns and they ran off with the guns. I was like, bro, Trump, why'd you say that? You could have left that out. I don't need to know about that failure of a mission, because trust me, I'm pretty sure the Kurds saw what we tried with the protesters and they were like, bro, we're not trying to be them. And you've done it, bro. You left us out to dry before. So why would we trust you? I mean, it kind of goes to show, like, America, we don't really hold our promises well. Be real with you.
Here's you want, but there's still
not too
millions of people there.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Day one of the war versus today.
Well, the
do you
government.
think the world is looking at Iran and they're saying how weak they are? Or do you think they're looking at Iran and saying, okay, they're more capable and strategic than we thought we are? What do you think the world is saying?
They have more power than we thought. And part of that is that.
What do you think?
Yeah,
I think that they're more resilient than I thought.
Right.
It's taken a long time to take it to this level, and they're still kind of standing. This is surprising. I think that's what they're saying. And by the way, Iran already has an arms manufacturing factory. It's called China. And if you don't think that in the net, by the way,
For
you
itself,
asked,
though, for the government.
well, you asked me who I thought won the ceasefire. That's different from whether I think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. And number one. And number two, I think we've just given them a training. So now they're going to figure out different techniques to use. And they're going to figure out ways to do it. And if this is really impacting China's economy, then guess what? China is the arms manufacturing factory that's going to help Iran.
But that's the helping the government. I'm talking about smuggling weapons to the citizens there. Like, we need a rebel group to form that's against the government. Like, that's not for the IRCG. So that's what I'm saying with that. But
yeah, no. But going back to it,
I mean, I don't know, bro. Where you get that strategy from Mark Levin? Because bro was saying the same thing on Fox, talking about, oh, we need to start arming the Iranians. We need to arm them. I mean, here's a problem, guys. You guys are running on this fantasy that, oh, it's an 80-20. So you think that we're going to put a whole bunch of guns into Iran, and what? These guys are going to take them and overthrow their government? You're delusional. I'm sorry, but there's at least 30 million people who support their government. How do I know that? From their elections in 2024, 30 million people voted. 61 million people registered to vote. And you want to know why that's a big deal? Because the IRGC, not the IRGC, but the Ayatollah, he literally controls who becomes president. He controls all 5 candidates. He gets to choose them and decides if they're, safe enough to run the country. So you're telling me that 61 million people signed up for an election ran by the Ayatollah? So what does that say? That means, it's either they support the regime or they're willing to tolerate the regime enough to participate in an election for the president. So I'd rather go with the number of about 30 to 60 million people that most likely support this government, but the regime. And believe it or not, Iran does have elections. They do have elections for the president. But once again, like I said, all presidential candidates are chosen by the Ayatollah. So, still controlled.
So if you're talking about doing that, what I'm trying to say is the following: if, like the war with Ukraine and Russia, when they started attacking, what was the first thing everybody thought?
Russia's going to win.
Russia's going to what?
They're just going to walk in and take all that country back. Humpty Dumpty USSR is getting rebuilt.
What happened?
It became a quagmire.
But why though? This is different. These are two different stories, but similar. The reason why it's different is who had Ukraine's back?
All of Europe and the U.S.
and
democratic regime.
So Russia was by themselves. Of course, they got
but Russia didn't really have the ability to, close the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, that's the difference. Russia didn't have the ability to close a crucial pathway for trade. They didn't have that ability. That's the difference here.
Other people
that's what makes Iran a regional power, because they have that ability.
Helping them out, but they realized, wait a minute,
never really needed it.
That's not enough, and Ukraine is destroying you with the smaller the little drones that they're building. $2,000 drones, $20,000 drones flying into $4 million tanks, whatever, $4 million equipment, explosion, right? Okay. But they had backing. Iran did this with who backing them up? Not that much from anybody.
No.
If you think about it.
No one that would admit it.
No one that would admit it, but maybe a little bit, but not that much. So to me, I don't know. To me, if this goes the way it's going. So if you're saying, well, let's give weapons to their people. Well, if U.S. and Israel went after Iran thinking there's going to be a regime change or regime collapse, if the IRGC still runs Iran after the ceasefire, there is no regime collapse or regime change.
That's correct.
Yeah, no.
Let me say it again. If IRGC still runs Iran, there was no regime change or a regime collapse.
Right.
So if you give weapons to the people, you think the people are going to have better weapons than America and Israel has? No. So I don't even think that's going to work. I don't even think that's going to work.
I think you need a civil war there.
Yeah, the difference between a civil war that we had in America versus a civil war in Iran is the civil war in Iran, the government is willing to kill its own people.
Right.
It's a very different kind of a civil war. It's not the civil war that you think about. Yesterday I was talking to...
Well, I mean, come on now. That's what our Civil War was about. Two sides of both Americans and like willing to kill our own people. And what did that become? The side that the government was on was willing to what? Kill their own people. So that's just part of a civil war, bro. It goes with it. That's why we don't want it. Because what comes a part of a civil war is you got to kill your own people. So that's not really saying anything. The problem is that if we try to push a civil war, how many people, like, honestly, we're going to have to honestly understand the real numbers of how many people actually oppose the government. Because if we're sending in those weapons and like the support is like what 70% for the government, only 30% against, bro, we're going to send those people to their death. And we're going to be seeing like public hangings all month. And we don't want to do that. So y'all need to figure out the demographics of Iran better, because 88 million Muslims and 90% Shia. Well, you don't think they support the government, bro? Like, come on now.
Young, the guy that's, he made the prediction with I said, so tell me what it's like, the climate in China. I said, what does China say when it comes down to COVID? He says, China's position is that U.S. funded a bioweapon and they dropped it. And that's what the mainstream media said in China. I said, really? Yeah, the state media, because he's in Beijing right now. I said, how many Chinese question that narrative? He says, you don't understand. That's not the culture in China. What the state media says, guess what you do?
Yeah,
you buy, okay? Because that's the culture that is in China. So in Iran, the state media says what? Do you know the state media? There's a clip of a guy on state media saying, hey, parents, send your kids to get killed in the war, okay? Send your kids because it's the right thing to do. Rob, I don't know if you have it in the notes or not. I send it to you. Maybe you have one of the two. One of them is very aggressive.
Now, I heard NATO was trying to do the same thing. Like, they're trying to convince their kids to go to war to fight, Russia and Ukraine. I was like, yeah, you guys are tripping. It's kind of funny how NATO was positioning themselves for war with Russia. We were positioning ourselves for war with Iran, except we just popped off first.
The other one is, here, let me send this to you. I just texted it to you, Rob, if you want to go to it and find it. But it's in my note. There you go. That one right there. Watch this. This is footage earlier, but look how they're speaking. Go back a little bit. Go ahead. Mothers and fathers. Take your children's hand by hand, come to the streets. Do you want your sons to be a man? You're like a hero?
Literally, bro, that was wild when I heard this. I was like, yeah, this is why we probably don't want to go too far with these guys, because they are willing to get child soldiers involved. And bro was pretty much just saying, look, man, we need people to guard our posts and all this good stuff while the RGC guys or men are out there fighting the Americans. Yeah, we need your kids to stand by these posts that might be bombed. So yeah. And you got to understand, these are Shia Muslims. They have a martyrdom culture. So to die in war is one of the highest honors because you're dying a martyr. Like, anybody who's died in this war has been considered a martyr and has been honestly given the highest honor. That is the highest honor in their sect of Islam, I believe. Yes, it's the Shias. Yeah, it's Shia Islams. Well, Muslims. Sorry, Shia Muslims. So what he's saying right now, I mean, it sounds insane and sickening to us, but to them is putting the fire of patriotism in their heart. I know, but this is the world. Different views.
Send your children at night to the road. Your child will turn into.
All right, yeah. And shout out Noah Joyner. He says, I said it before and I'll say it again. As a species, we need to stop the useless wars and focus on the advancements. Yeah, I know, right, bro? We really do. Honestly, we really honestly do. And we gotta stop letting corporations like dole the technological advancements so they can make some money. Like, man, allegedly, we could have had free electricity, but we don't know how to charge for free electricity. So we're gonna stay on the grid until we find out how to bill your ass for free electricity. I mean, I know, right? Crazy.
What was the last word?
Like, think about it. Like, one of the reasons why we don't have hover cars is, I mean, bro, so what? You're just gonna decimate the tire industry? You got anything to replace that? No? Okay, then no hover cars.
Men turn into men. That's state media. So you think a civil war is gonna work in Iran like the way you think, even with weapons? The government will gladly kill their own people. So if you listen, I mean, the debate of if you're going to do it or not, we're past it. We're here now. If you want to get the job done, you either have to show up and get it done. If you don't, you just emboldened Iran in ways we've never seen. Because if IRGC is still in charge, there was not a regime collapse. It was
88%. About 88% of Iran's Muslim. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Let me see.
it's not a regime change. They're still in control.
I played a
And if
video
you think they're gonna, they're thinking 6 months, they can't wait for Trump to be out. Somebody else will come in 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. It'll be a 9/11 times 10. And then they're going to sit back and say, well, let me tell you, we should have finished the job 20 years ago. They're not going to stop. They right now feel so confident. They right now feel so confident about themselves.
What does going all the way look like to you? Like 10 out of 10, like extreme in terms of trying to take it out all the way? Because that's what I'm stuck on.
I agree with you. I don't think there's winning here for him. I think whatever he does, I think if they go out and take out Iran, Republicans lose midterms.
Okay.
AOC is going to be the president in 2028.
Oh, Lord.
Or Newsom. Newsom's wife, the more she speaks, the more she hurts him. She's horrible. But I think...
Oh, man, that scared me. Said AOC might be your president. I mean, bro, Gavin Newsom, AOC, look, bro, if the Dems, like, y'all cooked if Gavin Newsom and AOC is y'all best bet. I just want to let you guys know that. Like, and like, bro, if JD Vance and Marco Rubio's all we got, we're cooked with you, okay, bro? We're both just sitting here in the pot cooked. Like, so hopefully y'all got something better than AOC and Gavin Newsom. Because I'm gonna be real with you, bro. If y'all put up Gavin Newsom, I'm going to have a field day exposing how he cheated, bro, how he literally effed his best friend's wife. Like, I'm gonna have a field day exposing that. Do y'all want to go through that with me? Of course not. So don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. AOC, I'll have a field day exposing how the fact that she's a rich girl who play broke. I'll love to do it. Shoot, me and Benny Johnson both will. Do you want to go through that? Okay. Just like we don't want to go through you guys calling JD Vance and Marco Rubio warmongers and all that good stuff. So we most likely won't pick them.
I think you're winning for 20 years from now. You're not winning for the next 6, 12 months. If the president's doing what he's doing right now for midterms, then you're thinking marketing and PR-wise. You're not thinking...
Oh, and shout out to the user Mac. All the war money will look great in my poor-ass empty wallet. Bro. Hey, bro, and I appreciate the support, bro. Shout out. He said, yeah, low key, man. Like $1.5 trillion. Whoo. I mean, come on now. Y'all could have cut that in half. You know, start, I don't know, creating jobs, adding to the infrastructure, which is basically creating jobs and helping American people out, finding a way to raise the wages even faster than what they're going up now. You know, try to double the process. I mean, you know, yeah, what was it? Double what the minimum wage is going up. Like, you guys could do that. Well, not minimum wage because it's still at $7.25, but wages altogether. Because surprisingly, wages are still going up. But the problem is they're not going up fast enough to outpace inflation. So we need like a tripling increase in wages throughout, at least throughout the next like 2 quarters.
Long-term America.
Yeah.
You're not thinking long-term war. Protection.
Can you win this war long-term? I mean, this is a war that's been going on for thousands of years, basically, right?
With IRGC, Iran used to be very peaceful under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. They were allies with everybody. They got along with everybody. There was no issues in the Middle East when it was Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. Nothing. There was no issues. Go look at the death toll. Nothing. They weren't picking on anybody.
You know what? You're right. Somebody said, well, why don't you pick a candidate? Thomas Massie. All right, bro. Thomas Massie. Let Thomas Massie run for president, and it's all good. I like him. But it don't seem like all the guys who'd be great candidates for president don't want to be president. It's almost like we got to damn near force their ass. Like, people want Tucker Carlson to be president. This man saying, nah, I'm good. I'm like, bro, at this point, like, who else but you?
Have you seen the historical pictures of the citizens? They were not wearing hijabs. They were there. It looked like a Western country, and it was actually Hollywood people like Frank Sinatra used to go there on vacation and ski.
Yeah. It's just interesting to me because historically, you look at the region, there's always been a conflict there.
Right.
Like, isn't there always going to be a conflict there?
There's always going to be a conflict there. But if you're
this is a different adversary. When you see clips like that, like they're fighting a different war than the war that we think of.
I know.
To us, this is an economic war. This is a war for our living standards and things like that. This is you know, theological to these people.
To the extremists, which is the 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
The 80% don't want this. The 80% are begging for this thing to be done.
80%.
The 80% are begging for the IRGC to be gone. By the way,
80%. You know what's so scary about that? You know, to get this 80% from a compiled amount of for surveys that only account for about what 500,000 Iranians, right? So they're basing this 80% off 500,000 Iranians, and they're hoping that equates out to the 93 million. All right. Now they got 500K, and you know, only 80% of those guys said yes. But I can give you 61 million Iranians who registered for an election ran by the Ayatollah, and then 30.5 million that voted in an election ran by the Ayatollah. Which numbers are you trusting more? Like, let me know. Because I'm going to trust the numbers that got millions. I'm going to assume that, basically you're telling me I know for sure almost 61 million people support this government. Why? Because, I mean, if you didn't support the government, why the hell are you registering to vote? And, I mean, the turnout was only 30 million, but even if we take the smallest number, that's still 30 million that we know for sure that supports the government. Do we really want to deal with those numbers, guys? 30 million? Because PBD be making it sound like, oh, it's only 20%, guys. It's going to be easy. You don't know that. You don't live in Iran. Bro, your parents ran from Iran. I mean, here's the problem, bro. If you care about Iran so much, why don't you go over there and fight these people and remove these guys? You and a bunch of Iranians who want the Shah back will give you some guns, and you go over there and handle business. Why don't you guys be the rebel group? Since y'all out there, instead of dancing in the fucking street while your people's being bombed, why don't you take your ass out there with the gun? You and your people want to sit here and do the Trump dance on camera out there to Iran and take out that regime your damn self. I think that's fair. What about you guys? Like, but all right. I got a bit off topic there, but it does irritate me how he pushed for this.
Look at Gulf states. In UAE, you can't act like that. You're going to jail. Crime is low in UAE. Crime is low in Dubai. Crime is low in these steps out. They're not going to tolerate this behavior. So even the Gulf states have now said, look, we want to have a good relationship with the West. Even Turkey wants to have a good relation with the West. Iran is a different animal in a big way. And if they continue and they keep getting stronger, like this event comes out and they stay stronger, you're going to have this issue to come up for decades to come. And I don't think it's going to slow down. I think they're going to get tougher. And but again, short term, I don't think there's a win. The win is only a long-term win, 10 to 20 years. I don't think there's any short-term win. And the noise in media is so loud. The noise in media is so flipping loud just to see the power of the message. Every time somebody comments something negative, the first thing I do is I go to their account and I say, no, this guy's real. He started his account 9 years ago. And then I go, this guy started his account a week ago in April 2026. You're a bot.
No followers.
And by the way, it's not everybody.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can cop out and say everyone's a bot. No. Some people are converters of the bot's influence, that their brain got rotted to believe that is happening. But my concern is this thing, if ceasefire goes, Iran's going to come out and say, we beat the biggest empire in the world and against Israel. Imagine you're on TV and you're going to say, Israel and U.S. try to take us out and they failed. We were right. And the Iranian people are like, oh, shit. Now what do we do? We have to listen to exactly what they're going to be saying now moving forward. If you thought they were extreme.
I mean, yeah, you're going to see people laminating in the street, and then you're going to see people cheering in the streets. You know, there's going to be mixed feelings in Iran. Of course, there's going to be guys who feel like PBD. Because I'm not going to sit here and say that there aren't people who hate their regime. No, they do. Trust me. A kid got executed for chopping up 2 police officers. Oh, he really hated that regime. Trust me. They probably caused him some pain as well to do all that. But it does go to show that there is an extreme hatred for this regime. And if given the choice, there is people in there that will rise up. The problem is how many? Because we tried with that protest. We thought that was going to be enough, and we were wrong. So how much more do we need at a certain point? Like, please give me a number of how much people we need in Iran to hate the regime that we need to arm. Like, because obviously the 10, 20, maybe 40, 50,000 that was out there wasn't enough. And I know y'all want to talk about 40, 50,000 that died out there. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't got the names nor the numbers to verify that. So we'll just go with the 3,000. That's terrible enough. And the worst part is we provoked these people to do it. We provoked those protesters to go out there and risk their life for that cause. And we didn't even back them up. We let them get killed. Then we propagandized their deaths. It's kind of sick once you really think about it.
They're about to double down.
I don't
on
think
their
people
extremism.
realize how much of a stranglehold Iran has over the global oil market. I mean, that was really the crux of why this, ended up being as difficult as it was because people woke up and realized, like, holy cow, they don't even have to actually drop bombs in the Strait. They just have to threaten to drop bombs in the Strait, and you can shut down the global oil market to a large degree.
And they're thinking deeply about the future. Financial Times reported this morning that in addition to the toll booth that they want to put together, and Oman says, hey, I can help you with that, they want $1 per barrel of oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the toll that Iran says it wants. And it doesn't want euros. It doesn't want US dollars, petrodollars. It wants crypto. Why? Because you can't seize crypto later.
You can't tolerate
You
that.
can't freeze assets.
You can't tolerate that if that's actually.
What do you mean you can't tolerate? Don't you think
That
that's
destroys
strategic
everything.
on their behalf?
Yeah, it is. But
Yeah, there it is.
That breaks everything, though.
What do you mean that breaks everything?
Well, now you can't freeze the bank account when it's crypto.
That undermines the petrodollar.
This tells me that they're thinking a step ahead.
Guess what? They're going to be like,
getting
look,
around
you
it.
guys in the U.S. are all about crypto now. Why not just pay us in crypto? Why are you not doing that? So I'm telling you that you have to respect a vicious, nasty, divisive, creative, critical thinking enemy. And these guys, they're doing, by the way, even marketing, they've done such a good job. Even propaganda, they've done such a good job. And to ask something like this, but go back to what you were saying. So
Come on now.
what power did Iran have with Strait of Hormuz with oil pre the attack? And what level of power will they have with Strait of Hormuz post-attack, depending on negotiation? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, they obviously, I think they always had this power just because, geographically, like you've done great work on that. Geographically, I mean, it's so easy for them to control because of the sheer, the mountainous region of it. It's almost impossible for, a foreign invader to put boots on the ground and actually control that region the way that Iran can. So,
I mean, bro, I ain't gonna lie though. The propaganda game is on 10. These Lego videos, bro. Like, look, guys, look. I know if you support Trump, don't get your feelings hurt now, man. All right, you'll be all right. We was memeing the hell out of the Dems all 2024, so you'll be okay.
Hey, Orange Pig, America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us to the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone, your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny thing, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
I know it's like, bro, you should not be nodding your head, but I know you're nodding your head. I know. I was too. I was like, I shouldn't be nodding my head to this, but I ain't gonna lie, the hook was a bit fire. The hook was fire. But all right, let's get into it.
Colonizer, and you as peers to expose this has been a major part of our journey in the last few years.
In a moment, we will turn our attention to an important big picture debate about the politics of the Iran war. It could be the de facto end of Trump's presidency, or perhaps his defining legacy. If Democrats get their way, maybe the literal end of his presidency by way of impeachment. Whatever the outcome, it has certainly transformed Trump's fortunes. We just don't know yet whether history.
And shout out to my man Noah. Politicians are supposed to be servants of the people. We as a society need to elect the common man, a military member that understands that about becoming president and a politician. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. It's really hard to find that mix. And honestly, I don't know. Some people actually fall for the sale of the politician. Like, we say we want somebody real and about the people, but we end up voting like the fakest people in, apparently. I don't know. Maybe we got to stop going for the guys with the best marketing with millions behind them for this marketing and start going with the guys that, I don't know, give more of that home feel. Like, I don't know. It's like you can go to Walmart or you can go to the mom and pop grocery shop around the street. You know them. They cool. They give you a little deal every now and then. Feels real homely. It's kind of like that. But all right, though.
We'll view that as good or bad. And whoever comes next, whether Republican or Democrat, will have to grapple with an intense aversion to Israeli influence on U.S. politics and some serious new questions about America's role in the world. Before we get to all of that, a word on the elephant not in the room. A couple of weeks ago, we hosted a debate between Dave Smith, a familiar face to our viewers, and Adam Sosnick, part of the PBD podcast crew.
Oh, I'm weak. He said, what's the name of the song? Let's see here if I can grab it for you. Let's see. I don't even think they got a name for the song. What was it? It was a new Lego video from Iran. Loser first. Specialty for Orange Pig. That's, I would say, Iran loser first. I'm not sure what the name is, but just know if you go on X, you look up Iran Lego, bro, you're going to have a soundtrack. You're literally going to have like an album on your hands. Like probably 7 tracks already. 7-8 tracks in.
Uncensored debutante. It's fair to say that most people, including PBD's many fans and followers, did not think it went well for Adam. Patrick Bet-David himself took the extraordinary step of dispensing some stewardly on-air advice to Adam about his ability to represent their brand.
Obviously, the market has responded.
Despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. Like I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do. Some people are messaging me on my neck. What do you think? I don't know. People are saying stuff, and I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride."
Bro,
ain't nothing gonna slow me down. And that's
I remember when I first heard this, I was like, Adam. That doesn't excuse your terrible performance, bro. You didn't even give like an argument. You just sat there and tried to make fun of him. And he's a comedian and you're not. He's funny and you're not. And you end up roasting your ass. So I don't even know why you even try to play that game with a comedian. You should have just stuck to the debate. And for some reason, you couldn't. And you wanted to sit there and glaze Cole. What's his name? Cole Hughes from Free Press. Yeah, the black guy from Free Press.
That's how I feel about this.
I've seen you make better arguments with Bassem Youssef than you did with Dave Smith. I didn't see you making arguments on Dave Smith. And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from, where the expectation is, hey, when you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style.
Well, at the end of that debate, Vinny Oshana, another familiar face to our viewers, concluded that Adam had only one option: to save face and the PBD team's reputation, and to burnish his debating credentials, he must face a rematch.
People are like, he's on cocaine. I read the comments because I want to know what the temperature is. You have the arsenal. You had the ammunition. You had this big-ass arsenal, and you just used a pistol. You were just like kind of going.
Actually, Vinny, I think you overestimated how many arguments he really had. That's the problem. Dave Smith spends his time destroying pro-war guys, neocons, and all that good stuff. So trust me, Adam didn't really have much. And I think he knew that. And I think he got nervous. He probably watched Dave Smith debate before and seen how he destroyed others. And he's just like, you know what? Maybe if I just bring up Coleman Hughes, I'll get him salty. And I'll just be like, all right, debate one, because I brought up somebody who I believe beat you in a debate. Not everybody agreed, but I believe. All right.
After doing personal, and I was disappointed because I was like, yo, you have it. You didn't use it. And this is my attitude. When I was young and I'd get my ass whooped, my mom would be like, you're going to go outside and you're going to fight that guy right now. You're not going to sit here and let it fester. I know that you're going to do it. You're going to have to debate him again.
Now, I've got to say that before I say anything more, I really respect the PBD podcast crew led by Patrick for doing that debate about the debate we had on this show. Most people wouldn't do that. So full credit for them for having that kind of in-house debate and for being brutally honest with each other. But of course, following that discussion, we of course offered to host a new debate between Dave Smith and between Adam Sosnick. Adam initially agreed, but then claimed that ultimately he'd been overwhelmed by competing diary events. Well, and just maybe the very powerful human instinct for self-preservation, only he knows. It was Dave Smith's clash with Ben Ferguson 6 weeks ago.
Nah, that's probably why Vinny wasn't on the last episode. They're probably like, look, bro, don't come back in here until you debate Dave Smith. They're probably doing that man Adam Sosnick dirty. Like, bro, you can't even come into the office until you debate Dave. Treating that man like he's his son. Like, look, you lost the fight. You're going to go back out there, and you better not come back home until you go out there and beat that bully's ass. That's how they're doing Adam Sosnick. You do not come in here until you go out there and you debate him again. I don't care if you get your ass whooped in that debate. You gonna go debate Dave Smith and stop being a goddamn pussy. All right? You on PBD. Oh, man. Bro, they won't even let bro in the office no more.
Part of a much wider panel, we spiraled into that enormous hissy fit from Ben Shapiro and teed up the Sosnick debate in the first place. And since Ben Ferguson never ducks a challenge, he has manfully stepped in to fill Adam's empty chair for what will actually probably be a better debate. So joining me now is host of Part of the Problem, Dave Smith, up against Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Welcome to both of you. Thank you, Ben, for stepping into the breach. First of all, Dave, I mean, welcome back, obviously, but, you know, Adam was going to come on for the rematch and then has suddenly found a series of scheduling issues and conflicts. Which from where I come could be probably best described as bottling it. What do you feel about
I just want you to know I cancel things to come on your show.
And I love that about you, Ben Ferguson. And I always say to my team,
I had something today, and then you said Dave and you, and I said I'm here.
He has brought shame upon PBD. He has dishonored them. It's like, bro, shame. He is literally dishonored like the whole PBD platform at this point. You were supposed to show up for that debate, and then you go do something else after talking all that ish on camera. Yeah, you cooked at him. You're cooked, bro. I don't know. Like, you're through.
I'm here for you, my friend.
The thing is, like, he's like the least, bro. Nobody really likes Adam on PBD. I don't even think the hosts like Adam on PBD. So this man is cooked. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I think PBD probably down to his last straw with this man. He might actually fire this nigga, because I'm sorry, but now he's just making your brand look bad. Like, how far does he need to go? He's bad on the show. He doesn't do good on other shows, and he's embarrassing you guys when he does debates. I mean, bro, how else did this man need to fuck up before you fire him?
Ben, you and I go back. Honestly, we go back to about 2010 doing this, and you've never bottled a debate in your life, and I love that about you. And thank you for stepping into the breach. But Dave, first of all, Adam's decision not to have the rematch. What is your view of that?
Well, I mean, I told your people when they reached out to mine to be like, hey, we want to do this. I go, I don't really think this makes sense to do this rematch. By the way, I agree with you. I love Patrick Bet David and Vinny and Tom. I got nothing but respect for those guys. I did think that was cool that they did it. And I thought they did it in a cool way where they weren't like.
I mean, I disagree with PBD a lot, but I do respect him, man. I ain't gonna lie. I respect him. Bro give good financial advice. He gave good podcasting advice. Like, I'll be real. Like, shout out PBD. I disagree with the man on this war, but shout out.
You know, Pat was bending over backward to not throw Adam under the bus, but to try to kind of give him a chance to go, hey, you know, what'd you learn from that or whatever? And I was pretty annoyed by the fact that he just took that opportunity to take more shots at me. Look, I don't know what Adam was thinking approaching the debate that way. I don't know why he thought that would go any other way than the way it did. In his defense, I will say, pretty good tune.
Well, he's not here. I wish he was here because we could have just put it to bed. I don't think it would have gone much better for him. I think the first debate revealed that he's not that good at it, if I'm honest. Like him personally, they've always been very good to me, that team. I think if Patrick had come on, or Vinny actually, it would have been probably a better tussle. But you've got Ben Ferguson here, who you've tussled with before. Ben, welcome back, as I said. Just one rule, because there aren't like 5 people on a panel here all squabbling.
Yeah, we can have a real conversation today.
Well, that's the point. And I think the one rule I'd like to try and keep to is let's not have too much interrupting.
Bro, this guy right here, all he does is interrupt. Like, come on now.
Let each other speak. Let's have a proper debate about what is actually a really interesting debate, I think. And it all stemmed from something that Dave Smith on this show said about the United States being, well, let's listen to it.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon seventh war, which they've been dying for the last 25 years.
Now, as a consequence of that, all hell broke loose, obviously, online. And Ben Shapiro said about Dave, I'm sorry, but you hate the country if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. And Dave has since responded to that on this show. But Ben, let's just get you to, because Dave's already explained what he meant about this.
Yeah.
And many people agree with it, right? And, you know, just to prep you up for this, you're about.
Yeah, I mean, so basically saying that, all right, so America is the biggest terrorist, right? And let's see here. Now, we see a terrorist pretty much as an individual who engages in support or unlawful violence, intimidation, or threats against civilians, governments, or property to advance a political, religious, or ideological goal. I mean, So yeah, I mean, be real with you. If that's terrorism, I mean, how much times have we tried to push our political goals on people? I mean, we got Israel trying to push their religious goals with this whole greater Israel to bring back their Messiah. I mean, so damn, I mean, who isn't a terrorist these days?
To defend the charge that America is not the world's worst terrorist organization within hours of Donald Trump posting to the world that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. But in the context of the words coming from the President of the United States, quite hard to argue that that is in itself, those words are not the words you would normally associate with the leader of a terrorist organization.
Yeah, look, I think two things about what the president said there. He's clearly talking to the leadership in Iran, and he's saying that you are going to destroy your people by not opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not screwing around. This goes back to FAFO. The president of the United States of America is using the same foreign policy that Hillary Clinton used, that Bill Clinton used, that Jimmy Carter used, and that Barack Obama
When did any of them threaten, Ben? When did any of them threaten?
Let me finish the point I'm going to make there real quick, because it's important. This president, the only difference between his foreign policy with Iran and the other Democrats I mentioned was they all said that they couldn't get a nuclear weapon. And Donald Trump said, I am actually agreeing with you, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to stop them. And you cannot be a terrorist to the world while Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America, shut down shipping lanes you have no right to shut down, and expect that there be no consequences. The president doesn't bluff.
All right, great. Then you can't attack another country first or hit a country with a preemptive strike without expecting any consequences. And if you say they're an imminent threat, well, everybody's imminent threat when you hit them. So what does that even mean?
And so when he puts that out, I think he's had about enough of this. I think he's had about enough of the fact that Iran, even after we go and kill their first level, their second level, their third level, and their fourth level of people, they're still not giving in. He's like, okay, you guys want to play this game, FAFO, and I'm going to act, which is exactly, by the way, why I voted for him.
But just before I go back to Dave to respond to that,
right?
Explain to me the difference between the belief that Donald Trump has about Iran, that they want death to America, death to all Americans. That's why they want a nuclear weapon. And if they get one, they will kill millions of Americans, which is why America has to stop them. And the president of the United States saying...
Which is BS, because I'm just like, you know, like I said, if they really wanted to get to a nuke, I mean, they could have got to one a long time ago, honestly. They could have got it the same time North Korea got it. They could have got it back in, 2021. They had the whole of Biden administration. You know, Biden really wasn't taking too much action. He was too busy with the Houthis and Russia. So they could have got a bomb under him. If Iran really wanted a bomb, they had all the opportunity in the world. And then here's the problem. Even if they get a bomb, let's be honest, they're not going to fire it at us. Let's be real. I mean, they all know. And well, you know what? Actually, it's really hard to disillude, my bad, but to kind of get people to stop thinking that way, because I'm gonna be real with you. That's what they've been sold, that if Iran gets a nuke tomorrow, they're gonna bomb us the next day. And well, that's not true, because we said the same thing about North Korea. And what did North Korea do? We just left them alone and they left us alone. And that's kind of what Iran wants it for, because what Iran is starting to see that North Korea also saw was that, so you're telling me if I have a nuke, they'll leave me alone. But if I don't have a nuke, I'm going to get overthrown one day. And that's what we just keep showing the world, that if you have a nuke, we will play negotiate. Like, if you have a nuke, we won't mess with you. You could be a dictator, monarchy, don't matter. You can start killing your own citizens. As long as you got a nuke, we don't care. If you don't got a nuke, we'll do everything in our power to regime change you one day. And that just seems to be the pattern. So, I mean, I'm not sure if you're okay with that pattern or not, but I'm not, because it sounds like we're just pushing more nations to go towards nukes.
He wants to wipe out an entire civilization in one night, which can only be done with nuclear weapons or weapons of that power.
Well,
so look, as I say, I don't think he's going to do that, but he has said he's going to do that. Many people think he's already committed a war crime in signaling his intention to do that. But that's for another day. But my point is, what is the difference in terms of language between the head of Al-Qaeda, say bin Laden, saying wanting to wipe out millions of Americans?
All I got to say to MAGA is, if it was Joe Biden or Obama, would you guys still accept what was said? Of course not. Of course you wouldn't have. If it was Joe Biden, you'd have said the same thing. We need the 25th Amendment. He needs to get up out of here. If it was Barack Obama, you the guy said, oh, this war criminal, it's Barack Hussein Obama. I knew we couldn't trust him. Yeah. So if any other president did this, you guys will lose your mind. But Donald Trump do it, and you're over here doing mental gymnastics to try to make it make sense to why it's okay to say something like that. You kind of see where people are separating from MAGA a little bit, and we're trying to create our own little America first little cutoff, because y'all getting a bit crazy. Be honest, a little cult-like.
Or Iran wanting to do that, and America wanting to do that. I mean, that would be Dave's point, I'm sure, in a moment. But before we go to him, what is the difference?
Well, look, I think the president here is a guy that always pushes the limit on what he's saying, especially when he's dealing with bad guys, whether it was in Venezuela, whether it's narco terrorists, or whether it's the Ayatollah and those that are in charge right now in Iran. Do I think he's going to indiscriminately kill a bunch of people? Of course not. Do I think that's the intent of the tweet? Of course not. If you've talked to the president and you know what he says here, you can either just try to hit him on that and score political points, or you can look at what the president has done so far. He has been incredibly surgical with the strikes that he's had. He's not been going after and just bombing. I'll go to an example that I think Dave used on this show, saying Israel is just bombing all these buildings in Gaza, for example. That's not what the president's done here at all. The president has been very surgical in using our military. I have no doubt that that's what he's going to do here. And what he's saying is, if I go after your electrical grid, you literally are going back to the Stone Ages when there was no electricity. So if you want to hit the president political points to win
Now, bro, you don't see where that's pretty much saying you were willing to commit a war crime. If you're pretty much saying you're about to knock out electricity and send people back to the Stone Age, I mean, bro, did you think a little deeply about what you just said there? Knocking out electricity, that's going to cause civilian harm, mainly civilian harm, more than it's going to hurt the IRGC. So yes, that would be considered a war crime. So it's kind of crazy how we just sat there and just said, yeah, it'd be okay to knock out electricity for citizens. War crime? Because yeah, bro, that's why we don't attack power plants or water desalination centers, because we be affecting citizens. And you know what that's called? Collective punishment. So why are you acting like that's not a big deal? It's a bit concerning.
Political argument, fine, do that. But what the president's saying in that tweet, I think, is directly to the leadership in Iran and telling them, I'm not screwing around. This is going to be very bad for you. Open up the Strait of Hormuz and do it immediately. We can have a ceasefire. You guys have been talking to us for a while now. You know how to do stall and delay tactics. This is a deadline. This is a red line. By the way, other presidents have given red lines before. They just don't back them up. This president does. Barack Obama didn't back up his red line multiple times on foreign policy issues, including when chemical weapons were used.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. But Dave Smith, let me come to you. I mean, my big problem with this is, like I say, this will be airing after that deadline has passed. And my guess is the Iranians will not concede in the way that Trump wants them to before this deadline. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they will, but I don't think they will. And therefore, they'll call his bluff to a degree, and Trump will not then go through with what he vowed to do, which is wipe out the entire Iranian population. And then he becomes, the emperor with no clothes to a degree, the boy who cried wolf. It's like there's a danger in that as well.
Yeah.
In the president of the world's greatest military not doing what
I'll be real with you. It was a bad move because Trump basically did water down I'm being real with you. He watered down his threats with that. Like, he's making these huge bombastic threats, and I'm just like, all right, dog, and you're not following up on them? Yeah, you're kind of watering down your words a little bit. Now people might not take you as serious the next time you come out crazy like that. You might want to lock that one deep in the vault sometime for something real serious. But hey, yeah, to be honest with you, a lot of people and it's wild. I don't like the way people are taking this. Well, oh, he didn't do it. He chickened out. Nigga, you wanted him to destroy Iran? What's wrong with you? Like, what's wrong with you, dog? So people like Trump chickened out. Like, bro, you should be happy he chickened out and he didn't just lay waste to an entire civilization. What's wrong with y'all? So, please, let's make sure we understand what our morals here are, what our values here, because it's crazy how y'all are literally taking Trump, sparing the Iranian citizens, because I'm be real with you, he could have did it, and y'all saying this is Taco Trump. I'm be real with you guys. I mean, this is probably the best time to shut the fuck up about that and just let it be.
he says he would do if XYZ doesn't happen?
Well, okay, so let me say, first of all, there's just this obvious contradiction in what Ben just said there, which is that on one hand, he's saying the president doesn't bluff. He draws a red line and he sticks to it. And then on the other hand, saying, that's just Donald Trump. He talks crazy like this. And you're just trying to win a cheap political argument if you look at what he's literally saying. It can't be both of those things now, can it? If he doesn't bluff, then Donald Trump has promised to send them back to the Stone Age, that it will be the end of the civilization, never to be recovered, and that presumably starting tonight hits their bridge and power plant days. Okay,
Yes.
so if he doesn't, right. So remember the non-interrupting rule. So if he's either bluffing or he's not bluffing here. Now, obviously, it does bode well for this particular political argument that sparked off on your show a few weeks ago, that now Donald Trump is making these threats. But the position Ben's in here, it's almost like being the White House press secretary. If we were talking last week and I had said, Donald Trump's going to say this, you would have been like, no, he's not. No one's saying that. This is ridiculous. But now he's said it. So now you have to defend how he doesn't bluff, but also he doesn't really mean what he said. Look, Pierce.
Yeah, and I remember I said this. I was like, so what? Is he the fuck around and find out president, or is he Taco Trump? I can't have it both ways. I can't say that, oh, he means what he says, while also being like, oh, what? You guys took him seriously? Come on now. You guys should have known better. You know Trump be exaggerating. Well, bro, about a couple weeks ago, you just was saying he was Mr. Fuck around and find out. Now you're saying that he's, don't take him seriously? Like, come on now, choose a lane here. Pick a side. Like, what is it? Is he Mr. Fuck around and find out, or is he Taco Trump? What is it?
I don't know. I hope you're right. But all the indications here are that tonight's 8 p.m. deadline is going to come and go without the Iranians capitulating. And so Donald Trump has really put all his chips in on the center of the table here. So to the dynamic you just laid out, he's now painted himself into this corner for absolutely no reason. He's painted himself into this corner where he's either got to do something huge or, as you said, be exposed as just being a complete bluffer,
My
not
guess
having
is,
a real
my guess,
deadline.
Dave, hang on, Ben. My guess is he'll say, you know what, we're getting somewhere with the Iranians. The new leaders want to do a deal, so we're going to give them a bit more time, which is what he's been doing throughout this war. And Ben, the trouble with doing that is if you keep doing that, but the Iranians keep saying, no, we're not talking to you. What are you talking about? And they keep the Straits of Hormuz shut, and they carry on firing weapons at their Gulf neighbors, and they carry on exactly what they're doing. And then you have Pete Hegseth saying, we've got total air dominance, and right until one of our fighter planes gets shot down, and we have to send in $300 million worth of rescue mission to get the pilots out. That doesn't say to me that all these defenses have been destroyed, does it?
Piers, we have total air dominance over the country, and hitting one of our planes. Yeah.
Bro, our plane got shot down by a Chinese shoulder missile. It wasn't even on a missile launch pad. That shit was on somebody's effing shoulder, and it shot down one of our jets. Yeah, that's a problem, dog.
When you're throwing a lot of stuff up in the air, going after airplanes, there is a very good chance you'll be able to get one. That's why it's called war. No one said that they would never touch one of our airplanes. Go find that quote. It doesn't exist. But the fact that we have total dominance over the airspace is proof. The fact that we were able to go in there with helicopters and do real search and rescue missions and bring them home. By the way, some of those helicopters also got shot at from the ground, some of them with AK-47s from the ground. That doesn't mean that it's totally perfect. In Venezuela, we had total air superiority there. We also had one of the guys that was flying one of the helicopters.
Well, let's talk about Venezuela. Are they still living under the same regime? Yes, they are. Are they still under this? Are they, any freer than they were under Maduro? No, they're not. All we did was pretty much take out Maduro and got a complicit Dulce Rodriguez, who now gives us whatever we want when it comes to their oil. I mean, all you Venezuelans dancing in the street in America, guess what? Things did not get any better for your brethren back home.
Helicopters get shot from the ground. It's called war. The idea that people aren't going to get hit or things aren't going to get hit or equipment aren't going to get hit. That's a video game. That's absurd. That is not what the president's saying. That's not what the Pentagon is saying. When you have total air dominance, it means you can do and hit what you want to 99.9% of the time, and they're not coming back after you. They don't have radar systems. We've taken them out. We're able to pretty much fly freely over that country and hit targets.
It doesn't matter. They're getting their radar system or they're getting their intelligence from the Chinese and Russians through their satellites. They don't even need their radar system no more. They got theirs. That's how they know how to pinpoint our bases and targeting Israel with precision because of the Chinese and the Russians. So that don't even matter anymore.
That we want to hit. And so I think what you're saying is basically you're trying to make it a lot worse than it is. Dave said on the last show, and I was watching it earlier as I was prepping for this, that this is a quagmire. If you go, and this is the part where I say it's like rooting against America. The definition of a quagmire, if you ask social media, is a little different than if you actually look up the definition or you ask AI. A quagmire is years. A quagmire is 2+ years if you look at how they teach it in military schools. This isn't coming from me. This is if you go to West Point, they say if you are bogged down in a war and you are losing or stagnant, they use Vietnam as an example of that. They use the never-ending war in Afghanistan as another example. The word quagmire starts being used after years. We're talking weeks into this thing, like 2 months in. We're talking about the fact that we've taken out, and you say, well, the president's got a problem here, and they don't believe him. You've taken out their top leader, then their replacement, then their replacement, then their replacement. You've taken out their air superiority. You've taken out their Navy. You guys, I'm sorry, the idea that this is a quagmire or is not successful, and they won't believe the president if he bluffs on this one. Call the last 4 dead guys that were the leader of Iran and tell me they don't believe.
I'm sorry, but all right, you're saying that it's successful. All right, do we got regime change? Nope. Are they still able to fire missiles? Yep. Still able to fire drones? For sure. Strait of Hormuz still restricted? Yes, sir. So where do we win? What do we accomplish? Oh, we grinded down their Navy and Air Force. That was never a threat. We're talking about we blew up a bunch of jets from the 60s or 70s, and their Navy, ships from the 70s and 80s. So basically, not really a threat. The real threat is their missiles that are actually advanced. Those are the real threat, and their drones, of course.
Why, if the United States has such incredible, overwhelming military success in this war so far, why are the Straits of Hormuz still shut?
Because I think if you look at the issue there, number one, you're dealing with international issues there. And number two, you're also dealing with the fact that it is a waterway. And if you can't just go in there and bomb the hell out of it and then expect the ships to come through. It has to be orderly. 3, if you talk to maritime individuals, specifically those that deal with insurance, I did about an 1.5-hour phone call saying, teach me everything. It has to be a safe place or you cannot get the insurance. The last thing you do is go in there militarily because then nobody will insure any of these boats at all. So therefore, they will not come through the Strait of Hormuz because they can't get the insurance policy they need for the maritime movement of those boats. Like, some of this is not that.
That gotta be one crazy ass insurance policy. It's like, bro, you want us to cover all this oil, all this gas if it gets destroyed by Iran? You think we're gonna cover that? Bro, we might as well not even give you a policy.
Complicated. You just need to ask questions.
Okay, before I go to Dave, just be very clear with me in your head what victory looks like. At what point can the Americans, Donald Trump, claim victory and leave?
To me or Dave?
To you, before I go to Dave.
Oh, to me.
Yeah.
I think there's two different definitions here of victory. I think there's the clear victory, which Trump talked about from the very beginning, and all past Democratic presidents since 1979. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is my first definition of victory. If we have Iran that has been pushed back to the Stone Ages.
All right, great. Then you won because Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, if they did, I don't even think we'd be going this hard. Could we be too afraid of them letting off their nuclear weapon into Israel? So, I mean, if that's the case, then ta-da, we won, guys. Can we go home now?
And they're nowhere close to enriching their uranium at 60+%, and that we know that we are safe from a nuclear Iran and a dirty bomb. They've clearly said over and over again, death to America. We know that's their intent. They've been saying it for 40+ years. That is my definition of victory. A bonus on top of that, a tier 2 victory, which I think the media has already made this the new standard, which I disagree with fundamentally, is that there is regime change. The president's made it clear he would love for there to be regime change. And by the way, there has been. We've killed their top 4 guys. So that's 4x regime.
Oh, my God. So y'all just going to change the definition of regime change, apparently. It's not regime change if you kill the Ayatollah and he's replaced by his son. That's not regime change, especially since his son's more of a hardliner than his dad. So actually, that's more of we hardened the regime. If anything, we strengthened the regime. Now they got hardliners running it instead of moderates that used to be running it. So no, that's not regime change. That's regime hardening. Because now they're more, hardliners and they're less willing to work with us, as you see.
Regime change, in my opinion. If 4 people that were in charge are no longer in charge, that's pretty good. Would I love for the people in Iran to be able to take over and have genuine freedom? Yes. Is that what I can...
Bro, think about it like this. If somebody took out the president and vice president, is that regime change? No, because then Marco Rubio's up. So, even we have a line of succession. Bro, you could take out our entire, line of succession and we'll still be able to have a president the next day. Unless you literally take out this country, take away our constitutional republic, bro, you haven't committed regime change in America. So unless we took out the Islamic Republic of Iran, that's not, we have not committed regime change in Iran.
Consider a victory? No, that is a bonus. All I care about is that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon and they're not killing more men and women in uniform. They've killed more men and women in uniform from America than any other country in my lifetime. I want that threat off the table. That's my definition of victory, no doubt about it.
Dave Smith, your response.
Well, I mean, again, just as is almost always the case with war propaganda, it's just the contradictions are just everywhere around you. It's like my secondary. I was about to. My secondary goal is regime change, but there's already been regime change in this war, but it's not a war. But we've always been at war for 47 years.
Always said it's a war.
Mean, Pierce. Okay, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Well, you say it's a war. The administration won't admit that because it's totally illegal if it is. Even Donald Trump himself said we can't call it a war for legal reasons. But yes, of course, it is a war. But I mean, Pierce, if you just think about how many people, and I got to say, particularly, I'm stunned by the Iranian expat types, which I've debated a couple on your show before, because I always am a little bit more forgiving to them when they say something like, it's just how brutally repressive the mullah and the Ayatollah's regime is and how they want to liberate the people. But not one of them have jumped off board since Donald Trump has essentially announced total war against the civilian population.
I don't know about that, Dave. I've actually seen a couple of them pretty much say that, oh no, Donald Trump is right. The Iranian people like being bombed. They get scared when they don't hear the bomb. So keep bombing them and keep putting their life in danger because that brings them courage and bravery and they just feel good. And they'll be doing the Trump dance in their house while you're bombing them. Kind of crazy how they're selling that to people.
And here again, Ben repeats, send them back to the Stone Age. I'm sorry, did women have liberation in the Stone Age? Is that when
Stone
everyone
Age
gets
is
to
not
take their
having
burqas
electricity.
off?
I said that earlier. But Dave, I don't mind the debate,
does
but
that
I
lead,
said it earlier.
does that lead
that
to,
means not
right, I know,
having
but and that leads
electricity.
Right,
That has
so,
nothing to do with women's
yes, I
rights.
understand.
Ben, sorry, hang
we
on,
said we're not going to. I'm sorry.
Ben,
We said we're not going to
let
interrupt.
me just say on that point, Ben.
Well, that's war against the civilian population.
Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and also make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, man. Let's see if we can get to. Well, I think you're ready to hit 400. So shout out to you guys on the likes, man. Appreciate the support. Truly. Well, let's keep it going.
Well, Dave, what Ben is doing is what I've noticed a lot of people on the right have been doing who are still very pro-Trump in this war, is you're translating what Trump apparently meant when he said, we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. You have decided it means no electricity because it's the only way you can really justify it, right?
And
so
I've been talking Donald Trump
and I would say, Ben, I would say this. When you said victory, that's why it's interesting to get you to clarify what victory is. When you said it, it's stopping the Iranians from developing a nuclear weapon, a dirty bomb. But that's what we were told had been achieved last summer. At the end of the 12-day war, Trump literally said that. We have stopped them developing a nuclear weapon. Mission accomplished. Here we are, less than a year later, 9 months later, and we're being told that victory will be if the United States and Israel stop the Iranians developing a nuclear weapon. But what's happened in 9 months?
Here's a great question. You have 60% enriched uranium that we know about that they still have. That's part of what we want to get out of the country. That is just taking data and looking at it and then saying, is this still a threat? How quickly can you get 60% to where it's military grade, to where you can get a dirty bomb? It's really damn close. So the president made another.
And like I said, you see the moving of the goalposts. It went from having a nuclear bomb just to getting a dirty bomb. You want to know why? Because they know damn well, look, bro, getting to 90% enrichment, that's the easy part. The hard part is that, well, what was it? I believe it was turning the water to the powder to the metal. I might have that mixed up around. If you're a nuclear engineer, you can go ahead and correct me. But that process alone, one, we'll catch it. We'll be able to monitor it. We'll track it. And like two, that's like, bro, that's like at least a month process. And then getting it onto then building a warhead, then building a delivery system. That's going to take a while, guys. That's not just going to happen overnight. Okay, they're not just going to get 90% enrichment and get a bomb the next day, or even work with 2 weeks. Not even that. Trust me, if they started, we'd know. Just because, trust me, like, bro, when North Korea started enrichment, we knew they were doing it. We caught them multiple times. We just didn't want to put boots on the ground over it.
Here and said, okay, we hit those 2 facilities. They didn't stop what they were doing. They still have it way too close to military grade where they can do a dirty bomb. We know their intent is to kill innocent people and get a dirty bomb. They've said it over and over again. So therefore, because of that information, we are going to go in yet again, and we're going to make sure that America is safe and the rest of the world is safe.
All right, so Ben, do you accept that if the Americans and Israelis do not get the enriched uranium out of Iran, this is not victory, it is a failure, the war will have been lost?
I think there's 2 ways you can look at that. And again, this is coming from a military mindset. Number one is I talk to people in the military.
Bro, they don't even know where the enriched uranium is. Actually, I heard that they try to pull off a CIA mission, during the, what was it? Yeah, they said it was supposed to be some type of CIA mission to steal the uranium because they might actually, we might know where it's at, and we tried to steal it, but it didn't work out. And I mean, I guess that was the whole problem with the jet getting shot, because I think that was probably one of the jets that was on the mission to get the uranium. I don't really know for sure. This is just a theory that's been floating around everywhere that this was actually a mission, to save the pilot was actually a messed up mission to go out there and steal Iran's uranium. But as of now, as it stands, yeah, we don't have their uranium. They still control the Strait of Hormuz. They're still able to fire rockets and drones, and no regime change.
Said, look, if they can't access it, right? If we bomb it in and we push it in and they can't access it anymore, that could be considered a victory from a military standpoint perspective. And again, this is way above my pay grade. That's why I ask other people questions that are experts. Would we love to get it out? Yes. But if we can't get it out and they can't get it out, that can be a victory. It depends on where it is. It depends on how much we bombed it. It depends on how secure it is if it stays in the ground there. So I don't say it's only one or the other, success or failure. It depends on the information on the ground. And if it is in a place where they're like, no one's going to be able to get to this, we can't get to it, neither can they, it's now unusable, that's a success as well. But I'd love to get it out of there. Yes, I don't like Iranians having anything close to it or having it in their backyard.
The problem is,
if you put it in the ground, it's done. It's done.
Let me come back to Dave. I mean, the problem is,
all y'all got to do is stop fighting, then they can go get it out from under the ground. Oh, actually, in their uranium-rich country, they can just go out and make more. That's like, there really is no stopping them. There really is no stopping them from enrichment. They got uranium. They got the centrifuges. They got the technology. They have the knowledge. I mean, like I said, you could be like Israel and try to bomb all the scientists to death, but they'll just have more graduating college.
I've got increasingly limited confidence in the statements about the state of Iran's uranium and ability to build a bomb because of what happened last summer. I believed what I was told, that after the 12-day war, that was it. The threat had been neutralized. They couldn't build a nuclear weapon. That was it. And here we are in March. This was last summer. And in March, now we're being told they've got all this enriched uranium. None of it got removed last time. It's still there. And how are we going to know whether we've removed it from their ability to use it or not? We're not going to know. So, unfortunately, that to me doesn't look like a very substantive victory claim to me. It's just going to muddy the waters again.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and look, the fact that the goalposts just get moved so much, and like you said, Pierce, not that long ago, just last summer, where all the people who supported the 12-day war were boasting and demonizing anybody who opposed it as what a success this was because we obliterated their nuclear program. But like, if we have to go back and fight a whole new war right now over that nuclear threat, then that was wrong. Then you got to admit you were wrong about it back then.
From Trump.
And if not, but
here is the quote from Trump, Dave. This is last year, after the 12-day war, I don't think they'll ever do it again. They've had it. It was a complete obliteration. They were set back decades. Turned out decades was actually 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. This is just too ridiculous to stand. And if I could just go back to the last point there, because, seeing as how this whole thing started off of my claim of the U.S. regime being the biggest terrorist organization in the world. I mean, even if we are to accept Ben's interpretation of what Donald Trump was saying here, if you were just saying like, no, the Stone Age means we take out all the bridges and all the electricity. Like, okay, but what does that mean? Well, hey, Ben, listen, we said the one thing was we're not going to interrupt. You've interrupted every time I've spoke, and I haven't done it once to you. So let me finish making a point here. So what does that mean? What does it mean when you take out the electricity to a civilian population of 90+ million people? It means babies on incubators die. It means people have heart attacks in their homes and can't get to the hospital.
Literally. And I'm just like, bro, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you didn't think about that deeply enough, how going after power plants and saying, oh, it's so like I said, he just co-signed the president saying, what you mean it's okay that the president was going to send him back to the Stone Age. And they had no electricity and people start dropping dead left and right because a lot of people's life is running on the fact that they got something plugged up to their incubator. I don't know, life support don't really matter. Bro, the fact that you sat there and said that you were okay with the Iranian people going through a complete power outage, no power whatsoever. Yeah, you're basically saying you're okay with war crimes as long as Trump does it. Remember, they don't agree with it only if Trump does it. So remember, war crime is bad if Obama does it. War crime is bad if Biden does it. War crime is good if Trump does it.
Hospital because the bridge has been taken out. It means like the worst, most brutal level of human suffering inflicted intentionally on a civilian population. And if you want to sit here and play all these games where like it's terrorism whenever any of them do it, but it's counterterrorism if America or the Israelis do it, I mean, fine. It's like you picking on me for saying quagmire. Instead of quagmire, disaster, whatever word you want to use. At the end of the day, what you're talking about here is terroristic in nature.
Serious question. How do you do the calculus And if we go with the premise that you just said about if you take out the electricity, by the way, you're assuming they have no generators at the hospital, which they do. You're assuming that ambulances can't run, they still can. But how do you do the
take out all the bridges, it makes it tougher.
But how do you do the calculus of Iran getting a nuclear weapon and then killing a whole lot of innocent people? Like you're not. I don't like war. Okay, I don't like innocent.
Here's the thing. That's the problem, though. Every time, like, let's use North Korea. We use aggressing towards North Korea. We show North Korea that if you give up your weapons, we'll overthrow you. If you don't got a nuke, we'll overthrow you, especially if we don't like your government. And I mean, North Korea knows we don't like their government. That's why Dave was chased towards a nuke, because they watch everybody around them in the middle. Well, not really around them, but in the Middle East get overthrown because they didn't have a nuke. So it's because of U.S. aggression why these countries go towards a nuke. And it ain't to destroy us, it's to keep us away. That's really what they want a nuke for, as the final deterrent.
People suffering. But when I look at a nuclear weapon in the hands of a terrorist regime that sponsors more terrorism than any other country in the world in my lifetime, who's killed more American soldiers than any other regime in my lifetime, that's a fact, and a country that declares over and over again they want to kill you. If they get a nuclear weapon, and we did appeasement, which is what Obama did and what Biden did, and you just stuck with that, and then one day they get the bomb, and then they put it out in the world, and they blow up a city. How do you do the math on that one? Because you keep acting like America's doing something evil here, when all we're doing is trusting the terrorists when they say they want to kill you, and they keep doing it. That if they get bigger weapons and they get ballistic missiles, they're going to use them, which, by the way, they already have.
I mean, there's just so many just ridiculous presumptions built into that question. And
well,
again,
then tell me what they are, because I want to know.
Again,
because if Iran says they're going to get a nuclear weapon, they're going to do it.
You literally ask a question. I get 3 words out to respond to it, and you're already.
But you said there's so many ridiculous things I said. I asked you one question about a nuclear weapon. It's not a ridiculous list.
Yes, it is. Do I get a chance to talk now, or do you just want to ask questions to yourself? Is this just pretend, or are you actually asking? Sure,
it's not a hard question, Dave. That's the point I'm making. How do you do a calculus on Iran getting a nuclear weapon? That is not a list of things.
Literally. This is why I didn't want to do it with Ben also, because this is just how he debates. It's just I can't answer, or you won't shut up.
Really obvious, tough questions.
All right, Ben, you have given a solemn take not to interrupt.
This is just so ridiculous, dude.
Let Dave respond.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just for the record, Ben, everyone can see through this tactic. Everyone can see through it. First of all, the intelligence going. There you go. Yeah. Every one of them can see through this bullshit. Okay, so the intelligence that we had leading into the 12-day war, which was right there in the annual threat assessment, which Tulsi Gabbard testified under oath in Congress, was that Iran had not made the political decision to start developing nuclear weapons yet. And so now you've got it as if we do nothing, not only do they have deliverable nuclear weapons, but they've used them offensively, which no country... Yes, you did. Which no country in the history of the world.
I said they had it 60%. 60% is not a nuke.
No, you said that if they get a nuke, they're going to go ahead and use it against, well, us in America, or really Israel. I'm going to be honest with you, not in America. Their main gripe is with Israel.
Nuclear weapon, Dave. Go back and listen to what I said.
I'm not saying 60%.
This is why I interrupt you, because you make up shit that I never said. I never said they had a nuclear weapon. I used the word if. And close.
Okay. Honestly, I'll just, if you want to let me speak, I will. Anyone can go back and listen to what you just said. I'm not claiming you said 60%.
Yes, please rewind it on YouTube.
Pierce, do you remember the part where he said, and then they detonate a nuclear bomb over a city? Do you remember that?
Said, Dave, everyone can rewind it on YouTube.
This is just so stupid.
That was when Marco Rubio said
that
what he
Switzerland.
said.
Well
it's a
done,
bit like
Switzerland.
when Marco Rubio said, actually, the reason we...
I ain't gonna lie, I'll be pulling a Pierce at the same time. I'll be doing a Pierce all the time when my guys debate. And I'll just be like, man, like, said, what you think? I'm just gonna, let's just move on with the topic, guys. Great debate.
Preemptively attack was because we'd heard the Israelis were going to go in, so we thought we'd better get in before the retaliation came. And the next day we were told that he hadn't said what we'd heard with his own mouth.
There you go, Ben. You just did it again. So anyway, the point is that, look, and as I've made this point before on your show here, Pierce, I mean, this is just like, even the argument here. Look, we sat by, the United States of America while Joseph Stalin developed nuclear weapons and we knew he was doing it, while Mao Zedong developed nuclear weapons and we knew that he was doing it. These are the most evil people who have ever lived. We didn't launch a war of aggression to stop them. Now, that doesn't mean you don't pursue diplomatic goals here, but to say Obama, and listen, Obama and Joe Biden had horrible foreign policies in a million different ways, but it's not true that appeasement.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's been multiple times throughout history where we knew, trust me, before they make that nuke, we'll know, we'll notice it, we'll monitor it. Like, bro, they're gonna set off a whole lot of alarms globally and that's gonna let us know that they're at like 90% enrichment and that they're progressing towards a nuclear weapon. Like, we'll see all of it. It's just that, are we willing to go to war over it? And that's what we had, and that's what we had to face with China and North Korea.
Didn't work. They had a deal. If 60% enriched uranium was the big concern, well, Iran was down to like 3% enriched uranium until Donald Trump tore it up. Now, there were sunset provisions in the JCPOA, and perhaps it would have been better to try to strengthen them, to try to come up with a better deal here. But instead, at the behest of the Israelis, Donald Trump insisted on these ridiculous negotiating strategies. This no enriched uranium at all, no civilian nuclear program, no intercontinental ballistic missile.
Yeah, oh God. Here's the problem though. If you guys are so concerned about enriched uranium at 60%, then you guys should have been happy with what Obama did with the JCPOA, us having inspectors on them and all that good stuff. And before you guys say they were breaking it, no, they weren't. From 2015 to 2018, when Donald Trump withdrew out of it and, well, committed acts of aggression, like what did he do? Oh yeah, put the sanctions back on. He labeled the IRGC a terrorist group, which I can't blame him for. And then, of course, oh, yeah, he killed General Qasem Soleimani. And that was in 2020. And then in 2021, Iran pops out with 60% enriched uranium. So, yeah, it was through our aggression that Iran even enriched. It was through the fact that we pulled out the JCPOA where Iran got suspicious of us to the point where they'd be like, yo, we might need to enrich just in case. It's through our bad diplomacy. The fact that we backed out of a deal and expected Iran to hold their part is crazy. But a lot of people think that that's what they should have did. And I'm just like, so would you stay faithful to a deal when you see the other side is not being faithful to it? Okay, then. I don't know why you expected Iran to do it.
No supporting Hezbollah or Hamas or any of this. And this was never going to lead to a deal.
Support a terrorist organization.
Well, it's not,
you think we should allow that?
Great thing. It's not such a great thing when it leads to this.
And
Ben,
the point I would make,
death and destruction.
Ben, the question I have for you is, Ben.
Oh, that's what you got.
Said that we should allow Iran to sponsor terrorist organizations.
Ben, if
he just said we should allow them in the deal to like sponsor Hamas and Hezbollah.
Ben,
like what the hell world?
Well, didn't we just sponsor Al Qaeda to take over Syria? Yeah, we did. Didn't we sponsor Saddam with the Gulf states to invade Iran? We did. Oh, and then the CIA actually gave Saddam the materials to make a chemical weapon to gas the Iranians. Yeah. That was us too. So, I mean, fair is fair. I mean, we kind of did the same thing. We were out here funding proxies our damn selves.
Are we living
Ben,
in?
let me ask you a question. Ben, if you're
the terrorist, Ben. You're the terrorist.
Ben, if your position,
I'm the terrorist.
Hang on, Ben. If your position is that if a nation espouses a desire to wipe out another country, then the country on the receiving end has an absolute right to not just defend itself, but attack the country threatening them, right? That's the defense for, right?
I think it also has to be based on, do they have the ability to do this?
So
right?
assuming ability.
Are they trying to get the ability to do it?
When the president of a country says publicly that he is going to, well, I'll read it again. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. When a president of a country says that, presumably by your definition, Iran would now be perfectly entitled to attack the United States.
Oh,
I think Iran's already been attacking the United States of America.
Hey, yo, shout out to my man Chad. He says 500 plus likes. Hit the like and subscribe, guys. Oh, yeah, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the button, and also subscribe to the channel as well by hitting that icon up top and subscribing to the channel, guys. We do this every day.
That's why we're in this conversation right now. They've killed more American soldiers than anybody else in the world.
If they wanted to attack mainland America, by your criteria, they would have an absolute moral justification. because you have a nation
I'm not
in
going to say
America.
it's a moral justification. What I'm saying is, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, the President of the United States of America has said to them, you need to make this deal and open up the Strait of Hormuz. This is all about land that's not actually theirs, and you're not going to hold the world hostage. And if you do, continue to hold us hostage. I am going to take out your bridges and your electricity, and that's on you. That is completely different than the scenario that you're asking. By the way, I wish you'd ask Dave the same question I asked him earlier. If they get a nuclear weapon and then detonated it somewhere in the world, how do you,
I thought you said you didn't
do
say
that
that.
calculus?
Wait, hold
you
on,
still
hold on,
haven't
hold on.
answered the
But you didn't
question
say
yet.
that.
I mean, bro just said collective punishment. I don't give a shit. Look, man, I'll put the all 93 million of y'all in the dark. I'm like, all right, bro. Collective punishment. That is collective punishment, though. I'm just be honest. Like, that's wild that he just sit there and said that. But I guess he has a bit of a cognitive disconnect to what he's really saying. All right. All right. That's wild.
That's what I said.
They detonated somewhere in the.
Rewind it, everybody on YouTube, and you'll see exactly the question I asked.
Well, to be fair to Ben, he did say, what if they got a bomb and then used it to wipe out a city around
Thank
the
you.
world?
That's exactly what I said. Thank you, Pierce.
That's what I was claiming that you said that you denied last time. You interrupted me when I said you were making that claim and said you never said that.
No, I said they didn't
Okay.
have the bomb. I said, if they got the bomb, how do you make the calculus? And you haven't answered that question yet because you don't know how to answer it. Your foreign policy is flawed, Dave. Your foreign policy is bury your head in the sand, bother no one, and then
Bro, your foreign policy got us into wars, trillions of dollars wasted, thousands of American lives lost. I'm sorry, but we might need to try something new. Maybe we need to try Dave's foreign policy because your foreign policy done got lives lost, money wasted, and 0 goals accomplished. Did we take out terrorism? No. It's the Taliban, like, bro, we literally got terrorists running in most of these goddamn countries that we invaded. Like, you serious? I'm sorry, but, bro, the results of your foreign policy are literally trash. And you dare, like, judge it his? Shoot, I'm gonna be real with you. It sounds like Dave policy might be the new way we need to go because this shit ain't working out for us, buddy.
no one bothers you. And when you're dealing with terrorists, that never works. 9/11 is a great example of that, by the way. We were literally burying our head in the sand, acting like Osama bin Laden was not a threat after he kept saying he wanted to take out America. He wanted to go after America. And every president did the same thing. They buried their hand in the sand and they said, we're not going to deal with him right now. We'll leave him alone.
Okay,
we won't
let me
get
ask you
wars
this,
in the Middle
Ben.
East.
Let me ask
this
you
is
this,
so
Ben. I want to
ridiculous
play
and
Ben.
ahistorical.
Ben, what's interesting?
America was just not intervening. No, it's not actually. We were non-interventionist.
I mean, bro, one of the main reasons Osama bin Laden attacked us was because of our support for Israel and what they were doing in Palestine. Like, I mean, if you ever read the letters that Osama wrote, he said his grievance with us countless times. And he also said it's not against the American people, but he's going to carry out this strike on the American people because we vote in these politicians who go out there and kill their Muslim brothers. And that's pretty much how you rationalize it, the crazy bastard. Because you remember, same guy that was lobbing off heads, by the way.
Till 9/11? Yeah, right, please. We were bombing Iraq. We had a sanctions regime around Iraq. We had military bases in Saudi Arabia. And by the way, every one of the things that the terrorists subjected to
what were we doing in the Middle East?
interventions.
Nothing.
No,
we were
Bill
doing
Clinton
nothing when
had
9/11 happened in the Middle East.
The UN,
we were not.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. The
were
UN
we
estimated,
invading a country in Iran on 9/11? No.
Can I finish
were we
the
at war
sentence,
with
or are you
anybody
just
in the
going to
Middle East
interrupt?
during 9/11?
Okay.
The answer is no. We were asleep at the wheel on.
No, we were supporting atrocities in Palestine. Yeah, that's what we were doing. And that was one of his main grievances. To be real with you. And there's probably other things we were doing as well. I just can't name off the top of my head.
9/11. There's a reason why John Ashcroft wrote a book called Never Again, because we were so asleep at the wheel that we realized afterwards we can never allow it to happen again.
When Madeleine Albright was asked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bill Clinton's, what was it? We was pretty much shelling Shias in Iraq, Shia Muslims in Iraq that, and Iran is mainly a Shia Muslim country. And they didn't like the fact that we were like, our man Bill Clinton was out there shelling Shia Muslims in Iraq. So that's also, and that was in the early, that was in the late 90s as well. So, and probably one of the reasons that led up also to 9/11. But I ain't gonna lie, we was active in the Middle East. So to sit there and act like we weren't doing anything in there is asinine. It's like, bro, you serious? Pick up a history book.
about how the
doing anything?
UN had estimated that 500,000 children had died of starvation and malnutrition due to the Clinton blockade around Iraq. She said, and I quote, "That price is worth it." These were the non-interventionist years of peace and prosperity.
What? 92, 93, 94? We're talking about 2001. That's a long ways off, bro. I said, what were we doing when 9/11 happened in the Middle East? In the Middle East on 9/11.
Try 1998.
Almost 2 decades
actually.
earlier.
No, I'm talking about 3 years earlier. You don't know what you're talking about.
And you
Bro,
said that
this is what I say, bro. Like, Republicans are trash at geopolitics. Like, that's literally their weakness. Every time you talk to the MAGA guys or Republicans, bro, they know nothing about Middle Eastern foreign policy. They don't know anything about geopolitics at all. They can point to every state on the American map, but they can't point to no country on the globe. It's like, bro, these guys are terrible at geopolitics. And I'm be real with you, it's mainly the Republicans. I mean, Bush, Reagan, all terrible when it comes to foreign politics. It's terrible. Like, Republicans have a problem with geopolitics. At this point, the most dangerous politician is a conservative who's also good on geopolitics. That's like going to be the most dangerous candidate at this point.
Ellen Albright said that in the early 90s. You just said 90s on the show.
I didn't
2001
say, I said in the
is
90s,
when 9/11 happened. Am I wrong?
1998 is when she made the comment. It was all through the Clinton years. Bill Clinton stopped being president in the year 2000, 1 year before 9/11. Sorry,
so you're saying that the blockade of food is what caused 9/11 now?
No, I'm not saying it. Osama bin Laden himself listed it as one of his stated grievances, along with the military bases.
One of a list that was like the Unabomber's list.
That also involved the U.S. military bases on Holy Land in Saudi Arabia and U.S. support for brutal regimes that oppress Muslims in the region and U.S. support for the Israelis who have been occupying at that time for 30 plus years, the Palestinian.
AKA us supporting these, the monarchs in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar that pretty much enslave Muslims and all that crazy stuff. Yeah, that.
In territory. Yes. This is basic history. You can say I'm a fraud, but you don't know any of this.
Hold on.
You don't know any of this.
So I'm correct in saying that your foreign policy is bury your head in the sand and hope that no one bothers you based on what you just said.
No, he's pretty much trying to tell you that, bro. U.S. aggression and U.S. interference has gotten nothing else but bad results at the end of the day. All we've created is more reasons to get involved and to, well, I'm be real with you, interfere in other people's politics. Like, that's all we've done is create more problems. So, yeah, when we're sitting here looking at your foreign policy, all you can give us is all the problems that your foreign policy caused, not too many accomplishments. But with Dave, at least we can be like, you know what? Let's try something new. Obama tried it and we got the JCPOA and that was all good. We got some things that we wanted out of that. So maybe we could try doing through diplomatic means, because getting everything through force never really works out for us. I wonder why.
Because you're saying anytime we stand up for us in the world, that immediately it's going to be our fault when we get attacked. That is your foreign policy.
Instead of you saying it, why don't I just say what I actually believe? What I believe is that we don't launch wars of aggression, wars of choice, reckless wars against.
I'm not gonna lie, nah. Somebody trying to say, what you mean? They're both the same on geopolitics. No, I'm be real with you. I got to give it to y'all liberals. Y'all are way more informed when it comes to, like, geopolitics, geopolitical history, and all that good stuff. Y'all are way more informed than the right. I got to give it to you guys. Actually, most of my geopolitics I learned from guys on the left. So for some reason, the left low-key engages more in geopolitics than the right does. Probably why they suck on domestic politics. Y'all probably focus a little bit too much. And probably where all that suicidal empathy from foreigners come from as well. But I digress.
Countries that don't pose a threat to us. I'm defending the just war theory of Christianity and the constitutional system that the framers laid out. If we do have to go to war, there should be a vote in Congress.
Okay, so here's my question. To every American that's watching that has lost a loved one at the hands of Iran, you're now telling them when they go to their graves on Memorial Day that Iran was not a threat to the United States of America, as you just described it, and who gives a crap that those American soldiers were killed at the hands of Iran and the terrorist regimes that they aid, sponsor, support, and give free passage to?
Here's a good rule of thumb here, Ben. If I didn't say it and then you just say you're saying it, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we're going to get. No, I literally didn't say any of that. Yes, that's right. That part I said. Correct.
So
Iran
to the
poses
American
no threat
families,
to the United States
the
of
American
America.
families who've lost loved ones in a uniform who were killed at the hands of the Iranians and their terrorist proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah and ISIS and others they gave safe passage to. You're telling me that Iran was not involved in the murder of those American soldiers? They killed more American soldiers than any other regime in the world.
Ben, I'm sorry. I know I'm a fraud and I don't know a lot about foreign policy. Did you just say that ISIS is an Iranian proxy?
I said that they knew that ISIS was given safe passage to cross through at some points in the past. Yes, that's a fact.
They're a proxy of the Iranians.
I said proxies and including
yes, they
places
get along
like ISIS.
so well.
I'm going to go back to asking the simple question I asked you a second ago. If you are American and your loved one was killed at the hands of the Iranian regime and their terrorist proxies, you're telling me, and you want to look at those families in the face and say Iran is not a threat to the United States of America or our soldiers, even though their loved one died at the hands of the Iranian regime.
All right.
Okay. All I ask is that you allow me to answer that question since you've asked it now. Is that cool?
It's a yes or no, but go.
No, it's not a yes or no. I'll give you the answer.
Sure it is.
My answer to all of those families would be, if you had listened to people like me, people like Ron Paul, people like Pat Buchanan, our troops never would have been in Lebanon or in Iraq to begin with, and your loved ones would still be with you. But instead, you listen to the foreign policy of people like you, Ben, and that's why we were involved in those conflicts to begin with. Iran poses no threat to the United States of America, meaning the middle part of North America. Does Iran pose a threat to our ability to occupy Iraq? Well, actually, we were kind of on the side of the most Iran-linked militia groups at the time. But yeah, there was some fighting with some Shiites in there too. It was another disastrous war that Pierce Morgan was correct to oppose. And none of those boys would have been killed if they had listened to people like Pierce.
Ooh, so Pierce, let's be clear.
I mean, he got a point. I mean, you know, if we didn't go help out Iraq, if we didn't go to Afghanistan, and we listened to the anti-war crowd a little bit more, I mean, yeah, we'd have at least, like, I don't know, maybe $8 trillion, maybe $5 to $8 trillion more or less in debt. And we'd probably have, I don't know, 20 to 30,000 more American citizens that's with their families and raising them instead of going without. I mean, you know, when you think about it like that, Dave's not wrong. When you think about, you know, if we didn't get into this, trillions of dollars never spent, hundreds of thousands of lives never lost. I'm sorry, but you can't get a better result than that.
Smith's foreign policy is the only foreign policy in the world where American troops would never be killed. Glad we summed that up. Like, everybody go home.
No, if you're talking about the ones in Iraq, yeah, you just straw man every single thing I say and then claim I said something different.
Because you have Americans that died at the hands of the Iranians, and you're acting like it was their fault that they died.
One thing. Let me just jump in. One thing's for sure. There will be more
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and pause it on this one right here, man. I done reached that time limit. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. So make sure you double tap that screen and like the video on your way out. Well, yeah, and smash the like button on your way out. Also, subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Appreciate the support, guys. And shout out to my man Noah Joyner. I got you this time. I got you. Let's see, Armaeus. Yeah, Armaeus is supposed to land back on Earth today. Damn, already? All right, man. I don't know. I'm gonna go look at them pictures that they took from the other side of the moon. It better be interesting. I better see like a small little compound somewhere on there. Or look, I'm still upset they didn't land on the moon and shut up the flat earthers, because you know they're just gonna poke all types of holes in it. You know that. Like, why didn't you just go back to the moon like you did the last time? Man, shut your ass up. Shut up. The Earth's not flat. But I guess you'll never believe it now because NASA got us fucked up. So it is what it is. Sorry, guys. I'm having a bit of a petty moment over that. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and tune out on the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and leave you guys with my partner at Kalshi. Make sure you go ahead and try out Kalshi, guys, where you can go ahead and get $20 when you go ahead and trade 20. Appreciate the support, by the way, guys, and shout out to our guys over there at Kalshi. Go ahead and use my promo code SET Media to go ahead and get into that deal. When you go ahead and put in 20, you get 20 back. Once again, promo code SET Media. Peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.